Chapter 1. A cute baby shows up at my door? It's my daughter? Zhang Yuehua is holding the phone in her hands, anxiously waiting for her son to pick up. She can't wait to crawl along the internet cable to get to him. Where are you, my son? Hurry home, there's an abandoned baby at the door. On the other side of the line, Linny, who has been partying at a club all night, is stunned when he hears his mother's voice on the phone. Abandoned baby? What a terrible thing to say. I know, Mom, I'll be right back. After reassuring his mother, Linny hurried home. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuehua frowned slightly as she looked at the sleeping baby in the suitcase outside her son's door. The baby was so white and clean. Which parents could be so heartless? Alas, if that little rascal Linny had given birth to such a cute baby, I would be overjoyed. Just thinking about Linny gave Zhang Yuehua a headache. The baby is so well behaved. Grandma will take you back to the house first. She opened the door and carried the suitcase into the house. Zhang Yuehua couldn't help liking the cute little baby. Perhaps that was why so many elderly people wanted to become grandparents. She was afraid that it was too cold in the suitcase, so after entering the house, she moved the little one to the sofa. The little one was sleeping soundly and showed no signs of waking up. 20 minutes later, Linny returned home and hurriedly asked Zhang Yuehua, Mom, where's the abandoned baby? Over here. Zhang Yuehua pointed to the little guy on the sofa. Looking at the chubby little guy, Linny felt a little sad too. It's so sad that he was abandoned by his parents at such a young age. Zhang Yuehua also looked at the little guy with pity in her eyes, but she had some doubts. Son, I always feel that something is not quite right about this. Why was the baby left at our doorstep? And this little one looks quite like you when you were young, so white and clean. But then again, if this baby is yours, I'll wake up smiling in my dreams. Zhang Yuehua said all this, completely unaware of her son's helpless gaze. How could the baby be his? Mom, don't talk nonsense. Maybe the baby has some physical defect that the parents can't afford, have you checked? Linny thought this was the most reasonable explanation. So, without saying a word, he went to the little one and untied the wrapping cloth. He gently checked the little one's arms and legs, felt his temperature and found everything normal. What's more, the little one is a baby girl. Linny was suspicious. These days, there can't still be backward thinking that favors boys over girls. That's not impossible. Zhang Yuehua suddenly said, the idea of having a boy to carry on the family name has always existed, especially in large families. But don't worry, son, in the future, whether you have a boy or a girl, I'll love them both. Zhang Yuehua didn't let go of any opportunity to urge Linny to get married and have children. Linny grinned, when suddenly a mechanical prompt came to his mind. Ding! Father and daughter meet, blood is connected, daddy system successfully activated. Host, Linny. Gift package, never forget. Linny was taken aback when he heard this voice. Daddy system? Wait, is the baby in front of me my child? Linny looked at the sleeping baby and wondered in his heart. Ding! The system senses that the host is a little incredulous, so it has issued a task. Task, complete the paternity test. Reward, temperature sensing. Jenny is so considerate, but we still have to do a paternity test? Whoa whoa whoa. Linny was thinking about the paternity test when the baby's cries suddenly filled the room. Mom, the baby's crying, what should we do? Linny, who had never raised a child before, was a little at a loss. Here, let me teach you. You'll need this in the future. As she spoke, Zhang Yuehua checked the baby's diaper with her experience and found that it was wet. Son, go find a diaper ring, Zhang Yuehua instructed Linny. Oh. Linny nodded gently, then remembered that the family didn't have any urine rings at all. But the little one's cries were deafening, so Linny quickly cut up the washed, unworn Chanel pure white half-sleeves into pieces and handed them to his mother. The little one was obedient, and after being changed into a dry diaper, he didn't cry or make a fuss. He just stared with his big round eyes at Linny and Zhang Yuehua. Wow. Well. The little one waved its small hands and feet, and the monosyllabic words it uttered struck Linny hot and Zhang Yuehua to the core. Alas, if only the little one were my granddaughter. Son, what should we do about this little one? Let's call the police. Mom, this little one could really be my child. What? Son, are you serious? Zhang Yuehua's eyes widened, and she grabbed her son's arm. Linny couldn't help but smile when he saw this. His mother's obsession with having a granddaughter was really deep. "Mom, it's just possible, not sure yet, need to do a paternity test." Seeing the happy look on his mother's face, it seemed that she had directly decided that the little guy was her granddaughter. Seeing this, Lenny was also very helpless. If it weren't for the fear that his mother would take the little guy to the police, Lenny really didn't want to tell his mother the truth so soon. "Son, what are you still daydreaming about? Hurry up and get the paternity test done." Oh. His mother was even more anxious than he was. Lenny took out his phone and called his family's private hospital. After the call was answered, a respectful voice came from the other end. "What can I do for you, young master?" "President Zhang, can you do a paternity test?" Lenny looked at the little one and said tenderly. "Huh? Yes, we can." Director Zhang was shocked at first, and realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly answered. "Get ready, we'll be there soon." "Yes, young master." After the phone call ended, Director Zhang was still in a daze. What was going on? Did he mean that young master was not the boss's biological son? Alas, the rich family is really chaotic. Immediately afterwards, Director Zhang arranged for his secretary to get ready. The dean's name is Zhang He, and he is the dean of Anha Hospital, which was built solely by Lin Yi's family, which is why Zhang He is so respectful. "Mom, let's go to the hospital." Lenny informed his mother as soon as he hung up the phone. Zhang Yuehua then wrapped the little one up carefully and held him in her arms, while also telling Lenny what to pay attention to in the process. With the big gift pack given by the system, Lenny remembers very clearly and learns quickly. "Mom, let me hold the baby," Lenny humbly asked, looking at the soft and plump baby. "No, you're still new at this, you need to learn and observe more. What if you hurt the baby?" Zhang Yuehua said with a kind face, looking at the baby in her arms. Lenny helplessly grinned, "It's not even certain yet, and already Mom is in the zone. During the whole time, my mother kept asking the driver to drive slowly." Looking at my mother, Lenny felt that the little guy in her arms was like a treasure that had fallen from the sky. Chapter 2, Paternity Test. It usually takes 10 minutes to drive from home to the hospital, but today it took 30 minutes. Before the hospital, the driver carefully parked the car in a parking space. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Yuehua wrapped the little one in a blanket. After all, the baby is still very young and cannot be exposed to the wind. Even if Lenny wanted to hold his daughter, Zhang Yuehua had reminded him for a long time. However, when she saw that Lenny was holding the baby in the correct position, Zhang Yuehua was quite relieved that her teaching had not been in vain. In the hospital lobby, the hospital director Zhang He was already waiting with a group of medical staff. When he saw Zhang Yuehua and Lenny getting out of the car, he hurried out to greet them. "Madam, young master." The hospital staff behind Zhang He were surprised to see the director so deferential. Even the VVIP customer who was paying the bill was taken aback. When he first sought a consultation with the hospital director, he had not seen such politeness. For a moment, everyone in the lobby was curious about the identity of the two. "Old Zhang, take us to the laboratory to do a paternity test," Lenny said, looking at the little guy in his arms. Zhang He was taken aback at first, but when he saw Lenny holding a baby in his arms, his pupils dilated. A baby? A paternity test? Could it be? Yes. Master. This way, please. So it was that the head of the hospital acted like a doting grandfather. When he arrived at the laboratory, Lenny looked at the various instruments before him and couldn't help but grimace. He could accept all of this, but he felt a little sorry for the little guy in his arms. Although the paternity test had not yet been done, Lenny had already stepped into the role of father in advance. "Zhang, what do you need to do a paternity test?" "Blood, hair with hair follicles, and fingernails will all do." "I have already looked up the information." Zhang He answered immediately, as the director, his expertise is quite good. Lenny pondered after listening, and these things would not harm the little one, so he decided to cut his fingernails. "Then cut the fingernails." "Okay, I'll get ready right away." After saying this, Zhang He walked into the testing room and disinfected the nail clippers. After a moment, he came out with disposable gauze and a nail clipper. The little one was playing in Lin Yi's arms. Wow. Oh. Even the little nurse next to them was taken in by this lovely scene and couldn't help thinking to herself, the baby's mother must be a beauty. "Be a good boy and don't move, it'll be quick." Lenny took the little one's hand and disinfected it with a wet wipe. Zhang, you must be careful, you mustn't hurt the baby. Zhang Yuehua was on her side, urging him, afraid that the baby might get hurt. Yes, ma'am. Zhang He nodded, his heart all the more serious. On the other side, Lin Yi held the baby's little fist and extended her index finger. He thought the little one would resist, but he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. Not only did the baby extend her finger, she also thoughtfully held it in front of Zhang He, as if to say, hurry up, I've already held it out for you. Zhang He is also a father, and looking at other people's children and thinking about his own, he couldn't help but feel, my child is here to collect a debt. Even Lin Yi was touched by the cuteness of the little one. Before long, Zhang He had cut the fingernail of his index finger. He was going to take the fingernail and go in for the test, but when he got up, the little one suddenly started crying. Wah wah wah. Baby, what's wrong? Lin Yi was extremely anxious, and even Zhang He broke out in a cold sweat. Then the two carefully examined the little one's finger and found that it hadn't been cut, and the little one didn't look like he was hungry. In the meantime, Zhang Yuehua also checked the baby's diaper, which was still dry. In the end, even Zhang Yuehua, who had raised children, was at a loss. Looking at the stupid adults in front of him, the baby cried while holding out his little hand again to Zhang He. Lin Yi then understood that the baby had hidden cuts. Zhang, the baby wants you to cut her nails. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. It seems that the little one understood what Lin Yi said, and nodded with tears in her eyes. Ha! Zhang He was suspicious. How could a baby make such a request? Most babies can't even escape, but this little one is actually asking for it, which is really unheard of. No problem, young master, I'll cut the little one's nails. Zhang He handed the sample in his hand to the nurse, asking her to take it in for testing, while he personally served the little one. No one would believe that the head of a hospital would be reduced to cutting fingernails. Sure enough, when the nail clipper got close to the baby, the crying stopped abruptly, but the baby actually laughed out loud. Giggle, giggle. This laughter came a little unexpectedly, and even Lin Yi couldn't help but be taken aback, and then looked at the little one with a smile in his eyes. Baby, are you happy to have your nails cut? Wow. Ha. He. Even Zhang Yuehua and Zhang He next to them were healed by the little one's laughter. At that moment, Zhang Yuehua made a bold decision, even if the little one was not her grandchild, she would adopt her. Who wouldn't love such a cute little baby? And Lin Yi also regarded the little one as his own daughter at that moment. Then, he cut the little one's fingernails, and the baby was content to play by herself. By the time Zhang He got up, his knees were numb and he was limping. His back was soaked with sweat, and he was exhausted, as if he had just performed surgery. The sample had been sent in, and the test results would take about 3 hours to come back. Then Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua took the little one to the luxury lounge. The lounge was well equipped, but Lin Yi didn't want to put the little guy on the bed. Son, you rest a little while, I'll keep an eye on you, he said. No need, Mom, I'm not tired, the little guy said. Lin Yi looked at the little guy with tender eyes, thinking to himself, it seems like being a dad is pretty great. The little guy was still very young, and after playing for a while, he fell asleep quickly. Lin Yi kept his posture the whole time for fear of waking the little guy up. If his childhood friends saw Lin Yi's tender side, they would probably be shocked. 3 hours passed in a flash, and Zhang He ran up to Lin Yi with the test results. Seeing the little guy sleeping soundly after opening the door, he said in a low voice, Madam, Master, the test results are here. Then Zhang He handed the results to Zhang Yuehua. Zhang Yuehua opened the report and flipped directly to the last page. The report stated, according to Mendel's laws of inheritance, the genetic makeup of the two samples is 99.9999%. Seeing that the report did not clearly state whether the baby was hers or not, Zhang Yuehua became anxious. What does 99.9999% mean? Madam, this proves that the baby is indeed your son's. Zhang He hurriedly explained. Really? The baby is really my granddaughter? Son, you are amazing. Zhang Yuehua said excitedly, realizing that the little one was still asleep, her voice immediately lowered. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had already become calm upon hearing the result, because he had already recognized his daughter in his heart. Overjoyed, Zhang Yuehua came to Zhang Yi's face and said seriously, Zhang, you have to write the paternity test clearly in the future, so that no one can't understand it. Yes, madam. Zhang Yi nodded quickly. Chapter 3, After the two-way sway system, has the mother and child reward ability been upgraded? Although the format of the paternity tests in other hospitals is the same, Zhang He cannot refute it, because the hospital belongs to someone else. At this time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Ling Yi's mind. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host has successfully completed the task and is issuing a reward. Temperature sensing has been completed. In an instant, Lin Yi's hands immediately measured the temperature of the little one as 36.7. With this ability, he can always check if the baby has a fever. Sure enough, the system produces must be a fine product. Suddenly Lin Yi had a bold idea. Practicing iron palm with this is absolutely awesome. Before he could think much of it, the system poured a bucket of cold water over him. Friendly reminder, the host's hands can accurately identify temperatures, but the damage caused by touching items with high temperatures cannot be eliminated. After listening to Lin Yi, he couldn't help but admire the system for being so thorough. It turns out there was a bug. But fortunately, the system gave a prompt, otherwise it's hard to say when Lin Yi's hands would have turned into roast pig's trotters. 3 hours had passed, and the baby was squirming in Lin Yi's arms. She had her eyebrows knitted together and her mouth wide open, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Ow! The baby immediately let out a cry, and the loud sound resonated throughout the room. Lin Yi hurriedly comforted her, "Be a good baby, daddy's here, daddy's here." Jiang Yuehua also hurriedly ran in from outside when she heard the baby's cry, "Be a good granddaughter, don't scare grandma." "Son, what's going on?" "I don't know, the baby just woke up and started crying." Seeing the little one's face red with crying, Jiang Yuehua was anxious as if she were an ant on a hot pan. She hurriedly called Zhang He and, "Old Zhang, come quickly and see what's wrong with my granddaughter." Zhang He walked over and felt her, finding that the little one didn't have a fever. He checked her diaper and saw that it was still dry. He immediately said, "Have you not fed the baby milk powder yet?" Then she's hungry." Jiang Yuehua only reacted then that in the past 3 hours, the little one hadn't drunk a single mouthful of milk powder. Seeing his mother flustered, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled wryly, while thinking to himself, "Looks like we should find a professional nursery after all." "Mom, let's go buy some milk powder. Your granddaughter's cries have weakened." Lin Yi urged Jiang Yuehua, looking down at the little guy with a pang of heartache. "I know." Jiang Yuehua quickly put the test results in her bag and ran over. Zhang He and a group of senior hospital staff ran behind them, escorting the two. The family members around them thought something had happened when they saw this. "Madam, young master, there is a mother and baby store opposite the hospital." Zhang He saw the sign in front of them and told the two of them loudly. "Got it." After getting into the car, Jiang Yuehua instructed the driver to drive towards the mother and baby store opposite. The driver saw the anxious look on the two of them and stepped on the accelerator and went over. When they arrived at the entrance to the maternity store, Lin Yi quickly entered the store with the little one in his arms. The salesperson who was welcoming customers at the door was stunned when she saw Lin Yi come in so hurriedly. Fortunately, Lin Yi was holding the little one in his arms, otherwise the salesperson would definitely have treated him like a robber. Lin Yi hurriedly said to the salesperson, "Where is the milk powder? As long as it's good, I don't care about the price." The salesperson was still in shock, but as soon as she heard that this was a big customer, she quickly agreed with sparkling eyes. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll be right with you." The salesperson quickly ran to the shelves and chose a milk powder with a good quality and high repurchase rate, the main reason being the high commission. There was a water dispenser in the store, so Jiang Yuehua simply took the milk bottle with the highest price and scalded it with boiling water before preparing the warm water. The baby is crying so weakly that Lin Yi can only stand by and worry. "Hang in there, baby, the milk will be ready soon." The salesperson brings the milk powder over. The ring pull on the bottle is not very easy to use, so Jiang Yuehua ends up violently tearing it open. She puts in 3 scoops of milk powder, dips the back of her hand in and makes sure it isn't too hot before she dares to put the bottle to the baby's mouth. "Here comes the milk powder, my dear granddaughter. Gulu gelu." Sure enough, as soon as the bottle was near the little one's mouth, she stuck out her tongue to get it. She must have been starving, because she sucked hard. The little one, who had just turned 1 month old, had a very small appetite. After 10 minutes or so, the little one spit out the bottle. Lin Yi knew at a glance that the little one had eaten enough. After eating and drinking, the little one played in Lin Yi's arms, babbling. "Wow. Who? Wow. My dear daughter, play for a while by yourself, and daddy will buy you some food." At the same time, the system's prompt tone sounded as promised. Ding! Daddy's system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host is buying milk powder for the baby, and a reward has been issued. Mother and baby appreciation has been completed. Reward description: the host can use this ability to identify the quality of mother and baby products. After listening to the system's introduction, Lenny was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that he had received exactly what he needed. He had to say that the system was really considerate, and in this way, Lenny could avoid buying inferior products. As soon as Lenny thought about it, the mother and baby reward ability appeared. He first scanned the milk powder that he had just given to his baby, and the word safe appeared in his mind. Although this skill is very useful, it can only identify good or bad, but not the nutritional value contained in the product. Alas! It's just okay. Lenny clicked helplessly. The system felt as if it had been insulted and immediately spoke up. The system has detected the host's complaints and has upgraded the maternal and child appreciation ability. The upgraded version can see the nutritional value and nutritional content. Lenny couldn't help but be stunned after hearing what the system said. How can it be played like this? In that case, Lenny spoke again. If maternal and child appreciation can be upgraded, then can temperature perception also be upgraded? May I ask the host if there is a good reason to upgrade? The system can consider it. Lenny thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there really wasn't much, and he couldn't do something like sticking his hand into a hot pan. However, at this time, the system came up with a good excuse for Lenny. If the host wants to stir-fry chestnuts with ironclad hands, you can upgrade. Lenny refused at once when he heard this. Forget it. Although the ability has been upgraded, it is too troublesome to scan one by one, so he would rather listen to what the salesperson recommends. Lenny turned to the salesperson and said, "Can you tell us about the milk powder?" "Sure," the salesperson replied with a smile. "The milk powder I just took out is called JIABIER. It contains lactoferrin, bifidobacteria, and immunoglobulin. It is produced in the golden 45th parallel north latitude. It is mainly domestically produced and the quality is guaranteed." Chapter 4: My own daughter, how could I treat her badly? Lenny nodded and scanned the Gable milk powder again. Sure enough, all the nutrients that the salesperson had just mentioned were displayed in Lenny's mind. Zhang Yuehua didn't know much about maternal and child products. As long as the ones she bought were safe and harmless to her granddaughter, that would be fine. Then she instructed Lenny from the side, "Son, buy the good quality ones, we're not afraid to spend money." "Mom, I can't treat my own daughter badly." Lenny shook his head and smiled bitterly, while his eyes glanced at the baby in his arms, his eyes full of love. "If you dare to treat her badly, I'll break your legs." "Yes, yes, yes." Lenny nodded. Since the little one came along, his status in the family has seriously declined. And the salesperson, hearing the two of them talking, thought to himself that he was sure to earn a big commission today. "Sir, how many cans of milk powder would you like?" 10 cans to start with." Lenny didn't know much about his baby's appetite, so it couldn't hurt to buy more. Behind Lenny, an auntie dressed in pearls and jewelry saw him buying domestic products and shrugged with disdain. "Young man, you don't look like you're short of money from the way you're dressed, so don't listen to these salespeople. Domestic products are no good compared to imported products. It's just that I'm a nice person, so I'm telling you this, but I won't tell anyone else. Take my advice, this American poyul is much better than your domestic product. A can is only about 100 yuan more expensive than domestic products." The saleswoman felt very helpless as the woman spoke out. In fact, every time this woman came to buy milk powder, she would lecture customers who bought domestic milk powder. They have warned her several times before, but she never listens, so they just turn a blind eye, because after all, the customer is king. After listening to this, Lenny said coldly, "I think domestic products are quite good." Lenny really hates these people who worship foreign countries and things foreign. They always think that the moon abroad is round. Zhang Yuehua is also very annoyed. The woman in front of her is dressed up like a human model, but why is she turning her back on her own country? In this regard, the mother and son are unanimous in their xenophobia. Humph. What a hopeless case. The woman snorted, preparing to sell the milk powder she was holding to the people around her. To be honest, it's a pity that the woman doesn't work in sales. Lenny scanned the Purell in the woman's hand with curiosity, and an exclamation mark appeared in her head, with the word unqualified written above it. The cost column also had a red light flashing for melamine. Finally, the system kindly reminded him, melamine is not allowed in the production of dairy products, and if used for a long time, babies' heads will grow big. After Lenny understood, he felt a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, he was not a foreigner worshipper. Seeing the woman going to sell to other people, Linny suddenly felt sorry for those children. If their parents accepted it, it would be the children who would suffer. Perhaps because Linny is now a father, he can no longer bear to see children suffer, and he said to the woman sternly, "Auntie, there's something wrong with the pure nut milk powder. If you drink too much of it, your baby will get a big head." "You're talking nonsense. I think you're just jealous and you're just making things up because you don't want to buy it yourself. Believe it or not," Linny said helplessly. "Even if you tell the truth to these kinds of people, they won't believe you." The salesperson looked at Linny in surprise, asking with a doubtful look, "Sir, do you have any evidence?" "No, but you can ask someone to test it." "No problem, I'll apologize." Looking at Linny's confident expression, the salesperson was a little hesitant about whether or not to believe him. But if there really was a problem with the milk powder, the babies would suffer. After some internal struggle, the salesperson decided to trust Linny. "We happen to have testing personnel and equipment in the store, so we'll know if there's a problem once we test it." Linny nodded, and the salesperson sent the milk powder that the woman was holding to the laboratory. The woman was fine, so she just waited for the test results while she couldn't wait to see Linny apologize. "Son, is there really a problem with that can of milk powder?" Zhang Yuehua looked at Linny in disbelief. "Well, there's a big problem." Linny frowned and spoke slowly. 20 minutes later, the salesperson came running over with the test results. Her face was full of concern. When the woman saw this, she always felt a bad feeling in her heart, but she kept telling herself over and over again that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the Puayual milk powder. Then, the salesperson ran up to Linny and told everyone the test results. "Everyone, Puayual milk powder contains melamine and has seriously exceeded the standard. We have already called the police, and they will be here soon. Please don't panic." No, how could this be?" When the woman heard the salesperson's words, it was like a bolt from the blue, and she kept saying "no way" over and over again. "If you don't believe me, you can read the test results," said the salesperson, handing the report to the woman. The funny thing was that the woman couldn't read. But those around her who were just watching the fun could see at a glance that the Puayul formula had failed the test. "Fortunately, I didn't buy Puayul formula, or I would regret it to death. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I'll buy domestic products from now on." "Young man, which milk powder did you buy?" At this time, a shrewd old lady approached Linny and asked. "Gable milk powder." "Okay, old lady, I'll follow you and buy it, absolutely no problem." After saying that, the old lady hurriedly found the salesperson to place an order, afraid that she would not be able to get it in a moment. Everyone in the store went to grab the milk powder, except for the big, jade-like lady who was weak and fell to the ground. She looked as if she had lost her spirit, her eyes vacant. Seeing her like this, Linny kindly reminded her. "Auntie, you should quickly take your child to the hospital for a checkup." "Child?" "Yes, Mingming, my precious grandson, we must hurry to the hospital." Coming back to her senses, the auntie quickly got up from the ground and rushed out the door, completely losing the appearance of the jade-like and precious woman she had been when she first arrived. Zhang Yuehua and Linny saw this and shook their heads helplessly. At this time, the salesperson had already packed the 10 cans of milk powder that had been prepared. "Sir, the milk powder has been packed for you. Is there anything else you need? As long as it's for the baby, give me 2 of everything. And 10 packs of diapers to start." "Okay." The salesperson happily replied, "Linny is a big customer, so she will definitely get a good commission." To be honest, the salesperson envied the baby in Linny's arms. She must be very happy to have a father who loves her so much. Linny had just become a father and really didn't know what the baby needed, so he simply bought everything he needed. His mother, Zhang Yuehua, was acting as the CEO of the household, and in her opinion, this was training her son's ability to take care of the baby. Chapter 5, The Little One's Saliva Attack, Smelling of Milk. Sitting on the sofa in the maternity store, Zhang Yuehua thought back to what had happened in the hospital. She had been so busy that she hadn't even noticed that her granddaughter was hungry, and she really felt a little guilty about it. She sighed, helplessly thinking to herself, "Oh dear." Then Zhang Yuehua looked at the little one in Linny's arms and said, "Son, find a professional nanny for the little one later, I'm afraid I can't take good care of it." "What are you thinking, Mom? I didn't want you to take care of the little one in the first place. You should think about your own well-being." "Rascal, are you saying I'm too old to do it?" After saying that, Zhang Yuehua went up and grabbed Linny's ear, while the little one in her arms laughed out loud when she saw her father being bullied by her grandmother. Giggle, giggle. Mom, it hurts. Lenny gritted his teeth, but he didn't reach out to touch his injured ear, mainly for fear of injuring his back from the little guy in his arms. But his daughter was different. She saw her father being bullied and could still laugh so happily. Mom, I don't think so. The little guy looks more lively at a glance. I'm thinking about your health. You're tired, and Dad will skin me alive. Lenny laughed and said, I'm mainly worried about you, Mom, but if I let you get tired, Dad will definitely beat me up. From childhood to adulthood, Lenny has experienced more than once that his parents truly love him by accident. Rotten kid, I appreciate your intentions. Let's go to the maternity and baby center to have a look later. Lenny nodded silently. Wow. Thinking of the little one's happy expression just now, Lenny started lecturing the little one. Stupid girl, why are you laughing so happily when Daddy got beaten up? Daddy was in so much pain, why don't you blow on Daddy? Who? Seeing the little one pouting and blowing, Lenny thought his good girl understood and wanted to blow on him. His wounded heart suddenly came to life. Hey, my good girl is so good. After Lenny finished speaking, he put his ear close to the little one's face. Unexpectedly, he was greeted with a mouthful of spit from his daughter. Achoo! The baby burst out laughing when she saw the embarrassed look on her father's face. Lenny fully felt that he had been lured by the little one and had fallen into a trap, but he had no proof. Giggle, giggle. That hearty laughter was like a mockery of Lenny. Although he was sprayed in the face by the little one, his face smelled of milk powder. It smelled very nice. Zhang Yuehua, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but praise Lenny's miserable appearance. My dear granddaughter is so clever, she even managed to make your father look like a fool. You are worthy to be my granddaughter. Yes, Lenny agreed, his face full of helplessness. My mother has been overwhelmed by her own granddaughter. The wait was not long, and the salesperson had already packed all the maternal and child products. A woman with the name tag of the store manager, wearing gray overalls, walked over and asked Lenny with a smile. Hello sir, I am the store manager, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. May I ask how you know that there are quality problems with the Baoyul milk powder? A lucky guess. Lenny said simply, but he couldn't say what the system had scanned out, otherwise he would definitely be used as a guinea pig for research. The store manager could tell that Lenny didn't want to disclose it, so he quickly said, this is a VIP membership card for our store, which can get you 15% off every time you spend. Please accept it. After saying that, the store manager handed over the membership card in his hand. Well, thank you. Lenny said thank you and then put the membership card in his pocket. Immediately afterwards, the store manager led Lenny and his party to the cashier's desk, where the cashier said with a smile, Sir, after the discount, your total spending is 23,546 yuan. When the people around them heard this amount, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Buying maternity products has cost so much? Does the family have a mine? If that flashy auntie knew that Lenny had spent all this money on these things, she would definitely regret saying those words about being greedy for a bargain. Okay. Lenny finished speaking and handed over the bank card in her pocket, no password, to swipe it directly. Ordinary people may not know the nature of the bank card Lenny took out, but as the store manager she was fortunate enough to have seen it once. I heard that kind of card is called a black card, and the bank will only authorize it when it is worth thousands or even trillions of dollars. I heard that the conditions for obtaining a black card are extremely harsh. Moreover, the higher the serial number, the higher the value. The black card Lenny handed over had the serial number 3, and Lenny's parents each had one of these cards, with serial numbers 1 and 2. The black card the manager of the maternity and baby store saw was numbered in the low 50s. Ha! Oh, okay. This was the cashier's first time encountering such a situation. Lenny's bank card was a different color from other bank cards, and she had never seen one like it before. With a trial and error attitude, she placed it on the POS machine and swiped it, and unexpectedly, it worked. Here's your card, sir. The cashier respectfully handed Lenny his card. For some reason, after the card was successfully swiped, the cashier felt that Lenny was very extraordinary. After putting the bank card in his pocket, Lenny looked down at the large bags and packages and felt a bit embarrassed. There were more than 10 bags in total, and the trunk simply couldn't fit them. Do you have a delivery service? Well, yes. Originally, there was no delivery service, but the store manager knew Lin Yi's noble status and readily agreed. Okay, I'll give you an address, and it will be delivered in 2 hours. Okay, sir. As they saw Lin Yi off, the store staff asked in puzzlement, Manager, why did you agree to deliver the goods? Let me ask you a question first. When he paid, what card did he take out? Wasn't it just an ordinary bank card? It should be black because it has a card sticker on it. After listening to the answers, the store manager shook his head and replied, the card that person took out is a black card. You can only apply for one if you are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. We can't afford to offend someone like that. After hearing this, the crowd couldn't believe how powerful Lin Yi was. It must be extraordinary to have a black card at such a young age. The store manager's explanation was heard clearly by the customers queuing up to pay. They never imagined that such a rare card would have such a big story behind it. They had only one thought in their minds, they regretted not looking at it more closely. Perhaps they would never be able to see it again in their lives. After Lin Yi left, the police also came to the store to conduct laboratory tests. After all, the brand was from the United States, and if there was no conclusive evidence, it could easily lead to an international dispute. However, it was already a foregone conclusion that there was a problem with the product, it was just a matter of verifying it again. If nothing unexpected happened, these two people would be on the front page of the headlines for the Puyu La milk powder incident. Chapter 6 Son, who is the baby's mother? Getting into the car, Lin Yi said to the driver, Lao Wang, Uncle Wang, go to Huangjia Maternity and Infant Center. Yes, young master. Lao Wang shifted gears and the car drove towards the city center. The little one was lying in Lin Yi's arms and soon fell asleep again. Lin Yi was a little worried, afraid that the little one might be sick. Mom, my daughter always sleeps. Could she be sick? This is normal. When you were little, you slept even more than my own granddaughter. As the little one grows up, she will sleep less and less during the day. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, and her heart, which had been hanging in the balance, let go. And Jiang Yuehua suddenly remembered when Lin Yi was born. It was the first time she had been a mother, and she had little experience with babies. And at that time, the internet was underdeveloped, so she couldn't look anything up. It was because Lin Yi was a particularly good sleeper as a child that Jiang Yuehua and Lin Hongji went to the hospital for a checkup. When the doctor learned that the two were concerned because their child slept a lot, he specifically gave them some general knowledge, and Jiang Yuehua remembered clearly. Jiang Yuehua turned her head to watch the scene of Lin Yi holding the little one, and suddenly felt, I didn't realize that my son had grown up so much, time really flies. Looking at the little one in her arms again, with long eyelashes, snow-white skin, and a soft, plump face, she really was adorable. Suddenly, Jiang Yuehua realized that a major problem had been overlooked. She asked Lin Yi, son, who was the baby's mother? Huh? Lin Yi had been immersed in the joy of having a daughter and was taken aback by his mother's sudden question. Yes, who is the baby's mother? Although Lin Yi often hung out in bars and nightclubs, he had always been a good person. After all, whether or not there is an illness is a major issue. Judging by the time, Lin Yi thought back to what had happened 11 months ago. He suddenly remembered getting drunk one day, and when he woke up the next day, he found himself lying naked in a hotel room in a king-size bed, with a stain of blood on the white sheets. At the time, he was a little confused and there was also the image of a beautiful girl in his head. Thinking that he had just been looking at too many pretty girls, Lin Yi didn't think much of it. Now that he thinks about it, that girl was actually real. Could she be the mother of the child? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder, if she chose to give birth to the child alone, why is she now delivering it to him? Without an answer, it seems that these doubts can only be cleared up by asking the child's mother. However, Lin Yi is still very grateful to her for giving birth to such a beautiful daughter. Jiang Yuehua saw that Lin Yi was not speaking and whispered, Son? Son? Say something, who is the baby's mother? That mother, I'm going to tell you, don't be angry. Lin Yi first gave Jiang Yuehua a heads up. Actually, I don't know who the baby's mother is. Lin Yi said awkwardly with a slightly furrowed brow. Although he didn't quite believe it himself, that was the truth. What? Jiang Yuehua exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the baby was sleeping and quickly lowered her voice. What did you just say? Thinking she hadn't heard him clearly, Jiang Yuehua asked again, not believing him. I don't know who the baby's mother is. Lin Yi said, biting his lips, that it was better to have a short pain than a long one. If Lin Yi wasn't holding the little one, Jiang Yuehua would have definitely given Lin Yi a good beating. The woman had given birth to your child, and you don't even know who she is? Whoever this happened to would be angry. It's not easy for a woman to carry a child for 10 months, let alone give birth. It's like going through the gates of hell. Zhang Yuehua patted her chest to calm herself down, and after a moment she spoke slowly. You must find the baby's mother, and you must take responsibility for her. If you can't do that, I'll kick you out of the house. Linny could tell that his mother wasn't joking, and quickly agreed. Zhang Yuehua was quite happy in her heart. In this way, she would have a daughter-in-law and a granddaughter, which was really the best of both worlds. Mother, don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility for the girl who gave birth to my child. I will definitely find your daughter-in-law for you. Facing her son's promise, her mother finally smiled at the gloomy face she had been putting on, and Linny could never shake the feeling that there was always a hint of conspiracy in that smile. In any case, Linny was serious about this. He would definitely fulfill his responsibility as the baby's father. After driving for half an hour, they passed through the traffic lights and arrived at Huangjia Pregnancy and Infant Center. When the light turned green, a little girl aged 7 or 8 suddenly crossed the road. The young woman waiting at the traffic light saw the car about to hit the little girl, so she pulled her back and protected her. After seeing this, Lao Wang hurriedly applied the brakes. Due to inertia, Linny and Zhang Yuehua crashed into the seats. Fortunately, the speed was not fast, so they were both fine, and the little guy in Linny's arms was not affected at all, but was sleeping soundly instead. Zhang Yuehua hurriedly asked Lao Wang what had just happened. Lao Wang replied, just now, a little girl ran a red light and was protected by a young woman behind her. I braked in time and nothing happened. Oh. Zhang Yuehua nodded, as long as nothing happened. Seeing the car stop, the young woman checked that the little girl's arms and legs were fine, and then the woman bowed to the car to apologize. At this time, the girl's mother hurriedly ran across the road, cursing, You child, you even ran blindly. You scared your mother to death, quickly thank your sister. The girl's mother saw the just completed thrilling scene from the opposite side and was also very grateful to the woman. The little girl was also terrified by the situation just now and said with a quavering voice, Thank you, sister. It's good that little sister is fine, but don't run red lights next time. The woman rubbed the little girl's head and said tenderly, I know, sister, I won't do it again. After saying that, the little girl took her mother's hand and left. Linny and Zhang Yuehua also saw the scene through the glass. Zhang Yuehua couldn't help but feel after watching it, that woman is really caring. Well, she's a good person. Linny nodded in agreement. After crossing the traffic lights, the Huangjia Maternity and Baby Center was right there. After the driver parked the car, Linny wrapped the little one in a blanket and gently moved his body. He had to admit that the little one was sleeping very soundly, and it felt like even thunder couldn't wake him up from his sweet dreams. After entering the building, the reception center was on the first floor, and the entire building belonged to Huangjia Pregnancy and Infant Center. After seeing a customer come in, the receptionist, wearing a pink uniform and flat shoes, came over. Hello, welcome. What can I do for you? I would like to hire a professional nanny. Linny said gently, looking at the sleeping baby in her arms. Okay, please follow me. The receptionist then led the couple to a sofa. I'm not sure what your needs are, but we have regular and senior nannies here. What's the difference? Linny asked, as she naturally wanted to ask more detailed questions about taking care of her daughter. Chapter 7, Money is just a bunch of numbers to me. A regular nanny is only responsible for taking care of the baby, while a senior nanny not only takes care of the baby, but also does the laundry, cooks, takes care of the pregnant woman, etc. Linny nodded lightly, and had already made up his mind. We'll choose the senior nanny. Sir, are you serious? A senior nanny is not cheap. Although the receptionist has to explain the difference between the two every time she serves a customer, they all turn away when they hear the price. Money is not an issue, as long as they are professional. Linny Tai said calmly, as long as they are good to his daughter, money is just a bunch of numbers to him. Don't worry, our nannies are definitely the most professional. Please wait a moment, I will get the roster of senior nannies for you. She was very excited when she heard the customer choose a premium nanny. After all, the price was there, and if she could close this deal, she would get a lot of commission. Then the little girl trotted all the way over and handed the roster to Zhang Yuehua and Linny. Sir and madam, this is the roster. Which one do you like? The two nodded and looked through it. In fact, this thing of eye-catching is very magical. If you don't like it at first glance, you may not like it later. They opened the first page and the woman listed first, Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua, just felt that she looked familiar. Son, isn't this the woman at the intersection? Yes, it's her. You two know our gold medal maternity nurse Zhang Milan? The little girl asked with a puzzled look as she saw the two talking. We have met her before. We want to choose her as the maternity nurse. Lin Yi pointed at the photo of Zhang Milan in the roster and said. Recalling the scene just now when Zhang Milan sacrificed herself to protect the little girl, Lin Yi felt that she must be a very caring and responsible nanny. Zhang Yuehua was also very satisfied with Zhang Milan. After all, it is not uncommon in today's society for people to sacrifice themselves to save others. Thinking that such a nanny will take care of her baby granddaughter, Zhang Yuehua is very relieved. Wait a moment, I will check the schedule of teacher Zhang Milan. Okay. After saying this, the young girl quickly went to the reception desk to ask, and came back to the two of them happily after getting an answer. Good news, Ms. Zhang Milan is available now. Okay, let's sign the contract. Lin Yi decisively took action when he met a nanny with good eye-catching and professional knowledge. The receptionist also didn't expect that this deal would be closed so quickly. Usually, she would spend more than an hour trying to convince someone, and the other party would eventually refuse because of the price. But the man in front of her was not only young, but also generous, and most importantly, handsome. The young girl sighed as she thought about it. It was a pity that such a handsome man had become a father so early. To be honest, Lin Yi's transformation from a nightclub prince to a full-time father was seamless, and there was simply nothing wrong with it. If Lin Yi's roommates saw his innocent side, they would drop their jaws. What's more, they couldn't figure out why Lin Yi became a father in the morning after they went clubbing together last night. Okay, I'll go prepare the contract. Please have a seat. After saying hello, the young girl ran to the front desk and said happily, Sister Hua, print out a contract for a senior nanny. Ha? Senior? Sister Hua hadn't heard a receptionist ask for a contract for a premium nanny in a while, so she was a little taken aback. After all, no one would want to spend so much money on a premium membership. Yes, you heard me right. The young girl giggled. Well, I'll quickly print out the contract for you. Sister Hua was quick and efficient, and in no time the contract was printed. Holding the still warm contract, the young girl came up to Lin Yi. Sir, this is the employment contract, please take a look. Lin Yi nodded, and he should really take a closer look at the contract. After all, it concerned his daughter. Unconsciously, Lin Yi had already put his daughter first. In that case, Lin Yi was really a good father. After reading it from beginning to end, there was nothing wrong with the contract, so Lin Yi signed his name with style. The little girl saw Lin Yi sign and her tight heart finally relaxed. Holding the contract in her hands, the little girl asked softly, Sir, would you like to meet teacher Zhang Milan? Well, that's fine. Lin Yi nodded. After all, Zhang Milan had to take care of her daughter, so it would be good for him to get acquainted first. Hearing the answer, the little girl turned around and was about to head towards the lounge, but unexpectedly saw Zhang Milan walk in through the door. She quickly ran up to her. Teacher Zhang Milan, there are customers who have made a reservation for you. They are currently relaxing in the sofa area. And they want to meet you. It seems the customer knows you. Huh? Knows me? Zhang Milan was puzzled. None of her friends had given birth. Anyway, she would find out after meeting them. Take me over there. The young girl then led Zhang Milan over to Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua. When Zhang Milan saw the two of them, she really didn't know them either. Sir, madam, this is teacher Zhang Milan. Well, we have already met once. Lin Yi said with a smile, only Zhang Milan was confused. How come she didn't remember? Seeing Zhang Milan's confusion, Lin Yi quickly said. Just now at the traffic lights, I saw you protect a little girl. We are the owners of that car. After hearing Lin Yi's reply, Zhang Milan suddenly understood. It turned out that she had just seen it. So that's it. It's not often nowadays that someone like you sacrifices themselves to save others. Zhang Yuehua praised. It was an instinctive reaction. I didn't have time to think too much at the time. Zhang Milan felt a little embarrassed when she was praised. Then, Teacher Milan, I'll leave my daughter in your care. Of course, of course. Zhang Milan replied softly. This was her job, and she also really liked children. Sir, can I see the baby? Of course. After saying this, Lin Yi brought the little one to Zhang Milan's front in his arms. When she saw the baby's appearance, Zhang Milan was stunned. She had taken care of many babies, but none of them could compare to the baby in front of her. The baby is so beautiful, her mother must be a beauty. Cough cough I should. Linny coughed a few times. He didn't even know the appearance of the baby's mother, but since his daughter was so beautiful, the baby's mother should also be very beautiful. When her mother Jiang Yuehua heard Zhang Milan's praise, she gave Linny a fierce glare. Linny also noticed it. His mother's expression seemed to say, "Don't even think about coming home until you bring your daughter-in-law back." Linny smiled awkwardly at his mother's death glare. But in his heart, he was crying out, "Wife, where are you?" Chapter 8 Baby, you and mommy must have suffered a lot. Teacher Zhang Milan, when can you start work? Any time. Zhang Milan said with a smile, looking forward to taking care of such a cute little baby. Hearing Zhang Milan's reply, Linny nodded. After starting work early, there will be someone to answer any questions the baby may have. Good, then you can come home with us in a little while. Okay, but I need to go to the lounge to get some clothes, so please wait a moment. Go ahead. Linny nodded, and seeing how polite every employee was, she couldn't help but exclaim that the Huangjia Pregnancy and Infant Center had fantastic service. Since they would have to wait for a while anyway, the group simply sat on the sofa to rest. Looking at the large reception area, there were at least 10 couples just asking about pregnancy and infant specialists, and one pregnant couple caught Linny's attention. The pregnant woman had a very big belly, and it was estimated that she would be due in a few weeks. The woman could be seen pulling her husband's arm and pleading, "Honey, there's no need to hire a maternity nurse, I can do it myself." Do what? How can you take care of everything by yourself when neither of your parents can come? The husband looked at his wife with concern in his eyes. Because of his job, he was only able to be home a few days a year, and he only rushed back because his wife was about to give birth. In 3 days' time, he will have to go on a mission, and by then, his wife will have given birth and he will not be there to accompany her. His wife is an orphan, and his parents cannot come over. Heartbroken for his wife, the first thing he does when he gets home is to hire a maternity nurse for her. Women don't earn much, and the baby is due soon, so there are a lot of expenses. The woman strongly discourages her husband. "We've hired a maternity nurse, take the contract." The man spoke with righteous indignation. The woman's tears fell as she saw her husband's care, as if all the grievances and hardships were worth it, because she had married a good husband. Linny suddenly thought of the baby's mother after seeing this. She must have had a hard time alone from pregnancy to childbirth. Looking at the little guy in her arms, Linny said with a sad heart, "Baby, you and your mother must have suffered a lot." Jiang Yuehua saw it in her eyes and it didn't feel good in her heart. As a woman, she knew that from pregnancy to childbirth was not an easy process, so she ordered Linny to bring the baby's mother home. Seeing Zhang Milan come out, Linny went to the cashier's desk to pay. The receptionist girl glanced at Linny and said to the receptionist, "Sister Hua, this customer is paying for the premium pregnancy and infant care course." Okay. Sister Hua looked at the computer and said, "Hello sir, your total is 99,999. Linny didn't even look up as he handed over his black card. The staff here have all been trained, so they have seen black cards before, just not Linny's level. Sister Hua saw it was a black card and held out her hands to greet him. No wonder this person just bought the premium pregnancy and infant care instructor, it turns out he has the backing. Holding the black card in her hands, she could feel that it really felt good in her hands, and it was better than those ordinary bank cards. With a gentle swipe, Duoduobo was credited with 99,999,999. Afterwards, Sister Hua smiled and handed Linny the 2 cards, respectfully saying, "Sir, your card." Linny nodded slightly and put the bank card in his pocket. In fact, the cost of Linny's consumption was only to choose a suitable candidate for pregnancy and infant care, and the salary was separate. The contract stated that the cost of a senior infant care provider was not less than 20,000 yuan per month. Linny didn't care about the money, as long as he could choose a good infant care provider. Zhang Milan had already packed and came to Linny's side. "Sir, I'm ready." "Okay, let's go." With the nanny found and the maternity products purchased, it was time to go home. In the luxury car, Zhang Milan sat in the passenger seat, and Linny sat behind her, holding the baby and Zhang Yuehua. "Lao Wang, back to the young master's house." "Yes, madam." Lao Wang nodded and drove towards the high villa. Linny did not live with his parents. He went to university in the Magic City, so he bought a villa here. Zhang Yuehua lives in the imperial capital with her husband Lin Hongji, because the Lin family's businesses are all in the imperial capital, and they are also genuine imperial capital residents. Back at home, Linny carefully placed the baby on the bed, afraid of waking up her precious daughter. When Zhang Milan entered the house, she saw that it was very clean, but she found no signs of confinement. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the baby's parents are germaphobes? The baby is in the care of his mother, so Linny is relieved and comes out to show Zhang Milan around the room. Teacher Zhang Milan, there are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor and 1 room left on the 1st floor. You can choose one to live in. Mr. Lin, I'll just stay on the 1st floor, so I can arrive in time if anything happens to the baby. Zhang Milan is a professional, and she has chosen a house with the baby's best interests in mind. Linny feels in his heart that he has chosen the right person. You can just call me Linny, sir. It sounds strange. Linny is still a senior student, and when he heard Zhang Milan call him sir, he felt like he had aged quite a bit. That won't do, you're the employer. Knowing that I'm the employer, just do as I say. Linny said domineeringly, and there are not so many rules with him. Okay, then I'll call you Lin brother. Well, okay. Linny thought that it sounded a lot younger than Mr. Lin, but Zhang Milan should be older than him, so was he taking advantage of her? There's nothing in the room on the 1st floor, so you go and put your things away first. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin brother. After saying that, Zhang Milan took her own package and walked into the room on the right-hand side of the 1st floor. Ding dong, the sound of the doorbell came from the door. Linny saw from the peephole that the person at the door was the manager of the maternity and baby store, and then opened the door. Sir, the things you bought have been pulled over, let us bring them in for you. Okay. Linny nodded, and then the staff from the maternity and baby store, carrying the bags, went to the door, put on shoe covers, and then came in. Although this was a small detail, Linny was very satisfied. Sir, where would you like to put this? Seeing so many packages, Linny thought of the fact that there was an empty utility room at home, where he could put the things away. Immediately afterwards, Linny guided several staff members to the utility room. The staff, together with the store manager and Linny, made 3 trips before they finished moving the things. It had to be said that Linny had bought too many things. After the items were moved, Manager Zhang smiled and greeted Linny, Sir, we won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. Well, thank you for your help. Linny also smiled and thanked him. Although he comes from a large family, he doesn't have the bad habit of being arrogant and domineering. Of course, this is inseparable from the teachings of Jiang Yuehua and Lin Hongji. Chapter 9, 1 million yuan for raising children. After closing the door, Linny went to the master bedroom. Looking from the doorway, he saw his obedient daughter lying on the bed, small and very cute. Jiang Yuehua saw Linny come in and came to his side, saying, Son, your father told me to tell you to go to the company tomorrow to take over. Huh? What company? The live streaming company. Can't you ask my father to find someone else? After having a daughter, Linny didn't want to leave her for even a moment. Jiang Yuehua shook her head and said quickly, That company was acquired by your father for you, so who else is going to go if you don't go? Seeing her mother's firm attitude, Linny could only agree. With everything taken care of and a nanny found, Jiang Yuehua was ready to return to the imperial capital. Before she left, she didn't forget to warn her son to find her daughter-in-law as soon as possible. Mom, just rest assured. Your daughter-in-law definitely won't run away. But I'd better keep the fact that I'm pregnant from my father and grandfather for now. Jiang Yuehua nodded. The old man is getting on in years, and if he suddenly finds out that he has a great-granddaughter, it might be too much for his heart to bear. As for my father, I'm afraid that if he gets too happy, he'll tell my grandfather. After all, I haven't found the baby's mother yet, so I can't explain it to him. The private jet was ready, and Jiang Yuehua left with peace of mind. After seeing his mother off, Linny lay down next to his little one, his eyes fixed on his obedient daughter. After becoming a father, he had become a slave to his daughter. Ooh. Wow. The baby's eyelids suddenly opened, and her dark eyes rolled around. Just as Linny wondered if the little one had woken up and was not crying, the next second, the whole room was filled with the baby's cries. Wow. Wow. Linny followed the method his mother had taught him and checked the baby's diaper first. When he reached down to feel, it was still dry. In the next room on the 1st floor, Zhang Milan heard the baby's cries and immediately ran in from the next room. Milan, the baby doesn't have any urine, is it hungry? When was the last time you fed it? Linny looked at the phone next to him and said quickly, less than 3 hours. The baby must be hungry. Zhang Milan said with certainty. Babies who have just turned 1 month old have relatively small appetites, so they need to be fed frequently, basically every 2 to 3 hours. Okay, then I'll go prepare the formula for the baby. Brother Lin, can you do it? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. He had an eidetic memory, and after seeing Jiang Yuehua pour the formula before, he also wanted to personally pour some for his baby daughter. The bottle had already been sterilized, and the formula was on the cabinet in the master bedroom. Thinking about how his mother had done it before, Lin Yi poured warm water into the bottle, then added 4 level scoops of milk powder. After shaking it horizontally to mix it well and make sure there were no bubbles, he dripped the mixed milk onto the back of his hand. With the temperature sensing ability that he had previously received as a system reward, Lin Yi could clearly perceive that the temperature of the milk powder was exactly 40 degrees. Then, a system mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Yi's head. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host is preparing formula milk for the baby for the first time, and is therefore awarding 1 million yuan in funds for raising the baby. The funds have been awarded. After the system prompt had finished, a bank deposit notification came through on Lin Yi's phone, but the balance in his account was so high that the zeros were too numerous to count. Lin Yi also thought to himself that the system's reward was useless. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi ran over and handed the baby formula to the baby. The baby stopped crying as soon as she smelled the milk, and she stuck out her tongue to get the food. Gulu the milk went down the baby's throat, and she was very satisfied. Zhang Milan couldn't help but praise Lin Yi for the orderly way he prepared the formula. Brother Lin, you prepare the formula very professionally. It's just so. I still need you to teach me more about professional things, because I want to do it for my daughter myself. No problem. Zhang Milan nodded with a smile. Lin Yi was the only parent she had ever met who had such a request. The other dads either hated the noise of their children or the fact that their babies were either eating or pooping, and they couldn't wait to get away from their babies. Seeing that Lin Yi really liked children, Zhang Milan readily agreed. Thinking that he had not yet discussed the salary with Zhang Milan, Lin Yi quickly said, Milan, your monthly salary is 30,000 yuan. I'll leave the baby in your care. Brother Lin, the salary is too much, I can't accept it. Just take it, after all, you still have to teach me, the baby's father. My dear daughter, is the food delicious? Fearing that Zhang Milan would not accept it, Lin Yi started chatting with the little one. The salary of a maternity nurse is basically based on the minimum standard in the contract, which is 20,000 yuan per month. Lin Yi suddenly offered Zhang Milan a salary of 30,000 yuan per month, which made her feel ashamed to accept it. Zhang Milan is a very simple girl. If others are happy to get as much as they can, she would rather not accept it. However, seeing this situation, Zhang Milan could only accept it, but her sense of responsibility increased a little more. Soon, the baby had already finished eating, and she happily spit out the pacifier. Zhang Milan then began to impart her knowledge of raising a baby to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, after each feeding, you need to burp the baby. Some babies like to leave a mouthful in their mouths after drinking. First, we need to hold the baby close to our body, then lean against the bed and let the baby lie on our body. Use an empty palm to burp the baby, but don't be too forceful, just a few minutes each time. Yes, I remember. Lin Yi remembered very carefully, after all, it was about his daughter. Chapter 10, My daughter is a naughty girl. Since having a daughter, Lin Yi felt that time was flying by. Without doing anything, the time came to the afternoon. The baby had been in Lin Yi's arms since finishing her milk, and Zhang Milan, who was standing nearby, felt for the first time that she was irrelevant. Cough cough. Cough cough. Suddenly, the little one, who had been playing happily, coughed. Lin Yi's spirits immediately tightened. Milan, why is my daughter suddenly coughing? Brother Lin, let me check the little one first. Zhang Milan went to the little baby, touched her little forehead, and the temperature was just right. Moreover, it had been a long time since the last feeding, so choking on milk was also ruled out as a cause. There were no problems with the routine checks, so the only way to determine the cause was to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin, the baby doesn't have a cold or a fever. We need to go to the hospital to find out what's wrong. Let's hurry. Lin Yi was anxious and worried about her baby girl at the same time, wishing that all the suffering could be transferred to her. Although the little one kept coughing, there was a certain rhythm to it. After pulling out of the parking lot, Zhang Milan held the little one in her arms as the two of them drove non-stop towards Anha Hospital. In the car, Lin San dialed the number of Director Zhang. Zhang, my daughter has been coughing. Please arrange the relevant tests for me. I'll be there soon. Okay, young master. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi personally called each department to ensure that Miss Zhang could be diagnosed and treated as soon as possible. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the hospital. After parking the car, he ran into the hospital, holding the little one in his arms. At this time, the dean was waiting in the hospital lobby with a group of testing personnel. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhang Yi hurriedly ran up to him and said, "Young master, please follow me." Under Zhang Yi's leadership, the little one underwent all the tests that could be done, but despite this, the little one's coughing sound did not stop. Lin Yi looked at his daughter in his arms, who was coughing and her voice was a little hoarse, and his heart was unbearably painful. Sure enough, the pain was in the baby's body, and the pain was in Lin Yi's heart. Although no one knew Lin Yi's identity, they were afraid to slack off when they saw the dean's respectful attitude, so they hurried to produce the test reports from each department. Half an hour later, all the test reports were ready. They took the test results to Lin Yi and reported back, "My report shows no problems." "Mine too. Mine too." All the testing personnel answered in unison, which made Lin Yi a little angry. If there was nothing wrong, why was the little one still coughing? The little one coughed and turned red, and Lin Yi was full of concern when he saw it. Zhang Yi could see that Lin Yi was very dissatisfied, so he deliberately went up and said, "Young master, I will immediately organize an expert consultation, and the young lady will definitely be fine." Well. At this point, there was no other way, and Lin Yi knew that getting angry would not solve the problem. The inspectors put the report on the table and left in a huff. Lin Yi sat in his chair, gently reassuring the little one, "Be a good boy, just a little longer." The little one ignored him, shaking his tiny hands to reach the test report on the table. Unable to reach the report, the little one frowned and looked unhappy. After trying several times on his own, he finally got the report into his hands. Then a miraculous scene occurred. After getting the report, the little guy stopped coughing. This is a true story, not an exaggeration. Instead, he waved the report in his hands. Wow. Yeah. Zhang Milan was surprised to find, Lingu, the baby seems to have stopped coughing. After observing for a while, the baby did stop coughing, and Lin Yi's hanging heart finally let go. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's mood had been like a roller coaster ride, but fortunately the little one was fine. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yi arrived in front of Lin Yi, panting, and said, "Young master, the experts have been found. They are on their way here." "No need, tell them all to go back, my daughter doesn't cough anymore." "Huh?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. There was no way that could happen, and he quickly replied, "Yes, young master." There was nothing he could do, so Zhang Yi had to call the experts again and ask them to go home. Seeing that the baby was fine, Zhang Milan felt a little guilty. "Lin Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of the baby. It's not your fault, my daughter is just too naughty." Lin Yi comforted with a smile, there should be no one in the world naughtier than his daughter. Ding dong, ding dong. The phone in his pocket rang. Lin Yi took it out and looked at it. It was a video call from his mother. Judging by the time, Jiang Yuehua should have arrived in the imperial capital. Lin Yi had asked his mother to take a plane from the Demon City and report her safe arrival when she got home. After the call was connected, Jiang Yuehua was lounging on the sofa. "Son, I'm home." "Huh? You're not home? Where did you go? You brat, you don't know your own situation and you're running around. Don't think that just because you hired someone you can slack off. If you can't take care of my granddaughter, I'll break your legs." Jiang Yuehua came up and scolded Lin Yi mercilessly. The poor Lin Yi was thus accused by his mother for no reason. In order to quell his mother's anger, Lin Yi said with a grievance, "Your precious granddaughter has been coughing non-stop, so I took her to the hospital for a checkup." "What? Why didn't you say something sooner? Wang Lao, call the plane driver, let's go to the Magic City," Jiang Yuehua said anxiously. Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her when he saw that his mother was getting on the plane to come over. "Mom, now that the little one is fine, you don't need to come all this way." "Rotten kid, why didn't you say so sooner?" "Mom, you didn't give me a chance either," Lin Yi said helplessly with a pout. "Let me see my baby granddaughter." "Okay, the little one is my granddaughter, and I'm the stepson," Lin Yi said, then revealing the baby's little face. "Baby, I'm your grandma. Say grandma." "Wow. The little one babbled, and although Jiang Yuehua didn't know what she was saying, she was very happy to hear a response. Okay, you guys hurry back. Jiang Yuehua didn't bother to see the baby, she was relieved to see that the baby was fine. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Linny and his party returned home. After the bumpy ride, and the little one was tired from coughing just now, she fell asleep in no time. Linny parked the car, and Zhang Milan held the little one and put him in Ling Yi's bedroom. Gurgle, gurgle. It was already past 2 p.m., and Zhang Milan hadn't eaten anything in the morning or at noon, so her stomach was already starting to protest. Upon hearing the sound, Linny looked at the clock on the wall and noticed that it was past noon. He said apologetically, Milan, you must be hungry. No, I'm not. After saying this, Zhang Milan's stomach rumbled again, and the sound was very loud, which Linny also heard. P.S. I didn't post the book 2 days ago due to an urgent matter. I hope you can forgive me. I will update regularly from now on. Chapter 11 Brother Lin, you should eat more pig's trotters to increase your milk supply. Milan, go cook. There's food and meat in the fridge. I'll take care of the baby. Brother Lin, I'm going. Zhang Milan said, and ran to the kitchen. Just before she left, her stomach grumbled again and again. Linny lay down next to the baby and carefully looked after him. Drip drip drip. Lin Yi's phone kept beeping on the bed. It must be his roommates who were responsible for this. Linny turned down the volume on his phone and opened the group chat on WeChat. Sure enough, it was them. Lazy Pig Breeding Base was the group chat for Lin Yi's dormitory. Within a short while, there were several messages. When I scrolled to the top, I saw a mean emoji pack sent by Guatao. Hey guys, let's party tonight. Zhang Jian was even funnier, and he replied directly, Mom doesn't let me hang out with weird guys. Although they are already in their 4th year of university, they come from well-off families, so they are not in a hurry to find an internship or a job, because they will be able to join their family company directly after graduation. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jian tagged Linny, Brothery, let's meet at the usual place tonight. The usual place is the disco they often frequent, where there are lots of pretty girls. Linny looked at the soft and plump baby in the bed and excused himself, you guys go ahead, I'm not going. When they heard this, they were suddenly a little puzzled. They couldn't believe that this was coming from Lin Yi's mouth. What's wrong, E? Are you busy with something that you can't even come out and have fun? Busy raising a child. I think you're just making excuses. What child? You can't be busy creating life. Linny glanced at it and then turned off his phone, ignoring them. Those technological faces are not a millionth as good looking as his daughter. After a while, the fragrance drifted into the bedroom, and Zhang Milan soon followed. Lin, the meal is ready, go and eat. Okay. Milan, let's eat together. There are only 2 of us, Lin, I don't have that many rules. No, Lin, you go ahead and eat, I'll stay here and look after the baby. The baby is asleep, we can just go and eat. No way. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Milan firmly refused. Linny was a little puzzled, why did she get angry when she asked her to eat? Realizing that she had spoken a little too forcefully, Zhang Milan hurriedly apologized, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now. The thing is, even if the baby is sleeping, someone needs to be there to watch over it. When a baby falls asleep, its position may change. If the position is not correct, it may choke on its milk. If an adult does not notice in time, the baby's life may be in danger. So no matter if they are sleeping or not, someone must always be by their side. After listening to Zhang Milan's answer, Linny realized that he had almost put the baby in danger, but fortunately Zhang Milan stopped him in time. It's okay, it's just that I didn't know. But fortunately you were there. Feeling that it didn't quite mean the same, Linny hurriedly explained again, I feel very relieved to have you help me look after the baby. Brother Lin, this is my duty, Zhang Milan said with a smile. Since Linny just realized that leaving the little one was dangerous, he didn't want to be separated from her. Milan, you go ahead and eat. I'm not very hungry. Seeing Linny tenderly looking at the little one for a moment, reluctant to part, Zhang Milan could only go ahead and eat first, but she also put some of her food into her own bowl. After Zhang Milan left, Linny self-deprecatingly stroked the little one's chubby little hand. Good girl, Daddy will never let you be in danger. Wow. The little one replied in her sleep, then wriggled around and went back to sleep. Zhang Milan ate quickly, finishing in less than 10 minutes. Linny looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table and couldn't help but muse for a moment. It should be suitable for a new mother, right? Anyway, it's all rice, so Linny gritted her teeth and started eating. Just as she took a mouthful of rice and put it in her mouth, the little one's cries came from the bedroom. Wah wah wah. Upon hearing the sound, Linny carried the bowl and went to the bedroom. What's wrong with the baby? He has to poop. Jean Mylan checked the diaper and found that the baby had delivered gold. On hearing this, Linny put down the bowl and chopsticks and took out a diaper from the table. Jean Mylan smiled and said, Lin brother, I'll change it for you. It's okay, you can teach me. Linny has never changed a diaper before, so he can learn from the situation. After all, changing diapers is essential for being a qualified father. Seeing that Linny is determined, Jean Mylan can only agree. Brother Lin, first take off the old diaper. When changing it, fold the diaper upwards a little to prevent the poop from touching the baby's bottom again. Linny had thought that changing a diaper would be an easy task, but in fact it was not that simple. In no time at all, Linny's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and even his back was wet. Fortunately, Linny was quick to understand and did not panic. After removing the old diaper, Jean Mylan quickly said, take out a piece of soft wet wipes and wipe the baby, being careful to do so gently. When wiping, be sure to wipe from front to back to prevent bacteria from entering the baby's genitals. Okay. Linny followed every step Jean Mylan said. The baby seemed to feel that his bottom had become dry, and his little legs immediately became restless. Wow. N. Who? Good girl, listen to your father and I will change your diaper. MMM. No matter what Linny says, the little one just keeps flailing. After changing the diaper, I'll give you some milk. Eh? It seems that the little one is responding, and her legs have stopped flailing. Seeing that his daughter is settled, Linny quickly removes the packaging from the new diaper, while Jean Mylan explains. The front panel of the new diaper is pulled up to cover the baby's tummy. Make sure the diaper between the baby's legs is as flat as possible, so that the baby is as comfortable as possible. If the diaper is crumpled there, the baby will be very uncomfortable, and the skin may also be chafed. Finally, stick the waist stickers on both ends of the diaper firmly in place. But also be careful not to make it too tight, so as not to squeeze the baby, and also be careful not to let the waist stickers stick to the baby's skin. Linny silently remembered everything Jean Mylan said, and he would be familiar with it next time he changed the diaper. After the change, Linny weakly lay next to the little one. Changing diapers was simply more tiring than going to a disco. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Linny's mind. Without asking, it was the system coming to deliver a reward. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin E. The system has detected that the host has changed a baby's diaper for the first time, so it is rewarding the host with a luxury stroller. The stroller has been delivered. After the system finished speaking, there was suddenly a stroller in the living room, but Linny was too tired to care. With Linny looking after him, Jean Mylan thoughtfully brought the food to him. Lin, eat up, or it'll get cold. Okay. Looking at the pig's trotters on the table, Linny lost his appetite a little, but the stir-fried vegetables were still good. Jean Mylan saw that Linny only picked the vegetables to eat, and said thoughtfully, Brother Lin, you should eat more pig's trotters. They help with milk production. P.S. Thank you very much. A few babies have been reading my book, and the book is about to be renamed. A guy at university has a school beauty queen and her younger sister give birth to cute babies for him. Chapter 12, Can you trace the 18 generations of ancestors? As soon as Jean Mylan finished speaking, she realized that she had said the wrong thing. Brother Lin is a man, so what milk is there to be produced? Immediately afterwards, she blushed and said apologetically, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I'm used to doing it. Linny understood very well. After all, Jean Mylan didn't know his situation, so he waved his hand and said, It's okay. HM. Jean Mylan nodded. She could tell that Linny was very sad. Looking at the baby in his arms, so delicate and beautiful, Jean Mylan felt very sad. It's such a pity that the baby's mother has passed away so young. With her simple mind, she tried to comfort Linny. Linny, you must be strong. You still have your daughter. Don't be sad, look ahead. HM? Linny was suspicious. Jean Mylan must have misunderstood. He hurriedly tried to explain, actually, it's not. He hadn't finished speaking when Jean Mylan interrupted, Brother Lin, I understand. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the baby for you. Well, that's a misunderstanding for sure. Seeing this, Linny didn't bother to explain. Who knows what strange ideas Zhang Milan might have. Wow. MMM. MMM. The baby was lying on the bed after changing her diaper, but her little hand kept flailing about. It seemed that she was reaching for Linny's bowl. The little one's eyes were wide open, as if she would not stop until she achieved her goal. My dear daughter, do you want to eat this? Wow. The baby seemed to be answering Linny, so much so that her saliva dripped. Seeing that Linny kept refusing, the baby's brows furrowed. Although Reason told Linny that the baby was too young to eat, seeing the little one's pouty face, he felt a little sorry for her. Milan, can you feed the baby some food? No way. The baby's various organs have not yet fully developed, and the baby will not be able to digest that food well. And the baby can't be fed some supplementary food until he is 6 months old. Oh. Linny nodded gently. Sure enough, as he had guessed, he said apologetically to the baby, my dear daughter, you heard what your auntie said, it's not that daddy doesn't want to feed you. The little one seemed to sense that his request had failed, and arrogantly turned his head away. Taking advantage of this moment, Linny quickly scooped up a few mouthfuls of rice. Looking at the time on the wall, it was time to feed the baby, so Linny got out of bed and prepared some formula. With practice, Linny was now able to do it with ease. Finally, he put a drop of formula on the back of his hand and brought it to the baby to drink when he felt that the temperature was just right. Linny gently called out to the baby, good girl, drink your milk. The little one seems to have smelled the milk, and she is swaying her body to find the source of the fragrance. MMM. Who? Linny first puts the milk powder on the bed, then she holds the little one in her arms. When the nipple is placed in front of the little one, she accurately takes it in. Zizizi, the little one sucks quickly. Linny looks at the little one who is sucking eagerly and whispers, baby, you should like your mommy more. MMM. MMM. The little baby seemed to be responding in silence, but Linny was concerned. My dear daughter, do you know where your mother is? Has she suffered a lot? Although she knew that the little one could not speak, Linny could not help but ask. Zhang Milan finished tidying up the dishes and returned to the bedroom to see this sad scene. She felt a little sad in her heart, alas. Linny saw Zhang Milan standing in the doorway, lost in thought, and knew that she was daydreaming again. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang at the entrance, and Linny handed the little one to her and ran to open the door himself. This was the only way to interrupt Zhang Milan's daydreaming. Linny knew this person from the cat's eye, as they were the property manager of their community. Opening the door, the property manager respectfully said, Mr. Lin, good evening. Today, when we were reviewing the surveillance footage, we noticed a suspicious figure around your house in the morning. We'd like to ask you if you've lost any valuables. Linny thought for a moment. There were no signs of a break-in at home, so he answered with certainty, no. It wasn't until the property manager came to the door that Linny remembered that there was surveillance in the community, and he was sure that the mother of his good daughter had been caught on camera. And the manager said that there was a suspicious figure in the morning. Could that figure be the baby's mother? The more Linny thought about it, the more excited he became. Did you copy the surveillance footage? Yes, I'll send it to you. The video was quickly sent to Lingy's phone, and he hurriedly opened it. The image showed a woman wrapped up in a package, looking at Lingy's front door from behind a tree. Although her face was not visible, the woman had a good figure, and she did not leave until Linny returned home. Although it was impossible to tell for sure that she was the baby's mother, Lingy's intuition told him that she was. In order to avoid any mistakes, he should check carefully. Linny asked the property manager next to him, is there any footage of this woman entering the community? Yes, I'll send it to you right away. The property manager was very well prepared, which was one of the reasons Linny chose to buy a house here. The other reason was that it was close to the school, a 10-minute walk away. The video was quickly transmitted. When it was opened, the woman was seen hugging half a suitcase. There was no doubt about it, she was the baby's mother. With the video, it was easy to find the person. Linny was ecstatic. His home had the most advanced intelligence network. After saying goodbye to the manager, Linny took out his mobile phone and made a phone call. A moment later, the phone connected, and a respectful voice came from the other end, young master, what can I do for you? Find out where this woman is, and I want to know everything about her. And remember not to disturb her. Yes, sir. After hanging up, Linny felt a lot more relaxed. There was no one in the world that the Lin family couldn't find. If they could, they would find out the family tree of the person. Drip drip. Lin Yi's phone started ringing again. He thought it was a message from his roommate, but when he opened it, it was a class message. He scrolled to the top and saw a message from Lin Yi's supervisor Zhang Jinlin. The class meeting will start at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow, so don't be late. It seems that the class meeting and the company meeting can be finished together tomorrow. Back in the bedroom, Lin Yi saw Zhang Milan stroking the soft, plump palm of the little one. Seeing Lin Yi, Zhang Milan called out to him, "Lin, big brother." Lin Yi found Zhang Milan's actions useful in every way. "Milan, what are you doing?" Stroking a baby's palms can exercise the baby's sense of touch and thus promote brain development. Big brother Lin, when you're not busy, you can also give the baby a massage, but don't put too much pressure. Oh, I see. Lin Yi had learned something new. Chapter 13, The Baby Has a Name. You can massage the palms and soles of the feet of a baby. Brother Lin, why don't you try? After saying this, Zhang Milan made room for Lin Yi, and Lin Yi then sat down next to the little one and rolled up his sleeves. A pair of broad palms landed on the soles of the little one's feet. The baby's little feet were plump and felt good to the touch. Wow. Ooh. Hoo. The baby seemed to feel so comfortable that it let out a sour and fresh sound. Looking at the baby lying there quietly enjoying itself, Lin Yi smiled and asked, "My dear daughter, are you comfortable?" Wow. The baby let out a light cry, as if it were responding to Lin Yi. Ding. Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system detects that the host is giving the baby a foot massage and rewards it with a set of school district housing. Reward issued. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lin Yi's pocket was filled with a set of keys, and the information about the school district house was directly issued in Lin Yi's mind. The school district house given by the system is located near the second primary school in the Demon City. The second primary school in the Demon City is considered a relatively good school, and the area of the school district house is 120 square meters. Although others would break their heads to get a place in this school district house, it is a piece of cake for Lin Yi. As for which school to put the child in the future, there was no rush. After all, the baby was still young, and with the Lin family's strength, there was no problem with when to apply. Perhaps thinking about the rewards issued by the system, Lin Yi kept massaging the soles of one foot, and the little one was a bit unsatisfied. She wiggled her other little foot in front of Lin Yi, as if to tell Lin Yi, "Dad, I want this little foot too." Perhaps it was the power of blood inheritance, but Lin Yi seemed to understand what the little one meant. Uncertain, he asked, "Baby, do you want Daddy to squeeze this foot?" Well. The baby pouted his little mouth, not sure if he was responding or teasing himself. But when Lin Yi went to press that little foot, the baby quieted down quite a bit. Watching the intimate interaction between the father and daughter, Zhang Milan just felt a bit superfluous. Looking at the plump baby, Zhang Milan suddenly realized that she still didn't know the baby's name. Since she had arrived at this house, she hadn't heard Lin Yi call the baby's name. She tilted her head and asked Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, what's the baby's name?" Name? Hearing Zhang Milan's question, Lin Yi froze, as if he hadn't yet named his baby girl. After a while, seeing that Lin Yi still hadn't said anything, Zhang Milan was a little puzzled. Could it be that the baby hasn't been given a name yet? That shouldn't be the case. As far as she knew, other babies already had their names decided before they were even born. Giggle. At this moment, Lin Yi heard his daughter's giggle, and suddenly thought of a nickname. He patted his thigh and said with satisfaction, "My daughter's nickname is Sugar Sugar." The Lin family places great importance on names, so the master was invited to calculate the daughter's given name. Ding. Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system detects that the host is halfway through the task of naming the baby. Lin Yi was a little puzzled as to why it was halfway through. Zhang Milan murmured after hearing the name, "Tang Tang? Double sugar?" It seems that brother Lin really loves his daughter. After playing with the little one for a while, she fell asleep quickly. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Milan urged Lin Yi to go to bed. As a new father, Lin Yi didn't want to be separated from his baby girl, so he volunteered to take care of the baby at night. "Milan, you go to bed, I'll take care of the baby tonight." Ah? Are you sure, brother Lin? Babies are very difficult to take care of at night. To be honest, Lin Yi is the first parent that Zhang Milan has encountered in her many years of work who has volunteered to help. Other parents hate the idea of breastfeeding at night, and she can't help but wonder, why is there such a big difference between parents? Don't worry, I'll call you if anything happens. Linny looked at the little one in the bed and said contentedly, I can change diapers, prepare formula and burp the baby. Seeing that Linny was determined, Zhang Milan stopped trying to stop him. She continued to give him instructions, Lin, if you get into trouble, just call me. Lin Yi nodded. Thinking about his schedule for the next day, he quickly said, Milan, I'm going out in the morning, so please take care of the baby. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Tang Tang. Well, then go back to bed. After giving her instructions, Zhang Milan returned to her bedroom, but she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. After sending Zhang Milan off, Linny turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a small table lamp. He lay down next to his little one and thought back on the events of the day, feeling very dreamlike. Yesterday he was still alone, but today he was a father. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to show it like this. But Linny is still very happy to have such a soft and plump baby daughter. He will wake up smiling in his dreams. It would be nice if the baby's mother was here too. In a daze, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared in Linny's mind, but he couldn't see or catch her. Whoa whoa. Linny suddenly woke up with a start. He hurriedly checked the baby's diaper and realized that she had peed. Following the instructions Zhang Milan had taught him, Linny quickly changed the baby's diaper. After the change, the little one stopped crying, his big round eyes staring at Linny, not at all sleepy. Phew. Seeing that the little one was happily playing by himself, Linny gently asked Tang Tang, is it okay if daddy taps you to sleep? The little one seemed to understand, shaking his little head. Linny laughed helplessly when he saw this, stinky Tang Tang, are you disobeying me already? When you grow up, are you going to pull your father's oxygen tube? Wow. Stinky Bao, you're still responding to me? Linny felt that his little cotton padded jacket was letting in the wind. Seeing that Linny was in a low mood, Tang Tang giggled, as if she was very happy to see her father get frustrated. While everyone else takes advantage of their daughters, she takes advantage of her father. In the bedroom next door, Zhang Milan reflexively sat up when she heard the little one crying. She put on her slippers and prepared to go out and take a look. She hadn't taken a few steps when the little one's crying stopped. It seemed that Linny was taking good care of her, so she went back to sleep with peace of mind. At 1:30 a.m., the little one was still full of energy. No matter how Linny patted her, she just wouldn't go to sleep. Last night, Linny had slept for a little while in the early morning, but then he was woken up by his mother's phone call, and now he was so sleepy that his eyelids could hardly stay open. Tang Tang very thoughtfully fanned her little palm, and with a pop slapped Linny in the face, instantly waking him up. Giggle. The little one had a wicked smile on her face, and she was still very smug. The little one had a lot of strength in her hands, and Linny felt the hotness on his face as he told himself in his heart, Tang Tang is my own daughter, Tang Tang is my own daughter. Chapter 14, How can you still hold a grudge, you system? Phew. Seeing that Tang Tang's mouth was in the shape of an O, Linny thoughtfully thought that the little one was going to blow on him, but unexpectedly, the little mouth opened wider and wider, and it turned out to be a yawn. Another mistake. Linny nodded helplessly and patted the little one gently. Oh, go to sleep. Oh, go to sleep. Seeing that Tang Tang's eyelids were drooping, Linny laid out the little cushion and put it on the bed. Wow. Unexpectedly, Linny held her for the whole night. After feeding her a few times, the little one was very obedient, and it seemed that she slept more soundly in Linny's arms. In the morning, the sun shone into the bedroom. Since the little one had slapped him, Linny didn't dare close his eyes, for fear that the little one might have any safety issues. All night, Linny stared at his little one in his arms. As a father, he could never get enough of looking at her. Then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Linny's head. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system detects that the host has not slept all night for the safety of the little one, so he is specially rewarded with golden potion. Reward has been distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, a white glass bottle appeared out of thin air next to Lin Yi. It looked like water from the outside. Lin Yi seriously suspected that the system was just fooling him with mineral water. System, are you sure this is the golden potion? Yes, host, please don't doubt. What is its function? Please figure it out yourself. The system said that and disappeared, leaving Lin Yi, who was dumbfounded, unable to help but complain in his heart. The system is really rubbish, it doesn't even come with an instruction manual, it's a no-name product. Subsequently, Lin Yi opened the white glass bottle next to him and gulped it down. He just thought back that it really didn't taste like anything, just like water. Just as Lin Yi was about to complain about the system, a warm current flowed through his body. Immediately afterwards, the fatigue that had been all over his body disappeared. He wasn't sleepy anymore, and he was even more energetic. Even the dark circles under his eyes had disappeared. Lin Yi felt the changes in his body and was surprised to find that the golden potion given by the system really worked. He grinned and praised it, saying, "If it's made by the system, it must be a quality product." "Didn't you just say it was a 3-no product?" The system suddenly popped up and questioned. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. "How come you still hold a grudge, system?" Meanwhile, Zhang Milan had already gotten up early. Without the burden of babysitting the baby at night, she felt uncomfortable. Whenever she heard the baby cry at night, she would reflexively sit up. When she was about to reach Lin Yi's room, the baby would stop crying. After a while, she couldn't sleep at night either. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she simply got up early to make breakfast. After Zhang Milan had finished making breakfast, she went to Lin Yi's bedroom to call him to eat. When she walked to the front of the house, she saw Lin Yi sitting in the middle of the bed with the little guy in his arms. The golden sunlight shone on Lin Yi, making him look exceptionally handsome. Zhang Milan couldn't bear to take her eyes off him. Lin Yi realized that there was someone at the door, so he looked up and saw Zhang Milan staring at him. "Milan, what's wrong?" Hearing the voice, Zhang Milan reacted, "Brother Lin, you didn't hug Sugar and sit with her all night, did you?" "No, how could I? It just started this morning." Lin Yi hurriedly explained. If he told Zhang Milan that he really held Sugar all night, she would definitely think he was sick. "Oh, I see. Did Tang cry a lot last night?" Lin Yi thought about the fact that he had spent the whole night taking care of the baby and said helplessly, "No, not really. He just didn't sleep for a while and was very energetic. Babies are like that. There are 24 hours in a day, and they sleep for 20 of them. Maybe the baby sleeps a lot during the day and doesn't get sleepy at night," Zhang Milan explained with all her heart. Lin Yi nodded, but last night was a close call, and Tang was quite cooperative. Lin Yi had only looked after the baby for one night, and as they say, practice makes perfect, so he was sure that he would get better and better at it. Just now, when Lin Yi looked up, Zhang Milan was a little puzzled. He had looked after the baby last night, but he looked fresher than she did, even though she had been watching the baby herself. Zhang Milan couldn't figure it out, so she just let it go. Then she said, "Brother Lin, breakfast is ready, so you go ahead and eat." "Okay." Lin Yi nodded. He was indeed a little hungry after sitting up all night. Then he put the little one in bed and was surprised to find that Tang wasn't crying. It seemed that the little one was sleeping soundly. For breakfast, there were meat buns and millet porridge. Zhang Milan's cooking was pretty good, and the buns were steamed very well. No wonder she was a senior pregnancy and infant care specialist. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 8:30. After finishing eating, Lin Yi was going to go to school first. He didn't know how long the class meeting would last. After all, he still wanted to finish these things early and come back to spend time with his baby girl. After finishing eating, Lin Yi changed his clothes, took the car keys and prepared to go out. Suddenly, the sound of Tang crying came from the bedroom. "Ooh wah wah wah." Without thinking, Lin Yi hurried to the bedroom. "What's wrong with Tang? Is she hungry? The little one can't speak yet, and she just keeps crying." Zhang Milan judges from experience that the little one is just hungry. She goes downstairs to prepare the baby's formula, while Lin Yi picks up the little one from the bed. Tan, don't cry, your food is coming right away." Sure enough, as soon as the pacifier is put in the little one's mouth, she stops crying and drinks quickly, gurgling and gulping. In no time at all, the milk powder was gone, and after she had eaten her fill, Sugar spat out the nipple. Seeing that the baby had eaten and was not crying anymore, Lin Yi reluctantly said, Sugar, Daddy is going out for a while, but I'll be right back. You wait for Daddy at home and listen to Auntie Milan." After saying this, Lin Yi handed Tang into the arms of Zhang Milan. He didn't know why, but the little one started crying as soon as she took him. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. His baby daughter had actually latched onto him. But he was very happy about it. If the baby wasn't so young, he would have taken Tang with him to run his errands. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi cooed softly to comfort her, "Be a good baby, Daddy will bring you something delicious when he comes back. Mia Mia. It seems that Tang Tang understood, and obediently lay in Zhang Milan's arms. Her chubby little hands flapped vigorously, as if trying to drive Linny out. Linny didn't expect that Tang Tang would take him seriously after he just played a little joke on her. However, seeing the scene of being driven out, he felt a mixture of emotions in his heart. He felt like a tool in someone else's hands, and it seemed that in Tang Tang's heart, delicious food was more important than her father. Chapter 15, The Heroine Makes Her First Appearance. After leaving home, Linny chose the most low-key car in the garage, the Maybach Custom Edition. When he parked under the teaching building, he saw 3 colorful sports cars parked in front of him, which he knew were his 3 roommates' cars. The teaching building was on the 3rd floor, and Linny strode up. A girl with a pretty face and dressed in a white dress walked towards him. It seemed that she was in a hurry, so much so that the documents in her arms spilled all over the floor. She quickly crouched down to pick them up. Linny saw this and also went up to help. He handed the documents he had picked up to the girl. "You also dropped these." "Thank you." The girl looked up and hurriedly thanked him. When she saw Linny's appearance, she froze, and after reacting, she quickly covered her face with the documents and then fled. Seeing the girl's strange behavior, Linny was very puzzled. Could it be that she was afraid that he would recognize her? Unable to recall where they had met, Linny stopped thinking about her. Although the girl was beautiful in Linny's eyes, he was already someone's child's mother. When he arrived in the classroom, many of his classmates were already there. Although they had been in school together for 3 years, he couldn't remember many of their names, and was still more familiar with the people in his dormitory. Zhang Jin saw Linny enter the classroom and stood up, shaking his hands. "Brother E, over here." Linny then sat down next to a few people and, looking at the dark circles under their eyes, asked, "You guys were pretty high last night." Sun Xiaoying said excitedly, "Brother E, you have no idea. There were so many pretty girls last night." Linny grinned, not impressed by the opinions of his roommates. On the other side, the girl ran out, relieved when she saw no one following her, but then she became worried. "Where is the baby? What is he doing here? Did he leave already?" Just as the girl was racking her brains, the sound of an emergency brake interrupted her thoughts. When she came to her senses, a black car was parked in front of her. Realizing her mistake, she quickly bent down to apologize. I'm sorry." The man, who had been angry, smiled and waved his hand after seeing that the girl was prettier than any movie star. It's fine. After crossing the street, the girl looked at the time on her phone and felt that she was going to be late. "Hurry up, please." At the same time, Zhang Jinlin walked into the classroom with the class register. The noisy classroom became extremely quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhang Jinlin looked at the students below and cleared his throat. He said, "I called everyone here today to talk about the graduation thesis. In a moment, I will post 5 questions in the class group for you to choose from. Do you have anything else to do?" He looked at the students below and asked. Seeing no one speak, he dismissed them directly. After the instructor left, the students below became impatient one by one. This matter could have just been announced in the class group. Why did he have to call everyone to school? Even Zhang Jian and the others were cursing. The instructor is crazy. This is not a waste of time. If it weren't for the fear of not graduating, I would have just ignored it. Right, every day they take a feather and wave it around like a banner. Linny felt deeply. If he had known about this, he would not have come. It would have been better to stay at home with Tang Tang. School was over. Linny still had to go to the company. His roommates had stayed up all night yesterday, and they were also preparing to go back to catch up on sleep. After saying goodbye to each other, Linny looked at the address his mother had sent, Chunmei Building, 28F. After getting in the car, Linny drove towards Chunmei Building. The company was quite far away, and it would take 40 minutes to drive there. Soon, Linny arrived at the bottom of the building. After parking the car, he walked into the elevator of Chunmei Building and pressed 28F. After a ding, the elevator door opened and Linny saw the 4 big characters bullfighting live. This floor was very large, and there was only one company on it, bullfighting. The receptionist was a 25-year-old girl. When she saw Linny approaching, she smiled and asked, "Sir, may I help you? I'm looking for the person in charge of your company. Are you here to see President Wu? Do you have an appointment?" The young girl asked with confusion. The man in front of her was really too young. She asked uncertainly. If she accidentally let someone inappropriate in, then her job would be over. "No, just tell him I'm Linny." Okay, please hold on a moment. Seeing Linny say this seriously, the young girl dialed the president's office. Doo after the call was connected, the voice of Hu Hailin came from the other end. This is Hu Hailin. Mr. Hu, there is someone named Linny at the door looking for you. After hearing the receptionist's words, Hu Hailin excitedly stood up from his chair. You, bring him in. Never mind, I'll go greet him myself. Realizing that it was inappropriate to let Linny come in by himself, he quickly changed his mind. After hanging up the phone, the young girl was shocked. The company's boss had even personally greeted the person in front of him. She couldn't help but wonder who Linny was. In this way, the young girl said to Linny with even more respect, "Sir, please wait a moment, our CEO who will be right here." Linny nodded, but in his heart he was quite dissatisfied. He was simply dissatisfied because he felt that time was being wasted, and he wanted to go home early to spend time with his baby daughter. In a moment, Hu Hailin led a group of senior executives to the company entrance. When he saw Linny, he warmly greeted him, "Mr. Lin, I'm Hu Hailin. You can just call me Hailin." When he saw Linny standing, Hu Hailin angrily yelled at the receptionist, "How could you let Mr. Lin stand there? Don't you know to get a stool and make some tea and bring it over?" The receptionist felt aggrieved. When they were hiring, they didn't say anything about doing all this. Hu Hailin then greeted Linny with a smile and said to him, "Lin Zong, my subordinate has not provided you with good hospitality. Please forgive me." "It's fine." Everyone around was shocked to see this. That was their boss, and even the boss was bowing and scraping before this person. They were even more curious about Lin Yi's identity. They saw Linny say indifferently, "Lin Zong, let's just sign the contract." They didn't expect Lin Yi to be so decisive, and they didn't even bring the contract. Hu Hailin awkwardly said, "Lin Zong, why don't we go to my office and have some tea before signing the contract?" Linny knew that they hadn't brought the contract when he heard this. This Hu Hailin is also very experienced, no wonder he was able to make bullfighting the #1 live streaming company in the country. Linny still had to save face, so he said with a wry smile, "That's fine. Lin Zong, this way please." Hu Hailin raised his hand, and then a large group of people followed the two, ready to be dispatched at any time. The staff members who were working inside saw this scene and thought it was a big leader coming down to inspect. Chapter 16. Those who want to achieve great things must first learn to act like a fool. Linny sat in the chair in front of his desk, and Hu Hailin placed the prepared tea in front of him. "President Lin, this is some pour from my collection. Try it?" Lin Yi nodded. He knew a little about tea, as his father drank it at home. He saw him lift the teacup to his mouth and praise it, "This tea is good. I'll send you a bag." Hu Hailin said flatteringly, "Although this tea is worth 1 million yuan per caddy, it is far less useful than Lin Yi's favor." "No thanks, just sign the contract quickly." Linny raised an eyebrow and hurriedly replied, having already drunk the tea, and he was anxious to go home to see his daughter. Unable to please him, Hu Hailin gave a disgruntled smile and quickly handed the contract to Lin Yi's desk. As for the tea that Hu Hailin gave, Linny also did not lack it. There was a large pile of tea at home worth 1 million yuan per gram, but he was just not used to drinking it. After graduating from high school, Linny interned at his own company for a period of time. He rose from an ordinary employee to the general manager all on his own, and if it weren't for the fact that his father was the chairman, he was afraid that the company would have to change hands. He flipped through the contract and saw that there were no problems, so he signed his name with style. "Mr. Lin, let me show you around the company. This is what Mr. Lin told me to do." Hu Hailin saw that the contract was signed and came to Linny's side bowing. As soon as he heard that it was his father's order, Linny decided to take a quick look, so that his father would have nothing to say. "In that case, lead the way." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Hu Hailin smiled and replied, and the group of senior executives behind him couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts when they saw how low he had stooped. Awesome, no wonder Mr. Hu has been so successful. Those who want to achieve great things must first learn to act like a fool. Mr. Hu is a role model for us all. Meanwhile, in the product selection area, an old woman in her 30s, dressed up to the nines, was spitting fire. "Su Waning, open your big innocent eyes and take a good look at what's written on your proposal." Irai refrigerator, Polar no makeup cream. "I'm not saying the quality is poor, but how did they end up on the proposal?" "Director Jiang, it wasn't you." Su Waning feels aggrieved. She had asked Zhang Lan about these two products before adding them to the proposal. "What's with all the US? You're so pretty, but what's wrong with your brain? You're all talk and no action. You have to understand that I call the shots in this team, and if I say you're wrong, you're wrong. If you don't want to do it, just get out of here. Hu Hailin, who had just proposed a company tour, saw this and his face turned pale. This shows that he doesn't control his subordinates well. Linny saw that the girl being reprimanded was the same girl he met on the stairs at school that morning. For some reason, he felt a little sad when he saw the girl being reprimanded. Maybe it was just an illusion. Immediately afterwards, Linny glanced at Hu Hailin. Hu Hailin, the old fox, immediately understood, and he walked up to the two of them. Jian Lan immediately became respectful when she saw the company's boss, Hu Hailin, arrive. Boss Hu, my subordinates have not done their jobs well, so I've given them a few words of criticism. I wonder what you would like to tell me. The intern is inexperienced, so you, as the boss, should give her more guidance. Don't scold her like a shrew in the street. This is a company, so you should pay attention to the company's image. Yes, I understand what you are saying, Mr. Hu. Jian Lan quickly smiled and replied, but then she turned her head and glared at Su Waning next to her. She was afraid that Jian Lan would make trouble for her, so that she couldn't go home on time. Su Waning thought about the suffering she would have to endure at home. She walked up to them and said apologetically, Mr. Hu, it's my fault for not doing my job seriously enough. Since you are both understanding, I won't say anything else. Let's get back to work. After Hu Hailin had finished dealing with things, he hurried over to Lin Yi's side and grinned, Mr. Lin, why don't we go and have a look at the live broadcast backstage again? No, you take care of things at the company for now, and contact me if there's anything. Lin Yi finished speaking and walked towards the company entrance, with a large group of executives behind him seeing him off to the elevator. Take care, Mr. Lin. Lin Yi nodded and closed the elevator door, looking at the number slowly descend as he grew anxious. What a shitty company, why did they rent such a high floor? One floor would have been much more convenient. Lin Yi cursed and grumbled, but in his heart he was looking forward to seeing his daughter soon. Sitting in the car, he drove fast the whole way because he was thinking about Tang Tang. It was almost noon when he got home, so after opening the door he went straight to the bedroom. When he saw that the little one was sleeping soundly, he tiptoed into the room. Mylan, how long has my daughter been asleep? The little one has been asleep for a while, but I think she's about to wake up. Oh, I'll keep an eye on Tang Tang, you go and rest for a while. Zhang Mylan responded softly, and Lin Yi returned just as she was about to go and cook. Brother Lin, what would you like for lunch? I'll cook it for you. You just watch, I can do it. Zhang Mylan saw this and didn't bother, as she was also very good at home cooking apart from confinement food, and then she gently retreated from the room. Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on his obedient daughter. He lay down gently on the bed and looked at the little one, who was propped up on his hands and looking around. Oh. The little one squirmed and wriggled, and Lin Yi thought he was going to wake up, but it turned out that he was just stretching. Looking at the little one's delicate appearance, Lin Yi's heart melted, and he wanted to give the best to the little one. Whoa. A sudden cry resounded through the room. Zhang Mylan heard the cry in the kitchen and then she hurried over with her hands covered in dough. Lin, what's wrong with the baby? She peed. Lin Yi checked the baby's diaper and found it damp. Suddenly his face looked strange, as if something had stuck to his hands. He took it out and saw that it was gold. Although Lin Yi had been a bit of a germaphobe before, he didn't mind Tang Tang now, because she was his own daughter. After seeing this, Zhang Mylan couldn't help but laugh and tell Lin Yi, Brother Lin, next time you check the baby's diaper, remember to open the side tape, so that you don't. Well, be careless. Lin Yi laughed silently, surprised that he had been made fun of by a professional. Lin Yi then directly went through the process of changing the baby's diaper. The baby, whose bottom had become dry, happily moved around. Wow. Who? The little guy's eyes were wide and round, his dark eyes were bright, and he was sure to be a beauty when he grew up. Lin Yi couldn't help but think that his daughter should look like her mother. Maybe what you think comes true. Lin Yi's phone rang beep on the bed. It turned out to be news about what he asked his subordinates to find out. Lin Yi opened the photos and information and wondered, it's her. Chapter 17, How Dare You Hit My Woman? The photo on the phone was of the girl Lin Yi met in the morning, named Su Waning, and he had just seen her at the company. But when Lin Yi thought about the way Su Waning had dodged him in the morning, he couldn't help but wonder, she seemed to not want me to recognize her, so why did she have my child? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out, but he still felt like asking her when he saw her. Wow. MMM. Tantan, how about I bring your mommy back to you? Wow. The little one swung more cheerfully, as if he was also looking forward to his mother's arrival. Now that the little one was awake, Linny was ready to put the little one to sleep before going to find Su Waning. Okay, my daughter, it's been a long day of playing, time to go to sleep. Your mommy will be back when you wake up. The little one seemed to be cooperating with Linny, and directly yawned, then slowly closed his eyes. Linny felt that her daughter's performance was a bit heavy, and he couldn't help but smile, but he was very happy to see that his daughter was so obedient. Little baby, go to sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep a big sleep. In a short while, the little one fell asleep. Linny gently laid her on the bed, and surprisingly, Tang Tang did not wake up. At this time, Zhang Milan came to the bedroom door. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Linny make a shu gesture. Then, she slowly walked in and said incredulously, Tang Tang fell asleep so quickly? Well, Milan, you go eat first. I have to go out in a while to take care of some business. Okay, brother Lin. After saying this, Zhang Milan quickly ran to the dining room, afraid that Linny had some urgent business. She gobbled up a few dumplings and walked towards the bedroom while chewing. Brother Lin, I'm done eating, you go ahead. Why don't you eat a few dumplings before you go? Zhang Milan kindly urged. Linny responded superficially, but in fact, he took the car keys and walked towards the door, anxious to pick up Su Waning. Sitting in the car, Linny stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Chunmei building. It was rush hour, and by the time Linny arrived at the bullfighting company, it was already 1:30 p.m. The employees had already started work. The young girl at the reception desk saw Linny walk quickly in and quickly called Hu Hailin. Mr. Hu, that Mr. Linny is here again. What? I got it. After hanging up the phone, Hu Hailin hurried out of the office, but he was puzzled. Why didn't Mr. Lin tell me he was coming to the company so I could greet him? On the other side, Linny didn't see Su Waning in the office area, but he heard the voice of his female boss from earlier scolding someone. After approaching, he heard the voice coming from the meeting room in front of him. Su Waning, this is the planning case I asked you to do, and this is all you've done? Did you take my words as wind? No. Su Waning said with her head bowed and cowering. These were still the results of her rushing to finish them without lunch. Look at your pitiful appearance, it makes me sick just looking at you. Apart from looking good, what use are you? I'll tell you, as long as you're in this team, you'll only have to listen to my orders. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Su Waning answered very reluctantly, endured it for the sake of her family, and thought that after so much suffering, the future would definitely be sweeter. You also did the planning case that Manager Yang gave you this morning. You are not allowed to leave work until it is finished. Sister Lan, can I go home and do it after work? I promise I will bring it to you tomorrow. No, if you can't do it at the company, you'd better get the hell out of here tomorrow. I really have something to do, so please be flexible. Didn't you hear what I said? John Lan looked at Su Waning's stubborn gaze and instantly flared up, raising her hand to swing it. Boom! Linny was outside and heard everything clearly. Hearing her words, he was already angry, and when he saw Jian Lan about to strike, he kicked the office door open in anger. Dare to hit his woman, you have to weigh your own weight. When he walked into the room, Linny kicked Jian Lan in the stomach, and she fell to the ground. He then took Su Waning into his arms. How dare you hit my woman? You, who are you? I'll sue you. Jian Lan gritted her teeth. Her husband was a lawyer, and she would sue Linny until he went bankrupt. Hu Hailin soon came looking for him, and when he saw Linny holding the female employee who had been scolded that morning, he immediately understood. Jian Lan saw a lifesaver. She crawled to Hu Hailin's feet and said with a grimace, Mr. Hu, you have to do something for me. This man kicked me without distinguishing between right and wrong. You haven't been an employee of this company since this morning, so why are you still here and refusing to leave? Hu Hailin is experienced in dealing with people, and he said coldly. Mr. Lin, it is my dereliction of duty to allow workplace bullying in the company. Please punish me. This is a one-time thing, and it won't happen again. Linny said with a serious face. Jian Lan, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Hu Hailin being respectful in front of the man. Since the company had decided to fire her, she would definitely bleed the company dry. You all are in cahoots, and I'm going to let my boss report you. Maliciously firing employees and the boss beating and scolding employees, I'm going to make you regret it. Zhang Lan said a lot of things with a crackling sound. Linny looked at the woman in front of him and felt disgust. Hu Hailin's eyes were cold, and he said in Lin Yi's ear, "President Lin, do you want to?" Linny naturally knew what Hu Hailin meant, but he didn't want to get his hands dirty with someone like this. Thinking about the two categories in the morning, Linny felt that there must be a problem. Go check to see if she has taken bribes. Yes. Hu Hailin nodded, then dragged the woman to another office and locked her up. Linny then took Su Wanqing's hand and led her to Hu Hailin's office. Ever since Linny had said that she was her woman, tears had been streaming down Su Wanqing's face, which she had wiped away secretly. After finishing up, Linny noticed that Su Wanqing's eyes were red from crying. He thought it was because she was feeling aggrieved, and in that moment, Linny hated Zhang Lan with 1,000 cuts. Seeing Su Wanqing crying like a weeping willow, Linny was a little at a loss. He didn't know what to do when a woman cried. In the end, Linny took her into his arms and comforted her gently. Don't cry, I'm here, no one else will dare to bully you again." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Wanqing cried even louder, as if venting all her grievances. After a while, Linny heard the crying getting quieter and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." After recovering, Su Wanqing quickly struggled out of Lin Yi's embrace, but Lin Yi was unwilling to let go. "Ouch, it hurts." "What's wrong with you, where does it hurt?" Chapter 18, You're the only man for my wife, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's brows were knitted together, and she covered her stomach. A dense layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead. She said in a fake strong voice, "It's fine, just take it easy." Linny slowly let go of Su Wanqing's body, afraid that he was too strong and hurt her. After a while, the two sat facing each other. The office was deathly quiet. Then Linny and Su Wanqing, who had been struggling for a long time, spoke at the same time. "Linny, are you okay?" "Su Wanqing, where's the baby?" She heard Lin Yi's question and a wave of emotion washed over her. Speaking of the baby, Su Wanqing began to choke up. She had carried the baby in her womb for 10 months and signed the operation consent form herself. How could she bear to abandon it? If it weren't for Linny seeing Su Wanqing's anxious expression, he would have hurriedly reassured her, "The baby is my daughter, I won't abandon her, don't worry." "How do you know?" Su Wanqing widened her eyes in disbelief and asked in confusion. Linny smiled at Tang Tang and said, "Because we are connected by blood." I don't know why." Su Wanqing felt dizzy and fainted directly in Lin Yi's arms. Linny looked at her and shouted, "Wanqing? Wanqing?" Then Hu Hailin came in and reported on Jiang Lan's situation, and then saw Lin Yi hugging Su Wanqing and shouting, "Call an ambulance." "Yes, but, Mr. Lin, Anha Hospital is right next door, so we'll get there faster." "Then hurry," Linny said with cold eyes, and then rushed out with Su Wanqing in his arms. Hu Hailin's back was dripping with cold sweat. If anything happened to the woman in Lin Yi's arms, he would be hard to blame. Hu Hailin quickly ran to his car and quickly drove it out. Linny got into the car with Su Wanqing in his arms, and kept trying to wake her up. "Wanqing, wake up, wake up. You have to be strong, you still have your daughter." Su Wanqing didn't respond after being called for a long time. Looking out the window, Linny saw that there was still a long way to go. He hurriedly instructed Lao Hu to drive faster. "Don't worry, I will be there as soon as possible." Hu Hailin was also anxious, his palms were covered in sweat. Calming down, Linny took out his phone and called Zhang He, the director of Anha Hospital. Due to Zhang He was a bit scared when he saw Linny calling, but he didn't dare to delay. After connecting, he respectfully said, "Young master, hurry and arrange for emergency equipment, I'll be right there." "Yes." Zhang Yi's spirits immediately tensed, and he realized that this person was very important to the young master, so he immediately arranged for emergency personnel. In no time, Zhang Yi had already led the medical staff and others to the hospital entrance, and when they saw Linny get out of the car holding a woman, they quickly went up to meet them. "Young master, you can rest assured and leave it to us." Linny nodded and followed them all the way to the door of the emergency room. Unexpectedly, they had just gone into the emergency room for a few minutes and came out. Linny thought that the result was that the next second he learned that the person had woken up. He rushed in, anxiously asking, "Su Wanqing, are you okay? Where do you still feel uncomfortable?" Afraid that Su Wanqing was fooling him, Linny turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Lao Zhang, are you sure she's okay?" "Don't worry, young master, she just has a little low blood sugar, just give her a bag of glucose and she'll be fine." Then Su Wanqing spoke, "I'm fine, it's probably because I didn't have time to eat lunch." After she said this, Linny gave Hu Hailin a fierce glare. For Su Wanqing's health, Linny still felt that she should have a full body checkup, so he quickly said, "Old Zhang, let's give her a full body checkup." "Yes, I'll get ready." Zhang He then left the room, and Hu Hailin also sensibly went out to wait. After seeing everyone leave, Su Wanqing was at a loss for a moment. She didn't know what to say to Linny. After a long pause, she stammered, "Actually, there's no need for an examination. I'm in good health." "You fainted and you're still in good health?" Looking at the weak Su Wanqing in front of him, Linny felt very sad. If he hadn't found her, how much suffering would she have had to endure? Other women still had some extra pounds after giving birth, but look at her, she's as skinny as a skeleton. Linny said imperiously, "Be good, just listen to me." Although his face was very sour, Su Wanqing felt his concern. Soon the equipment was all ready, and half an hour later, Su Wanqing appeared in the luxury ward, and the required films had already been taken. Linny went to the dean's office alone. "Lao Zhang, is there really something wrong with her?" "Young master, don't worry, there's nothing serious with her health. She just has low blood sugar and some postpartum illness." Linny knew what to do for low blood sugar, but he was a bit ignorant about postpartum illness. He frowned and asked, "How do you treat postpartum illness?" "You can use local massage, local acupuncture, cupping, physiotherapy, massage, or Chinese medicine fumigation and oral Chinese medicine to treat it." Linny nodded. He thought that Jiang Yuehua knew a famous TCM doctor, and he would take Su Wanqing to see him. When they arrived in the luxury ward, the glucose infusion had finished, and Su Wanqing put on her shoes and got out of bed. Linny saw this and hurriedly came forward to help her. "Why don't you lie down for a while longer?" "I'm almost better already," Su Wanqing said with a smile, and then thought of something else and suddenly spoke again. "Thank you today." "Don't be polite, we're family anyway." Linny laughed silently. However, after hearing this, Su Wanqing trembled, and she stammered, Who is family with you?" "Of course it's you, you're Tantan's mother, I'm Tantan's father, of course we're family." Su Wanqing's eyebrows wrinkled slightly as she asked, "Tantan? That's the name I gave our daughter, do you like it? You missed her a lot after being apart for a day, didn't you?" "Of course I do." "If you miss her, come home with me. From now on, I'll take care of you both." Linny asked Su Wanqing seriously and earnestly. Although he knew that the two of them knew very little about each other, he believed that he would be able to make Su Wanqing accept him. Su Wanqing was torn between not wanting to let go of her baby girl and not wanting to cause Linny trouble. She was just a silly girl who always thought of others. "Then when you have a woman you like, Tang Tang and I will never bother you." Thinking that taking care of a baby by oneself is really tiring, Su Wanqing accepted, but she didn't want to become Linny's burden with the baby. Looking at the silly Su Wanqing in front of him, Linny pretended to be angry and pinched her little face. "What are you thinking? With you, I can't even look at other people. Or put it this way, my wife can only be you, Su Wanqing." Chapter 19 I even have a son? Twins? Ha! I haven't even said I'll marry you yet. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought Linny would never accept their children. It's just a matter of time, wife. If you want to win Su Wanqing over, you have to be shameless, and Linny is just that. I have to say, this method works very well. Su Wanqing was afraid that someone would hear, and she said shyly, "Keep your voice down, or people will misunderstand." It's better to be misunderstood, so that some competitors can be spared. Linny grinned, his wife is so beautiful that she will be missed. Although Su Wanqing refused on the surface, she felt very warm in her heart. The baby's father seems to be very nice. There is nothing more to do at the hospital, and Linny really wants to take Su Wanqing home. He cheekily asked, "Honey, let's go home." Seeing that Linny was not going to change his mind, Su Wanqing ignored him. "No, I have to go back to the office, I'm not off yet. I'm the boss, I can tell you to go off work." "Go, Tang Tang misses you too." "You're not bluffing, are you?" The full attendance award is 200 yuan, which can buy a can of milk powder. Su Wanqing asked suspiciously, and 200 yuan was very important to her. Hu Hailin was just outside the ward. Seeing that Su Wanqing didn't believe him, Linny called her in. "Lao Hu, come in." Hearing the shout, Hu Hailin didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly walked in. "What is it, Mr. Lin?" "Tell her who the boss of the company is now." "It's like this, the boss of the company right now is Mr. Linny." After Hu Hailin finished speaking, Linny waved his hand at him. "Okay, you can go out first." "Do you believe me this time?" "Oh." Su Waning nodded, not expecting what he said to be true. For the sake of the 200 yuan, she implored, the perfect attendance award must be given to me. Linny nodded with a smile, but in fact, he felt more bitterness. He didn't expect her to raise a child so hard that she probably had to spend every penny. Can you come home with me this time, my dear wife? No, I still have to go home. Don't keep the old things, I have everything there. Su Waning had a hard time in the past, but now that she has him, he will definitely treat her like a little princess. However, Su Waning smiled wryly, and she asked tenderly, can I give up my son just because I have a daughter? Ha? A son? Twins? Su Waning nodded silently, because she was pregnant with twins at the time, and she couldn't bear to have an abortion. I have a daughter and a son, how many people must be envious? My dear, you have worked hard. Linny embraced Su Waning in his arms, genuinely happy. Su Waning resisted a little, after all, she didn't know Linny well, but when she felt his warm embrace, she didn't want to let go. In that moment, she felt that it was really good to have someone to rely on. Looking at the happy young man in front of her, Su Waning whispered, let's go back quickly. Okay. Linny agreed wholeheartedly, and his large hands directly grasped Su Waning's small hands. For a moment she was stunned, and then she was just being led by him. The two walked out of the ward, and Hu Hailan hurriedly came over. President Lin, that Zhang Lan did take bribes, what should we do with her? Report it to the police and let her serve her full sentence. Linny didn't feel any pity for that woman. If it weren't for her, Su Waning wouldn't have suffered so much. Lin, give me your car keys. Lin Hai didn't hesitate for a second and handed over the car keys in his pocket. Then Linny led Su Waning away. In the end, he was the only one left in the hallway. After a while, when the two had disappeared, Lin Hai realized that he had no car and had no way to get home. He understood that he was not an important person, someone who could be summoned at any time and dismissed at will. Sai, take a taxi. Hu Hailing sighed and walked towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Linny and Su Waning were sitting in the car, driving towards her home. Su Waning rented a house opposite the school, which was convenient for her to go back to school to handle things, and on the other hand, the rent was cheap. Soon, the two arrived at the school gate, and Su Waning began to direct the vehicle. Go in from this intersection, turn left, and the third house on the right. Here it is. After getting out of the car, Linny looked at the rental house in front of him and felt even more sorry for Su Waning. The rental house was the kind of rural residential building, with each household occupying the fourth floor. There were many windows on each floor, and it was estimated that each window was a room. Su Waning saw Linny's distressed look and joked, the rent here is good value for money, it's very good. Well, let's go. Linny nodded and followed Su Waning up the stairs. The hallway of the rental building was very narrow, and the two of them were a little cramped standing side by side, so Su Waning went in front and Linny followed behind. Su Waning rented a room on the fourth floor, which was a little cheaper because of its high location. Arriving at the house in the middle, Su Waning inserted the key, pushed open the door, and saw a middle-aged woman taking care of a child in bed. Who is it? Waning, you got off work so early today? My boss gave me the day off. Zhang Ma, is De Bao a good boy? Yes, he is. De Bao is very obedient. Linny then walked in. The room that Su Waning rented was very small, barely big enough to fit a bed and a small closet. Not only that, there was also a kitchen and a toilet, but they were both tiny. Overall, it looked like 16 or 17 square meters. Seeing Linny come in, Zhang Ma smiled and asked, is this the baby's father? Well. Su Waning nodded, and then Linny said, Mom Zhang, I'm the baby's father, Linny. Thanks for taking care of the girls for a while. I didn't do much, but the babies are very well behaved, and I like them very much. Since you two are back, I won't bother you anymore. Mom Zhang was very sensible, and she left with a smile. Oh. Hey. The baby was smiling sweetly in his sleep, so Su Waning gave Linny some room and said gently, De Bao is smiling, come and have a look. Linny walked quickly over and saw De Bao smiling sweetly. Son, I'm your father. Wow. Wife, look, he's responding to me. Linny was happy as a child, and Su Waning laughed with her hands over her mouth. The baby is still young and doesn't understand what you're saying, he's just amusing himself. My child is smarter than other children, he can understand. Linny said arrogantly. Su Wanqing laughed without saying a word. She didn't expect Linny, a big boy, to be so narcissistic about his child's questions. Having Linny take care of the child, Su Wanqing was very relieved. Although he had everything there, she didn't want to throw away so many usable things. Hubby, Linny, you take care of Big Bao first, I'll go pack things. Chapter 20, Su Wanqing, I need to breastfeed, Linny, you do it. Wife, it's too formal to call Linny, it's more intimate to call him husband. Spit. Su Wanqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She didn't expect the father of her child to be so thick-skinned, but the thought of just calling him husband made Su Wanqing's cheeks turn red. She had been too proactive just a little bit. She shook her head to dismiss her rambling thoughts and began packing. There wasn't much in the rented room, and Su Wanqing had very few clothes. Since she had been saving money since she became pregnant, basically all she had were some baby supplies. Linny was watching the baby. A change of expression only took a moment, and the baby's brows came together as he began to cry loudly. Wah wah wah. Wah 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 ah. Su Wanqing heard the crying and quickly put down the clothes in her hands and came to the baby's side. Debao, don't be afraid. Mommy's here. Oh, Linny, give me the baby. She felt that Linny wasn't taking good care of the baby, and wanted to take over, but Linny refused. She saw him skillfully checking the baby's diaper and noticed that it was wet. Honey, get a diaper and some wet wipes. Ha? Oh. Su Wanqing was stunned as she watched Linny's skilled actions, and then put the things he needed nearby. Linny operated very carefully, gently wiping the baby's bottom before putting a diaper on him. The whole process was very smooth, and Su Wanqing didn't realize that Linny did a pretty good job, and her heart warmed a little more. After the change, the baby's crying began to subside, and his little mouth squirmed, so he must be hungry. Linny thought that Su Wanqing should be breastfeeding, and he smiled at her before his gaze fixed on her breasts. That baby must be hungry. Why don't you feed it? Give it to me. Su Wanqing blushed and took the baby from Linny. She swore that if Linny had been a little slower, she would have done it herself. Seeing that Linny kept staring at her, Su Wanqing felt a little shy. She lowered her head and muttered with a pout, I'm going to feed the baby. You do it. Linny was justified and didn't feel at all uncomfortable. Su Wanqing puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, turn your head away. Linny understood, and realized that she was afraid of him looking. He couldn't help laughing and said, we have a child together, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, you're my wife, we don't need to distinguish between each other. I'll ignore you. Su Wanqing turned around angrily. Since Linny wouldn't move, she would. Seeing Su Wanqing's shy expression, Linny stopped teasing her. Okay, I won't look. I'll go help you pack your clothes. But deep down, Linny felt a little bitter. When would Su Wanqing finally accept him? Linny then went to the closet and put the clothes and other things into a large bag. Su Wanqing secretly turned her head around and was relieved to see that Linny was really packing her clothes. Su Wanqing was a woman, and she was easily moved. Debao, Daddy is pretty good, isn't he? Wow. On the other side, Linny packed quickly because he wanted to bring them home early. While packing the last cabinet, Linny took out a black plastic bag and asked curiously. Wife, what's in here, do you still want it? Yes. Seeing the black bag, Su Wanqing looked a little nervous, and she snatched it away without Linny noticing. I'll pack this bag myself. What's in it, may I take a look? No way. Su Wanqing refused sternly, because what was in it? Thought he was hiding something from her, and out of worry, Linny snatched it when she wasn't looking, and as a result, the black plastic bag broke during the fight between the two. The contents fell out. Looking at the colorful little things, Linny finally understood why Su Wanqing was so nervous. It turned out that it contained underwear. Sorry, I was worried that you were hiding something from me, so I. Su Wanqing was too angry to speak, but her eyes told Linny that his wife was angry and not easy to appease. I'll pick them up for you. Picking up the small clothes, Linny inadvertently glanced at the label on the top, which was surprisingly 36D. Out of curiosity, he glanced up, and it seemed to be quite big. In an instant, their gazes met, and Linny hurriedly explained, I was looking at the little guy, not at your place. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of person. Su Wanqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she hurriedly pulled her clothes down a few times, but the little guy wasn't happy. He pushed against Su Wanqing's clothes, and his little feet were still uncomfortably up. Seeing this, Linny quickly lowered his head. Although it was his precious son who had secured the benefits for him, it was easy to get angry when you could see but not touch. Lenny held the underwear in his hands, his brows furrowed as he asked, "Wife, are there any more bags?" Su Waning put her hand on her forehead, holding back her anger as she replied, "There's one at your feet." "Oh. You have good eyesight, wife." Lenny quickly flatters his wife, afraid that the next second she won't be able to hold back and send him to the Western paradise. Su Waning sees what Lenny is doing, and she really wants to teach him a lesson, but her reason tells her not to, so she keeps telling herself over and over in her heart, Lenny is the child's real father, Lenny is the child's real father. If it weren't for Su Waning breastfeeding, Lenny wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the situation. Seeing that the house was almost cleaned up, Lenny carried the things in the house downstairs. After 2 trips back and forth, the house was finally left with only the baby and Su Waning. Lenny packed very thoughtfully, and he left a small quilt to wrap the little one in. "Wife, everything is moved, let's go." Su Waning wrapped the little one up and looked at the empty room, feeling a little sad for a moment. This room holds so many memories for her. Although the conditions are not good, it is their family of 3. Lenny saw Su Waning's tear-filled eyes and hugged her in his arms to comfort her. "I will take good care of you and the babies from now on." Su Waning nodded vigorously, believing that Lenny would do just that. Closing the door behind them, Su Waning carried her eldest son downstairs and knocked on Zhang's door. Zhang Ma knew very well that Lenny had come to take them away, and she was relieved to see that Su Waning, such a nice girl, had found a good home. "Zhang Ma, here are the keys to the upstairs apartment. Thank you for taking care of them for so many days." "Silly girl, Zhang Ma really likes you, and it's only right that I take care of you." Lenny then took a stack of money out of the car and handed it to Zhang Ma. "Zhang Ma, this is some of our gratitude. Please accept it." Seeing the stack of money, Zhang Ma refused, saying, "I don't want it. You keep the money. It's not easy raising 2 children. Zhang Ma, please accept it." Zhang Ma quickly declined, saying, "No, I volunteered to do this. It would be wrong to accept your money." Chapter 21, A Family of 4 with System Certification. Seeing that Zhang Ma refused, Lenny could only find another opportunity. The little guy is still young, and Zhang Ma is afraid that he will catch a cold, so she hurriedly instructed, "Waning, you hurry and take Dabeo to the car." "Okay, Zhang Ma, I'll get in the car first." Zhang Ma waved her hand, then pulled Lenny aside and said earnestly, "Shaoyi, it wasn't easy for Waning to go through pregnancy and childbirth alone. Zhang Ma can see that you are a good boy and will definitely take good care of them." "Zhang Ma, don't worry, I will definitely do it." "Okay, don't let Waning wait too long, you guys hurry back. I'm getting old and can't stand partying, so I won't go out. Be careful when you go back." "I know, Zhang Ma." After saying this, Zhang Ma walked into the house, her eyes betraying her reluctance to part. As her daughter and son were not around, and she was an old lady with a stubborn temper, she got along well only with Su Waning. Lenny saw this and didn't say anything more, but just placed the stack of cash in his hands in front of Zhang Ma's house door. "Honey, let's go home." After Lenny got into the car, Su Waning never saw Zhang Ma again, so she asked, "Where is Zhang Ma?" "She said she couldn't bear to see us part, so she won't see us off." "Oh." Su Waning nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. As a single mother before, Zhang Ma had taken very good care of her, and she had long since come to regard her as family. She was suddenly reluctant to part with her. Seeing Su Waning's sad expression, Lenny hurriedly comforted her, "Our home is nearby, so if you miss Zhang Ma, you can always come back to see her." "That's right." Su Waning woke up from her dream, and the tears that were about to fall were held back. How come she didn't think of it before? She knew where Lenny's house was when she took Tang Tang there before. "Then let's go home?" "Okay." Lenny stepped on the accelerator and drove towards home. Zhang Ma heard the sound of the car starting and came out after a while. By the time she reached the door, the car had already disappeared. When she returned to the house, she saw a stack of cash that Lenny had left on the ground. She sighed and said, "Alas! This money, the old woman will help you keep it. I will give it to you when you need it." With his wife and child in the car, Lenny became cautious and drove very slowly. Su Waning looked outside and saw people riding electric bicycles faster than Lenny, and she smiled and said, "You can drive faster. With you 2 treasures in the car, safety is the main priority." Lenny grinned, and their family was finally going to be reunited. Wow! Hey! Giggle! Seeing that Dabeo was smiling very happily, Su Waning beamed and said, "Dabeo, what are you so happy about?" Are you happy to be riding in the car? Wow. Here, let mommy hold you and look at the scenery outside the window. After saying this, Su Waning picked up the little one in a vertical position and looked up at the colorful scenery outside the window. The little one was very happy and patted the window glass with his white, tender hands. Wow. Who? That tall, green thing is a tree. Coco, seeing such a magical view, the little one waved his hands. Su Waning was happy to see the little one happy. Honey, look, Debao seems to really like going out and playing. Yes, honey, wait a minute, did you just call me honey? Huh? You must have heard wrong, I didn't. Su Waning blushed shyly. She had accidentally called out just now, and she felt like her words hadn't even gone through her brain. Well, okay, but why are you blushing, honey? Are you feeling unwell? Shall we go to the hospital and have a look? No, it's just that the temperature in the car is a bit high and stuffy. Su Waning hurriedly lowered her head, and almost got discovered by Lin Yi. Seeing that his wife was fine, Lin Yi was relieved. When they arrived at the front door, Su Waning walked into the house with her son, just in time to see Zhang Milan holding Tang Tang and coming out. The two women glanced at each other, but secretly competed with each other. Zhang Milan wondered in her heart, why did Lin bring a woman and a child into the house again? What's going to happen to Tang Tang? With a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Su Waning, on the other hand, was a little angry. Lin Yi had said that as long as she was his wife, what did it matter if there was another woman in the family, and he had kept Tang Tang? Lin Yi carried some of the packages into the house. He sensed that there was something wrong in the atmosphere between the two of them. After seeing the way Su Waning was looking at him, he was sure they were overreacting. He saw him open his mouth awkwardly. Honey, this is the midwife I found for Tang Tang. Milan, this is the child's mother, the real mother. After hearing Lin Yi's explanation, the two of them let down their guard. Zhang Milan thought about what she had said to comfort Lin Yi before, and she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. It turns out that the baby's mother really is just not at home. Then the two of them greeted each other. Lin's sister-in-law, I'm Zhang Milan. Hello, I'm Su Waning. The two women smiled at each other. Zhang Milan noticed that Tang Tang was so pretty, and she realized that she had inherited her mother's good genes. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly Su Waning felt some abdominal pain. She handed over her eldest son to Lin Yi and anxiously asked, Honey, where is the toilet? Straight ahead and it's in the middle. After saying that, Su Waning quickly ran over, but just now Lin Yi listened very carefully, and Su Waning called him her husband. This time, catching up with his wife is just around the corner. Then, looking at Zhang Milan holding her baby in her arms, Lin Yi asked with concern. Milan, has Tang Tang fallen asleep? The little one just fell asleep. Okay, let's put her on the bed in the bedroom. Holding one in each arm, Lin Yi noticed that the eldest child had also fallen asleep. He then laid the two babies side by side in the middle of the bed, their soft, plump bodies looking extremely cute. Brother Lin, is the baby on the left a boy or a girl? A boy. She's the elder brother of Tang Tang. Oh. Zhang Milan nodded, realizing that Lin's wife had given birth to twins. Lin Yi was truly blessed. Now that there are two more babies in the family, Lin Yi mused and said to Zhang Milan, Milan, you will definitely be more tired with one more baby, so your salary will be 40,000 yuan per month in the future. Ah. Brother Lin, there is no need to increase your salary, you have been overpaid before. It's fine, just save some more dowry for yourself. By the way, my wife has some postpartum sickness, so you need to cook some meals now. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll go right away. After saying that, Zhang Milan went to the kitchen. She was very grateful to have met such a good employer as Lin Yi, not because of the high salary, but mainly because he was a nice person. After Zhang Milan left, Lin Yi lay on the bed and looked at the two little ones. Immediately afterwards, a mechanical prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system detects that the host's family of 4 has reunited, so it is specially rewarding God-level massage techniques. Reward has been distributed. In an instant, Lin Yi's mind was flooded with a wealth of knowledge about massage. Chapter 22, For the baby's safety, I'll sleep with you tonight. Lin Yi seemed to have developed X-ray vision, and could see the baby's acupressure points. He would definitely be more at ease next time when giving a foot massage. Seeing that Su Waning had not come out, Lin Yi was a little worried. He gathered the two little ones together with the pillows and walked to the door, looking into the house and then the bathroom. Wife, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Su Waning said awkwardly, I just have a stomachache, so I'm just crouching in the toilet for a bit longer. Seeing that his wife was fine, Linny let out a sigh of relief. After a long time, Su Waning's legs went numb and she came to the bedroom, sitting next to the little ones. Tan is asleep too. Well, my good girl sleeps a lot every day. How many empty rooms do you have in your house? Su Waning looked at Linny and asked in a low voice. Although the two of them now had a child, she subconsciously felt that sleeping in the same bed was really. Upstairs is empty, what's wrong? Do you mean to say you want to live by yourself? Linny wondered. Su Waning nodded, the worst that could happen is that she would take care of the two children by herself, a little tired is a little tired. However, Linny sternly refused, no, I don't agree. What if you sleep too soundly at night and something happens to the baby? Don't worry, as long as you don't agree, I won't do anything to you. For the safety of the baby, just listen to me. At worst, I'll just sleep on the floor, okay? Linny frowned and asked Su Waning seriously. After thinking for a moment, Su Waning felt that Linny was right and that the safety of the baby should come first. Okay, but you shouldn't sleep on the floor, it's cold. I knew my wife was the best, so can I sleep in your arms tonight? No, you sleep on the left and I'll sleep on the right, so the baby won't fall. Su Waning pursed her lips and pondered, her mind filled with worry. I wonder if I'll talk in my sleep, grind my teeth and snore, will he dislike me? Outside, Zhang Milan had already finished cooking and came to the door to call the two of them. Linny watched Su Waning's absent-minded expression and waved in front of her face. Wife, don't think about it, let's go eat. What about you, aren't you eating? I'll wait a bit, after all, you didn't eat at noon, so it's a good time for me to ask Milan to make some meals for you, you'll feel better in your body. Oh. Su Waning nodded and quickly turned back to Linny and said, thank you. It's okay, you're my wife. Linny answered with a smile, taking advantage of Su Waning both overtly and covertly. However, Su Waning was his wife sooner or later, so he just wanted to get used to the idea. Seeing that Linny cared about her, Su Waning no longer felt offended by his words about her being his wife. It seemed quite nice, too. She felt that she should keep an eye on Linny and, if she thought he was good, give him a chance. When they arrived at the dining room, Zhang Milan had already served the soup and water on the table. When she saw Su Waning come out alone, she was about to go in and change for Linny, but she was stopped by her. Milan, your brother Lin is not very hungry yet, so let's eat first. Okay. This has happened before, so Zhang Milan nodded in agreement, but instead of going to the table herself, she carried some dishes and prepared to eat in the kitchen. Milan, you can eat at the table. We don't have that many rules here. Su Waning said with a smile, thinking that Linny probably felt the same way. Oh. Then, while eating, Su Waning asked Milan about Linny. What kind of person do you think Linny is? Zhang Milan thought for a moment before saying, a good person, serious and responsible, great at taking care of babies, he's a good father. Last night, when Tang kept crying, brother Lin anxiously carried her to the hospital. He was so scared at the time, but in the end, Tang teased us. And last night, brother Lin volunteered to take care of Tang all night. I've never seen such a serious and responsible father. Oh, I see. Su Waning responded softly, not expecting Linny to do so much for his daughter. It seems that she doesn't know her well enough. She feels that Linny must be a good father, a good husband, and a good husband. In fact, when she was at school, Su Waning had noticed this cool senior. At the time, she only thought that he was good looking, but now she realizes that Linny is not only good looking, but also has a clean soul. After dinner, Su Waning returned to the bedroom and saw that his attention was entirely on his daughter and son. She smiled and said, go eat, or it will get cold. Okay. Seeing that his wife cares about him, Linny happily runs out. For some reason, he feels that Su Waning's attitude towards him has changed a little, and it seems that he still needs to continue to work hard. It's already late at night, and Su Waning is a little embarrassed to sleep under the same roof as a big man. She shakes her head to tell herself not to sleep. Linny sees that Su Waning is so tired that she can hardly keep her eyes open, so he comforts her, honey, don't worry, you can sleep. I'll take care of the babies. You've worked hard. She stayed up late last night and was really tired, so she fell asleep the moment she lay down. Linny thoughtfully turned off the bedroom light and came to Su Waning's side to tuck her in. Then he heard her mumble, and when he leaned closer, he heard, Debeo, mommy's tucking you in. Good girl, don't cry, here's some milk. After saying that, Su Waning pulled down the quilt, lifted up her clothes, and revealed her ration. Seeing this sudden flash of springtime, Lin froze. His wife was testing him. Fortunately, he had enough self-control and didn't make a mistake. Immediately afterwards, Lin was afraid that his wife would wake up and be too embarrassed, so he wanted to stuff her ration back in, but he found that there was no way to do it. In the end, he could only lower her clothes and cover her with the quilt. Looking at his sleeping wife, Lin smiled helplessly and said, "My dears, when you grow up, you must be filial to your mother, because even in her sleep, your mother is thinking about you." Wow! Wow! And when you grow up, you must also think about your father, and not try to pull the oxygen tube out of his mouth. Phew! Giggle! Ha! Tang Tang was swinging her little arms, and perhaps her movements were too big, because she hit Debeo. But Debeo was sleeping very soundly and did not wake up. Looking at the two children in the bed, Lin finally realized the true meaning of life, which is a warm bed with a wife and children. In the bedroom across the first floor, Zhang Milan was bored and couldn't sleep because she didn't have to look after the baby at night. For the first time, she felt so useless. When she was extremely bored, she used the most primitive method, counting sheep: 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Chapter 23, Honey, can I make it up to you? In the middle of the night, it started pouring outside the window, with the occasional muffled rumble of thunder. Lin slept lightly, afraid that the little ones would catch a cold, so he sat up and covered them with the quilt. On the other side of the bed, Su Waning had kicked the quilt under her feet long ago, so when Lin saw this, he thoughtfully picked up the quilt and covered her up. This silly wife really doesn't sleep well. I don't know if it was because she was having a nightmare or because of the thunder, but Su Waning suddenly sat up in a panic, knocking Lin over. Sigh. That hurts. Lin's face showed signs of pain, as Su Waning's strength was really not light. With the weak light, Su Waning could only see Lin. She became a little nervous for a moment, and her thoughts started to wander. Why did he come over? Is he going to touch me? Looking at Lin, who was touching his forehead, Su Waning rubbed the quilt and stammered, asking, "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming to my side? It's raining outside, and I'm afraid you'll catch a cold, but I didn't expect you to suddenly get up." Oh, I see. Listening to the sound of heavy rain outside the window, Su Waning realized that she had wrongly accused Lin. At the thought that he had been so warm to her and she had doubted him, Su Waning felt a little remorseful. Are you okay? Do you want me to rub it for you? No, just give me a kiss and I'll be fine. Seeing Su Waning care about him, Lin immediately became cheeky. It only hurt for a moment when we bumped into each other, and it doesn't hurt anymore now. Su Waning saw that Lin could still joke with her, so she knew he was fine. Rumbling. Rumbling. First, there was a flash of light in the room, and then dull thunder was heard. Ah! Su Waning was scared by the sound of the thunder and immediately dove into Lin's arms, hugging him tightly. Since she was young, she had been most afraid of thunder. Lin covered Su Waning's ears so that she could not hear the thunder as much as possible. Wife, don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Waning nodded against Lin's chest. At that moment, she felt Lin's embrace was very warm, and she was reluctant to leave. After a long time, there was no sign of thunder outside, and Lin was a little out of breath from being hugged by Su Waning. And he also went from being happy just now to blushing all over, mainly from holding his breath. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and frowned to remind Su Waning. Honey, you're hugging so tightly, can you loosen up a little? I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Thank you just now. Hearing Lin's words, Su Waning quickly let go of his hand after she reacted, and her face turned red as she remembered her greedy behavior just now. Su Waning couldn't believe that was her just now, she was simply too aggressive. Lin saw Su Waning's shy and wanting expression and laughed dumbly. He acted very generously. Wife, if you want to keep hugging, go ahead, I'm yours anyway. If you don't like the way I feel with my clothes on, I'll take them off. Pish. Durian, I don't want a hug. Su Waning shyly snatched the quilt from Lin's hands, covering herself completely. Her heart was pounding, it was so embarrassing that he had found out. Seeing Su Waning's shy expression, Lin shook his head and smiled bitterly. She obviously wants it, but she's being stubborn. Nonsense, she doesn't. Su Waning pouted, then covered herself with the quilt again, thinking to herself, if you can't see me, you won't know what I'm thinking. Women's hearts don't always match their words, and Lin didn't argue with his wife. He then went to the other side of the bed and felt relieved to see that Tang Tang and Debeo were sleeping soundly. Before going to sleep, Lenny checked the baby's diapers and felt that they were dry. Then he gently stroked the little faces of the two little ones, which were so soft and cute. "Good night, babies. Moo-ah. Moo-ah." Just as he was about to go to sleep, Lenny heard Su Waning tossing and turning. He remembered what Zhang had said about postpartum illness and the rainy weather, and he anxiously went to his wife's side. At that time, according to Zhang He's introduction, the postpartum disease is the most uncomfortable when it is cloudy and rainy. Immediately afterwards, Lenny touched Su Wanqing's forehead, which was covered in a dense layer of fine sweat, but her hands were very cold. He then covered Su Waning with his quilt. "Wife, are you feeling better now?" "Well, much better." Lenny looked at Su Wanqing's uncomfortable appearance and felt a little distressed. He wished that all of these sufferings could be transferred to himself. Recalling the divine massage technique that the system had previously gifted him, he called out to the system. System, can massage reduce the pain caused by postpartum illness?" "Yes, the soles of the feet correspond to many acupuncture points, and the host can perform foot massage." "Okay." After asking the system, Lenny felt relieved and proceeded to massage Su Waning. He then sat at the end of the bed and took Su Wanqing's feet out. Feeling the physical contact, Su Waning, like an electrocuted person, reflexively pulled her feet back. She curled up like a frightened bird. Seeing this, Lenny explained his intentions to Su Waning. "Honey, don't think too much. I just want to massage your feet. This might make you feel better. Relax." "Oh." Hearing Linyi's explanation, Su Waning realized that she had once again misunderstood Linyi's meaning, and now she was a little ashamed. After spending these few hours together, Su Waning could tell that Linyi was a good man who was worthy of being trusted for life. She was pondering whether to tell him the secret in her heart. After a moment, she made up her mind. Linyi, I have a secret hidden in my heart. Don't laugh at me if I tell you." "Go ahead, I promise I won't laugh." "It's that I'd had a crush on you since freshman year, when you helped me carry my luggage as a senior welcoming the new students. I saw you that night when I saw you later." "Silly, why didn't you ask for my contact information back then?" "I was afraid." Su Waning had a thin skin, and she hid all her likes in her heart. And this time, she made a big decision to open up to Lenny. Sure enough, it feels better to get it off her chest. Upon hearing Su Waning say this, Lenny suddenly remembered that there was a girl wearing a hat who kept stealing glances at him on his orientation day. That person had the same build as Su Waning, so it was no wonder that he had no impression of his wife's stunning looks. It turned out that she was wearing a hat. Seeing that Lenny was silent for a long time, Su Waning was afraid that he would think she was a bad woman with ulterior motives. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that she needed to tell him what happened that day. "Although I kind of like you, what happened between us was an accident. You were drunk, and I found you by the roadside when you were going back to school. And your phone was out of battery, so I couldn't contact your roommates or family. After much deliberation, I dragged you to a hotel and got you a room. When I was leaving, you held my hand and wouldn't let me go, and then you pinned me down and..." After listening to Su Waning's explanation, Lenny felt that he really was a scoundrel. The other person had meant well, but he had taken advantage of the situation. Now that they had children, he could only try his best to make amends. "Wife, how about I make it up to you?" Chapter 24 Little brat, you're just trying to undermine your father. Su Waning nodded. She could tell that Lenny really liked children, and he had taken very good care of her. She didn't want to miss out on such a man, and she didn't want to regret it. And this man is the one he has in his heart. Although the two had a ridiculous night that resulted in her becoming pregnant, Su Waning has never hated Lenny, because he has given her two adorable babies. Once you say yes, you can't go back on it. Don't worry, I will never regret it. Lenny grinned. How could he possibly regret it? This is probably a blessing that comes from many lifetimes of cultivation. Perhaps it was because Su Waning had accepted him that gave Lenny the motivation to come to Su Waning's side, full of concern. "Wife, how do you feel?" "Much better, thank you." "Don't be polite with me, you're my wife, who else would I spoil if not you?" "Oh." Su Waning responded softly, her heart overflowing with indescribable happiness. She also secretly rejoiced that she had fallen for the right person. Looking at Su Waning, who was shyly huddled into a ball on the bed, Lenny covered her up with the quilt. "Okay, silly, go to sleep. I'll massage you for a while longer." "Oh, thank you, Lenny." "Still calling me Lenny?" "Call me husband." Su Wanqing's face turned red when she heard Lin Yi's request. Lin Yi was just having his fun, and he didn't want to push Su Wanqing. But he didn't expect Su Wanqing's stammering voice to come the next second. Husband. I'll go to sleep then. Su Wanqing then buried her head under the covers. Hearing Su Wanqing's address, Lin Yi froze for a few seconds, and then became overjoyed. Does this mean that his wife has accepted him? Lin Yi was so happy that he wanted to fly, but he restrained himself. He wanted to be a mature father and husband. Then he walked to the bottom of Su Wanqing's feet and continued to massage her, afraid that she would be unable to sleep. Lin Yi massaged her until after 4 o'clock in the morning. Seeing that his wife was sound asleep, he lay down on the bed to rest for a while. Only when the baby slept peacefully and his wife slept soundly did Lin Yi feel relieved and lie down to sleep. However, he fell asleep for only a short while when he heard the alarm set on his wife's phone. Upon opening it, he saw that it was 5:30 in the morning. Seeing the time, Lin Yi realized that he did not fully understand the hardships of Su Wanqing. Since the company was far away and there was the issue of the baby, she had to get up very early every day. But Su Wanqing never complained to him. It seems that she didn't want him to be nice to her out of sympathy. Wow wah ah. Before he could think much more, the sound of his daughter's crying filled the room. Afraid that she would disturb Su Wanqing and her son's sleep, Lin Yi quickly picked her up. He felt the diaper, which was still dry, and looked at Su Wanqing, who was sound asleep. Lin Yi didn't want to disturb her and get her up to breastfeed. He gently comforted Sugar, then quickly prepared the formula milk. When the nipple was placed in the little one's mouth, she sucked it in with gusto. Gulu gulu. Gulu gulu. As he watched Sugar eat with relish, Lin Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. This is fatherly love, isn't it? After Sugar had eaten her fill, Lin Yi laid her on the bed. Having eaten and drunk her fill, the little one became very lively. She waved her small hands and feet, and from time to time she would touch her brother. Seeing her daughter being so naughty, Lin Yi instructed her, Tang, don't disturb your brother while he's sleeping. Wow. The little one responded, but she didn't know what she was saying. However, she simply didn't pay any attention to Lin Yi's words. After a while, Tang seemed to be deliberately touching Debeo. Seeing that her daughter was so restless, Lin Yi directly carried her to a place a little further away from Debeo. Feeling that she was far away from her brother, the little one's brow was knitted, her big watery eyes brimming with tears, and then she began to choke up. Whoa wah. Seeing that his daughter was about to cry, Lin Yi couldn't bear the pain in his heart and quickly hugged her back. Tang is really a little person, and as soon as she returned to her brother's side, she immediately became happy and smiling, and the tears in her eyes had long since disappeared. As usual, she began to fiddle with her brother's arm. Tan, do you want your brother to play with you? Wow. My brother is sleeping. I'll play with you when he wakes up. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Debeo woke up. He opened his big eyes and began to sob when he saw Lin Yi in front of him. Then the sound of crying resounded through the room. Debeo is a boy, and his crying was louder than Tantan's. Seeing the golden beans rolling down the plump little face of Debeo, Lin Yi laughed and cried, I just said you couldn't play with your sister while you were sleeping, and the next second you woke up. Little rascal, are you here to undermine your father? Wow 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 wow. Debeo is truly amazing. Lin Yi simply comforts him a little and he stops crying, really well behaved. After the milk formula is mixed, Lin Yi puts the nipple to the little one's mouth. Perhaps it is the smell of milk, Debeo eagerly sticks out his little tongue to reach it. Good boy, don't rush. Take your time. Ya. Lin Yi sat on the bed and held Debao in her arms while she fed him. Tang seemed to be feeling left out and babbled for attention. Tang, be good, and I'll play with you after your brother has finished. Very soon. Debao drank quickly and gulped it down, then spat out the nipple. After a few minutes and a few belches, Lin Yi placed Debao next to Tang. Wah wah. Hey. Who? That was it. The two little ones carried on a conversation in baby talk, and Lin Yi next to them just enjoyed the show. At 7 o'clock, Su Wanqing suddenly sat up with no warning. The only explanation was that her biological clock had finally kicked in. Looking at the clock on the wall, Su Waning quickly got out of bed. While she was looking for her clothes, she told Linny, "Honey, I'm going to work, so you'll have to take care of the babies." "Hey, where are my clothes?" "You don't have to go to work. I've promoted you to be my personal secretary. You just need to accompany me to the office, and you're free the rest of the time. As for your clothes, they're still in the trunk of the car." Linny said with a smirk, knowing that Su Waning had a strong sense of self-esteem and would definitely not agree if he did not let her go to work. With this arrangement, she would have a job and still be able to stay at home to accompany her children and husband, killing two birds with one stone. As the person involved, Su Waning expressed her confusion, as Linny was opening the back door for her. Although she really wants to stay at home and take care of her two babies as they grow up, she still refuses Linny's blatant favoritism. "No, someone in the company will gossip. Who dares to say that I fired him? How about I let you take care of the company, what do you think?" No, I can't do it." "Then just put your name on the company, and today I will issue a promotion notice and make you a vice president, that's settled." Chapter 25, It's not easy to find food, and Tang sighed. Zhang Milan woke up very early. Now that there is a baby mama in the family, all meals are prioritized for Su Waning. Breakfast was already ready, and she heard Linny's door open, so she came running over. After looking at Linny in bed and then at the blushing Su Waning, Zhang Milan awkwardly said, "Brother Lin, sister-in-law Lin, I've already made breakfast, so come and eat. Then I'll go out first." Afraid of disturbing the two, Zhang Milan ran away in a hurry. She felt that she had to knock on the door next time she went to their room. Well, she had to be a pregnant and infant care specialist who knows when to advance and retreat. Moreover, in order not to disturb the young couple, she felt that it would be better to move to the second floor. After looking at the inexplicable Zhang Milan, Su Waning was very confused. She and Linny had done nothing. Linny then held Tang while Su Waning held Debeo as they came to the table. After they were seated, Zhang Milan enthusiastically introduced the dishes. "This one is pork rib soup to help with breastfeeding, this one is egg pudding for easy digestion, and this one is stir-fried carrots rich in vitamins." Seeing the table full of dishes, Su Waning nodded with a smile. "Milan, you've worked hard." "It's okay, this is what I should be doing." Zhang Milan grinned, pleased that she had finally been put to good use. Seeing how professional Zhang Milan was, Linny nodded with satisfaction. Choosing her had undoubtedly been the right decision. "Wife, eat more, you're so skinny," Linny said, and then started to pile food and meat into Su Waning's bowl, until it bulged. "I know, I can do it myself." Su Waning blushed and nodded, then took a sip of soup. Hey. Oops. The stroller that the system had given away was super big, and during dinner the two of them put the baby in the stroller. Tang, attracted by the aroma, waved his little hands and feet, babbling and hoping that his parents could give him a bite. Although they refused every time, the food was really delicious, so Tang drooled. Phew. Compared to the lively and active Tong, Debeo is quiet and looks like a handsome boy, staring at the ceiling with his big eyes. And when he is in the stroller, he is occasionally hit by his sister's little fists, but he doesn't say a word, instead he rocks his little head and looks at Tong. Debeo will definitely be a crazy fan of his sister when he grows up. The stroller moved closer to Linny, and when it saw Tong drooling with envy, Linny acted very decisively. After all, the last time Zhang Milan told him that it was too early to feed the baby, and they couldn't digest it yet. "Tan, be good, and when you're 6 months old, you can have complimentary foods. Daddy will make something delicious for you then." "Hua. Oh dear." Tan pouted, probably sensing Lin Yi's refusal, and the little guy let out a small sigh. "It seemed to be, food is hard to come by," Tan sighed. Su Waning heard Linny say that he would cook something delicious for Tang, and with big, wide eyes, she asked softly, "Honey, you can cook?" "Well, I can cook a little, but not complimentary foods. But I can learn." "Oh." Su Waning tapped her forehead lightly. She can't cook, but she's found a husband who can, so she doesn't have to worry about her getting hungry anymore. In fact, without knowing it, Su Waning's habit of calling Linny husband had changed from stammering at first to blurting it out, and she hadn't even noticed. Linny was also enjoying it. In fact, in Zhang Milan's eyes, the two were already married. At the beginning, she believed the excuse Linny made casually. After all, it was rare for people like Linny and Su Waning to have a child before getting married and then get back together. As for the simple meal that Linny said he could cook, it was actually just instant noodles or noodles that could be cooked by boiling water, and the dish would be fried tomatoes and eggs, and nothing more difficult than that. Anyway, they could do all this and still not go hungry. After dinner, the two put the little one to bed and let them play freely. Su Waning suddenly thought that Dabao's nickname was just Dabao, which was a bit random. With a slight smile, she sat next to Linny. Honey, why don't you name Dabao? Didn't you name him when you were pregnant? Su Waning shook her head. As a new mother, she hadn't thought about naming the baby at all, and after the baby was born, she just called him Dabao or Erbao. Linny shook his head and smiled bitterly, while his brain was racing. What should he name the baby? He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, looked at Su Waning, and blurted out. How about calling him Yuan Yuan? The name has a good meaning, round and round. Unfortunately, Tang Tang already has a nickname, so if I had known, I would have named him Yuan Yuan. Never mind, let's just call the eldest son Yuan Yuan. Su Waning came up to her son with a smile on her face. Yuan Yuan, from today onwards, you are called Yuan Yuan. Wow. Well. It seems that having a name has made the usually quiet eldest son become more lively. Even the little girl next to him, Tang Tang, babbled. The little girl probably felt happier because her brother was happy. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Ling Yi's mind. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host is naming two babies, so it is awarding physical enhancement. The reward has been distributed. Ha! Physical enhancement? Lin Yi mused, the system was really reliable this time, and this was something that could not be bought for any amount of money. This way, the little ones would not get sick easily. Then two magical powers entered the bodies of Sugar and Yuan Yuan respectively, and this power quietly changed the little ones' physiques while also expelling impurities from their bodies. This power does not harm the little ones in the slightest. On the contrary, Sugar and Round look like they're enjoying themselves, and even Su Waning, who is standing nearby, is puzzled. Honey, look at Sugar and Round, they've suddenly become well-behaved and seem very comfortable. The little ones are just having fun and taking a break after getting tired. Linny can only explain it like this, but he is very relieved to see the little ones enjoying themselves. After a short while, the system's physical fitness enhancement was complete. Tang Tang became lively, while Yuan Yuan looked old-fashioned, which was not at all consistent with his age. Linny was puzzled. Honey, our good son is too quiet. Yuan Yuan has always been like this. Except when he cries because he is hungry or tired, he basically doesn't cry much. Maybe he knows that he is the older brother, so he is a bit more obedient and sensible. Maybe he is also afraid that I will get tired, so he is not very active. Oh. Lin Yi nodded. It turns out that the little guy has known since he was young that he should be considerate of his mother, so he will definitely be a filial child when he grows up. Then he said happily, our Yuan Yuan will definitely not pull the oxygen tubes of his father and mother when he grows up, right? Wow. Phew. Yuan Yuan moved his little mouth, as if in response. Tang Tang next to him waved her little hands and feet, trying to attract Lin Yi's attention, as if to say, Dad, ask me. Chapter 26, Daddy has a face thicker than a city wall. Seeing how lively and active Tang Tang was, Lin Yi smiled fondly. What's the matter, my dear daughter? You want to pull Daddy and Mommy's oxygen tubes? Ha! The little one muttered with her rosy lips, as if she were angry that Daddy had wronged her. Tang Tang kicked her little legs and tilted her head to the side, looking very angry, just like Su Waning. Lin Yi pointed at Tang Tang and grinned, Honey, you look like this when you're angry. Oh, really? Su Waning rolled her eyes. She doesn't look like that at all. That's clearly shyness. But this time Lin Yi offended both women in the family. After dinner, Lin Yi wanted to pick up Tang Tang from the stroller, but the little one refused. As soon as Lin Yi tried to pick up Tang Tang in his arms, she started crying. What a stubborn little princess. Tang Tang, Daddy was wrong. My little princess would never pull Daddy and Mummy's oxygen tubes. At most, when she's old, she'll send us to the nursing home. Giggle. Tang Tang laughed at what Lin Yi said, even though she didn't know what it meant. But she saw Lin Yi smile, so she followed suit. What kind of bad intentions could a child have? She was immediately appeased. Back in the bedroom, her daughter was appeased, but her wife was still sulking. On the other side, Su Waning was displeased. Stupid husband, how dare you make fun of me? After putting down Sugar, Lin Yi came to her side and saw Su Waning pouting, and burst out laughing. Wife, your mouth can hang a scale weight. No, I'm not, she said, I'm ignoring you. No, 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 I was just joking. Your lips are like red flames. Ba Kai. Linny took advantage of Su Wanching's inattention and kissed her on the lips with a loud smack. The taste of bone soup. She was kissed without her knowledge, and Su Wanching's face turned red and white. She looked shyly outside the room. Fortunately Zhang Milan was not there. Then she frowned slightly and pouted, saying, Pish, big pomelo. Linny always wanted to tease his wife when he saw her being shy. Wife, haven't you heard of an old saying? Huh? What saying? Su Wanqing was a little confused. Could there be some ancient verse about pomelos? Death under the peony flower, even as a ghost one is still charming. Linny grinned. Sure enough, after hearing this, Su Wanqing hurriedly fled to the sides of Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. If she didn't, she reckoned that this little white rabbit would be eaten clean by this big gray wolf. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You sweated a lot when I gave you a massage last night, so why don't you go take a shower? But you can't peek. What are you thinking? Linny flicked Su Wanqing's forehead and said quickly, the glass in the bathroom is opaque, so you can't see anything even if you want to. Oh. Su Wanqing nodded shyly. In the morning, she felt sticky all over, but she didn't dare to mention it for fear that, although she had accepted Linny, she was still quite shy about the matter of being a man and a woman. Immediately afterwards, Su Wanqing took advantage of Linny's inattention and fled. Linny grinned as he watched his wife run away, and then said to the siblings, your mother is so shy. Tang Tang rolled her eyes at this, as if to say, Dad's skin is thicker than a city wall. Even the usually quiet Yuan Yuan couldn't bear to look at Linny. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the bed buzzed, and Linny picked it up. It turned out to be a WeChat call from his mother. She pressed the answer button and greeted her mother with a smile. Good morning, Mum. I have something good to tell you. You little rascal, how are you taking care of my precious granddaughter? If I find she's lost weight, I'll hold you responsible. Get your big face out of the way, I want to see my own granddaughter. Oh. Love really does fade away. Linny then nodded unhappily and turned the camera towards Tang Tang. Here, your granddaughter is having a great time playing. Baby, do you miss your grandma? Oh, this pale and tender little one is so cute. After a while, Grandma will come visit you. Wow. My granddaughter is really cute. At the Nantian Manor in the imperial capital, Zhang Yuehua looked at the pink and tender little one on her phone and longed to dive in and give her a kiss. There's nothing she can do about it, because her granddaughter is just too cute. Suddenly, she remembered the order she had given Linny earlier, and her brows furrowed. Son, how's the search for the baby's mother going? Have you not taken the search for a wife seriously? I'm telling you, if you don't bring me a daughter-in-law, you're not allowed in the house. Linny looked bitter. He had been about to tell Zhang Yuehua the great piece of news when he first answered the phone, but his mother never gave him the chance. He shrugged and said, Mom, I have a surprise for you. Look who this is. Linny then raised his phone a little higher, revealing Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan at the same time. Zhang Yuehua looked at the screen and saw two babies. She was confused and thought she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and then the screen again. But, yes, there were indeed two little babies in front of her. She raised her eyebrows and was about to come over the internet cable and grab Linny by the ear. You little brat, what's going on? Why is there another child? Mom, the one on the right is your eldest grandson, he's Tongtong's brother. Wait. Zhang Yuehua put her hand on her forehead, slowly digesting the information transmitted by Linny, and after she came back to her senses, she cursed Linny, if both are your children, what about the mothers? Polygamy is not allowed in our family, even if you want to keep a mistress. Linny heard Zhang Yuehua's angry scolding and laughed dumbly. If I don't explain it clearly, I'm afraid my mother will think I'm a scum. Mom, you're overthinking it. Your grandchildren are twins. Oh, I thought. Wait, did you find the baby's mother as well? Yes, she's in the shower right now. Linny nodded and looked in the direction of the bathroom. Seeing Zhang Yuehua's situation, he still had to ask Su Wanqing for advice. After all, his wife was super shy. Well, you must take good care of my daughter-in-law. If she is wronged, I will break your legs. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of them. Zhang Yuehua nodded, and then thought about what she could warn Linny about. After thinking for a long time, she told Linny indirectly, "My son, a woman has just given birth and her body has not fully recovered, so she should not exercise. You shouldn't just think about yourself, but also about the mother of your child, understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes, yes, Mom, don't worry, Wanqing is very thin, and she doesn't need to lose weight through exercise." If it weren't for the internet, Zhang Yuehua really wanted to give Linny a big haircut. Forget it, as Lin Yi's mother, Zhang Yuehua still said it with a stiff upper lip. What I mean is, you two should wait a while before having sex again. Chapter 27, determined to let the baby sleep in the perfect head shape. Cough cough. Linny coughed awkwardly a few times, his mother's words were too direct. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuehua had just tactfully expressed that Linny did not understand. Knowing that his mother was worried about Su Wanqing's health, Linny readily agreed. "Mom, I know. Well, nothing else. Then hang up." "Good girl, good boy, bye-bye." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuehua happily lay down on the sofa, unaware that a face appeared directly above her. "Eh? Didn't you go to the office?" "I forgot to take the documents. I just hung up with my grandchildren." "What are you talking about? Could it be that brat, Xiaoyi, has gotten into trouble?" Lin Hongji looked at Zhang Yuehua with a critical expression. Seeing that the truth could not be hidden, Zhang Yuehua simply confessed. She took Lin Hongji by the hand and asked him to sit on the sofa. "Xiaoyi actually has a child." "Huh? He's not married, so where did the child come from? This is nonsense. What did the girl say, to have the baby or not?" "Well, it's already been born." "What? This brat, I really want to break his legs," Lin Hongji said viciously. The Lin family had a good reputation, so it was inevitable that he would be angry about this incident. However, he was still quite happy to learn that he had become a grandfather, but he just didn't show it. "Dare you? You dare to open a dye shop after I give you a little color?" "Honey, I was just talking. But our son didn't do the right thing." "What kind of attitude does the child's mother have? Why don't you just take our daughter-in-law?" "It's hard to describe what happened with my son, but I have already warned him that he will not be allowed in the house until he brings his daughter-in-law back." "You were right, but is it a grandson or a granddaughter?" Lin Hongji asked with a raised eyebrow. In his opinion, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, he doesn't want to force it. "Both." "Huh? It's twins, my son looks like me, amazing. Didn't you just say you were going to break your son's legs?" Zhang Yuehua rolled her eyes and scolded with a smile. "I was just kidding, it doesn't count. By the way, about Xiaoyi having a child, we'd better wait until the daughter-in-law meets the father-in-law. The old man is getting old, I'm afraid he'll faint from excitement." "Okay, let's do what my wife says." Lin Hongji nodded. Zhang Yuehua was not without reason. The old man liked Lin Yi the most, and he would be overjoyed to know that he had a child. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, the two little babies were tired from playing and they were fast asleep in their beds. Lin Yi used a pillow to surround the little ones and then went to the bathroom door, afraid that Su Wanqing would be too cold when she took a bath, so he thoughtfully turned on the shower. "Honey, do you need me to scrub your back?" "No. It's free. Gun." Linny grinned when he heard this. He didn't expect his wife, who was such a gentle woman, to swear. He turned around and prepared to go back to the bedroom, when he noticed Zhang Milan appear behind him. She waved her hands in a flustered manner. "Brother Lin, I didn't hear anything just now." "I'll go check on the little ones then." "Air." Linny froze for a moment. He forgot that there was still a stranger in the house, and it seemed that he would have to be more careful in the future. Seeing that Su Wanqing didn't need any help, Linny also returned to the room, and then he noticed Zhang Milan fiddling with the little ones. Asking is better than not knowing, so he asked, "Milan, what are you doing?" "Lin, this is to change the baby's sleeping position. Because the baby's brain is still developing, sleeping in the same position for a long time can affect brain development. Also, when the baby is sleeping, don't always let them sleep on their back, as this can easily affect the development of the cerebellum. Also, babies between 1 and 3 months old are in the prime period for shaping their head shape, because during this period the baby's skull is relatively soft and has a certain degree of plasticity." "Oh." Linny nodded silently. It seems that in the future he will have to frequently adjust the sleeping position of the little one, but he was a little confused, and promptly asked, "What will happen if the baby's head shape is not shaped properly?" Sleeping on your back for a long time will cause the back of the head to flatten, sleeping on your stomach for a long time will cause the face to grow longer and the forehead to bulge, and sleeping on the same side for a long time will cause the head to become crooked. From what Zhang Milan said, Linny knew that those bad head shapes were not good looking, and that a round head shape was the most perfect. Then, Linny smiled and said to the little ones, "Daddy will let you sleep with a perfect head shape." Zhang Milan couldn't help but laugh, because it turned out that parents were really concerned about their children's head shapes from a young age. In the bathroom, Su Waning felt a sense of relief after her shower, but she noticed that there was no bathrobe in the bathroom, not even a towel. She probably forgot to bring it when she fled in such a hurry. With no other choice, Su Waning secretly opened the door a crack and said coyly, "Honey, can you get me the bathrobe?" Hearing the cry, Linny hurried over. "Honey, what do you need?" "Wait a second, I'll get it for you." Linny hurriedly brought the bathrobe over, afraid that Su Waning would catch a cold. Su Waning tugged the bathrobe through the crack in the door, and Linny wanted to ask if there was anything else he could help with, but the next second he heard a clang, followed by the sound of the door locking. Linny smiled bitterly. "His wife is guarding against me." Putting on the bathrobe, Su Waning rolled up the dirty laundry and carried it into the house. Zhang Milan saw that Su Waning had returned and quickly found an excuse to go out. She still had some discernment, and then thoughtfully closed the bedroom door behind her. "Honey, are you cold? Shall I turn on the air conditioning?" "No, I'm warm." The two were in the same room together, and Su Waning answered coyly. The water droplets on her body had already dried, and Su Waning looked around but couldn't find what she was looking for. "Where did you put all my clothes, and the things in the little black bag?" "They're still in the car, I'll go get them for you." "Don't you know how to use the washing machine?" "I'll wash your dirty clothes for you." Linny hurriedly took over Su Waning's dirty clothes, afraid that she would catch a cold doing the laundry. Linny didn't know that the clothes were rolled up, and when he got them in his hands, the small clothes inside fell to the ground. "Ha! Black lace? A set?" Su Waning saw the small clothes fall and, blushing, picked them up and put them behind her. She was so shy that she was afraid Linny would see them, and then she said with a blush, "I can wash these myself. Please take care of the skirt." "My dear, you don't have to be polite. I will use it when I need to. We are a family. Don't be shy." Linny had a thick skin. The main reason was that he was afraid that Su Waning would get cold and then have her postpartum illness return. "Forget it, I don't need it. If you don't want it, I won't help you take the laundry." Lin Yilin raised his head and said in a domineering manner, "I'm washing the small clothes today." Chapter 28, A Caesarean Section is Better for Life in the Future. After looking at the bathrobe on her body and the clothes in Lin Yilin's hands, Su Waning handed over the small clothes in her hands with a blushing face. "Then you have a hard time. It's okay, this is what a husband should do." Linny held the little clothes in his hands, then took the dirty clothes and walked out of the room. Seeing Linny leave, Su Waning's heart pounded. Although Linny was very overbearing, her heart felt warm, which also proved that Linny cared about her. Subsequently, Linny carried the large bags and small packages in the car into the house. Although there wasn't much, the things were very miscellaneous. Seeing this, Zhang Milan in the living room quickly ran up to help. When she put the things in their bedroom, Zhang Milan glanced at Su Waning in her bathrobe and immediately realized that this was not the place for her to be. After moving the things, Zhang Milan started cleaning the house. Although it wasn't dirty, it was better than being the third wheel in the bedroom. Linny saw Zhang Milan's confused behavior and laughed. After moving the things into the bedroom, Su Waning started looking for her clothes, as well as her panties and underwear. Although she found them, she blushed when she saw Linny standing nearby. "Go wash your clothes quickly, I'll take care of the babies." "Okay." Linny agreed quickly, knowing that his wife was embarrassed to change her clothes because he was there. He didn't expect her to use a diversion and use the babies as an excuse, but Linny didn't expose it either. He could still tell the difference between a big meal and a small meal. When he arrived in the bathroom, Linny began washing Su Waning's small clothes. As her husband, he was not embarrassed. He just didn't realize that Su Waning liked to wear matching sets. Lin Yi's mouth curled up. It seemed that he would have to buy his wife matching sets in the future. However, when he finished washing and was about to go to the bedroom to hang up the clothes, he was still caught by Zhang Milan. "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything." It would have been fine if Zhang Milan hadn't said anything, but as soon as she explained, she immediately revealed the truth. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Milan hurriedly turned around. However, she did not think Linny was a pervert because he was a man. On the contrary, she thought Linny was a good man. She hoped that God would also send her such a man. Subsequently, Linny walked into the bedroom with a complete set of clothes. His neck was red, spreading directly to the base of his ears. This situation happened entirely because of the few words Zhang Milan said. Back in the bedroom, Linny put the underwear on a hanger, but Su Waning blushed when she saw it. Linny had hung the straps on both sides of the underwear, and the briefs were also propped up. Although there was nothing wrong with it, she still couldn't help blushing when she saw it. After tidying up, Linny was tired and lay down next to Su Waning. His restless big hand wrapped around her waist. "Oh, no, how can you touch me? Honestly, I was just touching you, not grabbing you. It was just an expression. Take your hands off me." "No." Instead of letting go, Linny hugged her even tighter. The sudden force caused Su Waning to frown and let out a painful sound. "SSSHH. What's wrong? Did I go too hard? I hurt you." Linny hurriedly sat up. He was a little confused as to why his wife had a wound. Could it be that someone had abused her? His eyes were cold as he thought that the only person who could have done this was that bitch Jianglan, but the priority was to check Su Waning's body. "Let me take a look at the wound." "Don't. You'd better not." Su Waning clenched her lips tightly. She didn't want Linny to see the ugly scar. She only saw her forcefully pulling her clothes, not giving Linny a chance. But Linny's strength was much greater than Su Waning's, and the clothes were eventually lifted by him. What caught her eye was a long scar. Su Waning quickly covered it up, afraid that it would scare Linny. "I'm fine, don't worry." "Honey, did you have a cesarean section?" "Yes." Su Waning nodded. At that time, the baby's position was not correct, so she had no choice but to have a cesarean section. Linny felt a little sad when he saw the shocking surgical scar. He realized that his wife had suffered so much, but he only knew now. "Silly, why didn't you tell me you were pregnant so you wouldn't have had to suffer so much?" Su Waning didn't want what she had done to become a burden to Linny, so she comforted him. "It's all in the past, and a cesarean section is better for the future." "Ha! Achoo achoo." Linny froze for a moment, and then sneezed twice. He realized the meaning of what his wife had said only afterwards. "Achoo achoo. Honey, you don't have a cold, do you? Let me feel your forehead." Su Waning was a little worried. She felt Linny's forehead and then her own. It was indeed a little warm. She suddenly remembered that Linny had pulled the covers up to cover himself last night, and it had rained last night. The thought that Linny had caught a cold and had a fever because of her made Su Waning feel a little guilty. "Honey, I'm sorry, it's all because of me." "Silly wife, don't say that, as long as you're well." "Achoo." Linny comforted Su Waning, and then sneezed. He knew the children's resistance was a bit low, so he told Su Waning, "Honey, you and Milan take care of the babies for a while, I'm afraid the cold will spread to the babies." "What about you?" "I'll take a pill in a while." Linny gave a warm smile, also to prevent Su Waning from worrying. "Oh, then you must go to the hospital quickly if you get serious." "I know, but a kiss from my wife will definitely fill me with energy." "Spit. Durian. Muah." Su Waning pouted and scolded, but thinking about Linny's health, she still shyly kissed him on the cheek. Linny, who had been kissed, was happy like a child, and then walked out of the room. Outside the bedroom, Zhang Milan had nothing to do, so she prepared lunch early. Seeing Linny's pale face, she anxiously walked up to him. "Brother Lin, you don't look well. It's just a cold. Take some medicine and get some sleep. Then go into the bedroom and help my wife take care of the baby." "Okay." Zhang Milan nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Linny then sat on the sofa and took out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of Anha Hospital, Zhang Yi's phone rang. Seeing that it was Linny calling, he got goosebumps and feared that something major had happened. "Hello, young master. Zhang, send some cold medicine to my home." "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi hurried to the precious medicine storage area and took out some special medicine. The special medicine for colds was independently developed by Anha Hospital, but it was not mass-produced because the ingredients were expensive. After taking the special medicine, you will wake up feeling as good as new. Chapter 29. Why is there no milk after growing up? Soon, Zhang Yi brought Linny the special cold medicine. Master, here is the medicine you asked for. Well, Lao Shang, thank you for your hard work. After sending Zhang He away, Linny put a special medicine in his mouth and then lay on the sofa. When he woke up again, he had no fever and was not feeling unwell. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Ling Yi's head. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected the host's efforts for the baby's mother and is rewarding the immunity pill. The reward has been distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, a quaint wooden box appeared next to Lin Yi, occasionally emitting a fragrant medicinal scent. Upon opening it, a pill the size of a longan lay inside. Lin Yi put it in his mouth, and after a while, a warm current began to flow through his body. It's absorbed quite quickly. When there was no change in his body, the medicine had already been completely absorbed. Holding to the principle that anything produced by the system must be a high-quality product, Lin Yi had no doubts, but what the hell did the system mean by being immune to all poisons? System, what poison can be protected against if you are immune to all poisons? Immunity to all poisons is just a synonym for being able to recover from minor to major illnesses after taking medicine. Oh, so that means I can live to be 99? Well, it all depends on the host's luck. The system was speechless when asked, thinking to itself, I was just using an analogy, but you went ahead and asked for more? After his body had fully recovered, Lin Yi couldn't wait to go back inside to see his wife and child. When he opened the door, he saw Su Waning holding Tang Tang in her arms, seemingly breastfeeding him. Zhang Milan saw Lin Yi come in and said with a smile, Brother Lin, I'll go prepare dinner. Lin Yi nodded and then sat down next to Su Waning. When she saw Lin Yi coming over, she quickly twisted her body to prevent Lin Yi from peeking. At Su Waning's coy appearance, Lin Yi really wanted to say to her, don't hide, I saw it last night, you were the one who lifted it up. Afraid that Su Waning would be embarrassed, so Lin Yi refrained from saying anything. Before they finished feeding Tan Tan, Yuan on the bed started crying from hunger. Seeing Yuan crying so fiercely, Su Waning could only feed him first. Sure enough, as soon as the food entered his mouth, he started gulping it down. Yuan is a boy and has a big appetite. Feeling that there was no milk on the left, Su Waning switched to the right. After 10 minutes or so, Yuan was full and spat out the ration. Hubby, you comfort Yuan for a while I feed Tang Tang. Okay. Lin Yi took Yuan and held him in his arms. The little guy was very quiet like a handsome man, and he was expected to grow up to be one of those handsome men who don't say much. Then Su Waning once again put the ration in Tang Tang's mouth. After just a moment of sucking, she felt that the milk had already run out. Moreover, the ration was hurting her nipples a little from being sucked so hard, so much so that Su Waning's brow was knitted in worry. Sigh. My dear daughter, you're sucking so hard. What's wrong? Lin Yi was concerned when he heard Su Waning's pout. Unexpectedly, Su Waning let go of Tang Tang and started pounding her chest and kicking her feet, so scared that Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her. Wife, what's wrong? Honey, I'm so angry. You said it's so big, why is there no milk? It's driving me crazy. Su Waning squinted her eyes, pouted her little mouth, and her cheeks were puffed up. It seemed that she was really angry. However, after listening to Su Waning's reply, Lin Yi could not help but laugh. He pinched Su Waning's white and tender cheeks and said carefully, Honey, the amount of milk has nothing to do with the size of the breasts. Ha? Then what does it have to do with? Just eat more nutritious foods that will help your milk production. Maybe it's because you didn't have time to eat when you were at the office that your milk production is low. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not eating, and I can't feed the baby better. What are you saying, silly? I'm worried sick about you, how could I blame you? It's okay, Milan will help you with your diet. Just eat more, okay? Don't stress yourself out. Lin Yi carefully comforted Su Waning. Looking at the silly girl in front of him, he felt immense pain. Wow. Hey. The little one lying on the bed, you two are having a dialogue in baby talk. They watched their parents interact, and seemed to be exclaiming, Dad and Mom are truly in love, and we are just an accident. Giggle. Giggle. Even the usually unemotional Yuan opened her mouth wide and laughed. Honey, don't be upset. Look how cute Yuan is smiling. It feels like Tang Tang, who didn't get a compliment from Dad, is also trying hard to smile and giggle, just hoping Lin Yi will praise him. Well, Tang Tang is also smiling very cute, so you guys should comfort your mom. Wow. Hey. Aha. You see, your good daughter and good son also want you to be happy. Well, thanks Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang, mom is very happy. Su Wanqing saw the two little ones trying hard to make themselves happy, and she also smiled happily. With two sensible little babies and a husband who loves her, she feels very happy. Outside, lunch was ready, and Zhang Milan had learned her lesson this time. She knocked on Lin Yi's door and quickly said, "Brother Lin, sister-in-law Lin, lunch is ready." After shouting for the past 2 days, Su Wanqing could no longer hold back and said to Lin Yi, "Honey, I feel that Milan's way of addressing you is strange. I don't think the title of Lin Da's wife sounds good." "Okay, then let Milan change the way she addresses you. Just let me know. This is a trivial matter, as long as Su Wanqing stays happy." Putting the two babies in the stroller, Lin Yi and Su Wanqing sat down in the chairs. Looking at the table full of food, Su Wanqing didn't feel like eating, but if she didn't eat, she wouldn't have any milk. Su Wanqing cheered herself up in her heart, "Come on." For the sake of the two babies, she had to eat. "Lin Daxiao, do you like the taste?" "It's fine." "Milan, you've worked hard. You can call me Wanqing. The title Lin Daxiao is too formal." "How can that be? How about I call you Qingxia, sister?" "Okay." Su Wanqing nodded, because after all, Sister Ching sounded better than Auntie Lin. While the couple were eating, Su Wanqing's phone rang in the bedroom. She ran to get it, and when she looked at the screen, she saw that it was the hospital calling. "Hello? Hello, is this Ms. Su Wanqing?" "Yes. This is the nurse from the first maternity hospital in Metropolis. I'm calling to inform you that your baby needs to come in tomorrow for the hepatitis B vaccine." "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome." After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing walked over worriedly. "Honey, the hospital notified us to go tomorrow for the vaccination." "Well, we'll go tomorrow, but, honey, why don't you look a little pale?" "I'm a little worried about the injection tomorrow." Chapter 30 Because she is my treasure. Lin Yi looked at Su Wanqing in puzzlement, asking, "Are you worried about the two little ones?" "Yes." Su Wanqing nodded, remembering that when Yuan Yuan was born, she cried and screamed when she got her vaccinations. She was told by the nurse that she had to comfort the little one for a long time before it stopped. It's only been a little over a month, and Su Wanqing is worried that the little one is afraid of pain and is also a little distressed. Lin Yi saw Su Wanqing's frown and soothed her, "Honey, the vaccines are necessary. And besides, I believe that Sugar and Round are strong kids, even if they still cry." "Ha, honey, you're not contradicting yourself. Although I've promised, there's no guarantee that the babies won't sabotage me." Lin Yi grinned, and Su Wanqing's mood improved under his encouragement. "Ha ha." Suddenly 2 loud sounds came from the stroller. As a boy, Yuan Yuan became the prime suspect. Su Wanqing frowned and pretended to be angry as she asked, "Did you fart, little rascal?" As soon as the words fell, another fart sounded. It turned out to be Tang Tang. Su Wanqing asked worriedly, and her delicate hand couldn't help but go to touch Sugar's tummy. She was already worried about the baby, and this touch always made her feel that something was wrong. Sure enough, a hint of worry had already appeared in Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes. Lin Yi frowned slightly when he saw this, and then felt it himself, but didn't feel anything wrong. "Don't worry, you're just being over-worried. It's probably just the wind, so let's open the window and be more careful afterwards." Hearing Lin Yi say this, Su Wanqing felt much more at ease, but she still wanted to give Tang Tang a massage. So when Su Wanqing's delicate hands gently stroked Tang Tang's little tummy, the little one actually laughed. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A clear, jingling laugh followed, and the little one laughed, giggle, giggle, so much so that even his waist slightly arched. His little hands were even more vigorously flexing, as if he wanted to touch his mother's face. "Tan Tan, be good, let mommy rub it for you, and we won't fart anymore." Yeah. Watching the intimate interaction between the mother and daughter, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile with relief. Isn't this the life that men dream of? Thinking about this, he gently walked up and embraced the mother and daughter. However, Yuan Yuan, who was standing nearby, seemed to feel that she had been snubbed, and immediately started scratching her little hands, squeaking with displeasure. "I haven't forgotten about our Yuan Yuan. Here, Daddy will give you a hug." In this way, the family of 4 spent the afternoon full of laughter. It seems that they had a great time, because Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan didn't go to sleep at all that afternoon. Their dark eyes were full of energy. But it was only just nightfall. The two little ones were already sleepy and yawning. When Tang Tang yawned, a tear rolled down the corner of her eye, and if you didn't know any better, you might think she was crying. Mommy is breastfeeding you, so eat up and go to sleep, Su Waning said with a smile, unable to believe that her son and daughter were so sleepy. She kept gently calling out the names of her two children, hoping that they would eat a little more before going to sleep, otherwise they would wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Finally, Tang Tang could hold on no longer, and with a small mouth full of food, her eyes closed and her breathing slowed down. Lin Yi sighed. Yuan also bit the nipple of the bottle and wouldn't let go. If you look closely, she is also falling asleep. When the couple put Tang Tang and Yuan to bed, they didn't need to worry about them, they were fast asleep and so cute. Our son and daughter are such a relief. Linny couldn't help but sigh by the bed. He had seen other people's babies cry, and it really could take half their lives. But Tang Tang and Yuan were very quiet, they didn't cry or make a fuss. Hearing his sighs, Su Waning laughed out loud and then patted the bedside, calling Linny to sit over. Honey, you've probably never seen our Tan Tan cry. She either doesn't cry or she does, and when she does, she sure gives you a scare. As she spoke, Su Waning reminisced. During the confinement period, Tan Tan inexplicably wanted to cry one time, and that really worried me. I took her to the hospital overnight, but after a checkup, nothing was found, and I didn't know what to do. Later, when I got home, I was so anxious that I held her and walked around the floor, and then I just started crying. It's funny to say, but after we both cried for a while, it actually scared my daughter, and she stopped crying. Her big eyes blinked back and forth, and in the end, she took the initiative to hug my head, looking at me with her big, white eyes. Her mouth, which was raised high, was really able to hang a weight. Su Waning finished with a smile. However, Linny felt something stuck in his throat and couldn't smile. Instead, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Yes, when I wasn't around at the beginning, she had to do everything herself. You've worked hard. Hearing this, Su Waning's delicate body trembled, and she looked up, smiling slightly with her bright eyes. It's not hard work, because she's my baby. Chapter 31, A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches your thirst. The night passed quickly, and in the morning Linny was awakened by the sound of cracking. He thought it was the sound of Tong Tong and Yuan making a noise, but on closer inspection it turned out to be a sound coming from outside the house. Looking at the sleeping babies, Linny gathered his pillows around him to go and see what was going on outside. If he didn't go out soon, he was afraid that the roof would be blown off. Walking into the living room, Linny saw Su Waning fully armed with a shovel, stirring the pan. Zhang Milan was standing nearby in a panic, afraid that the war would be drawn to her. Looking at the scene in front of him, Linny laughed silently. Wife, you're cooking? Well, you've been working so hard these past 2 days, and I wanted to help, Su Waning said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the fire in the kitchen rose rapidly, and a mushroom cloud suddenly appeared. That cloud was like a big sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Seeing the fire suddenly rise, Su Waning was scared and kept backing up. Oh no! Silly, come here quickly. Linny was afraid that Su Waning would get hurt, so he hurriedly pulled her behind him, while he took the opportunity to turn off the gas stove. He had just been worried that his wife might burn down the kitchen, and now he realized that his worry was justified. Then Linny turned Su Waning around in a circle, and he was relieved to see that she was fine. Wife, you'd better not come to the kitchen again, you caused a mushroom cloud. No, it's just that the fire got a little bigger. Well, yes, it's just that the ceiling is a little blackened. Linny laughed silently at the sight of the white ceiling with a black patch in the middle. This was something only Su Waning could have done, and no one else would have achieved such an effect. Ha! Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Waning looked at the ceiling with confusion, and sure enough, it was just as he said. Su Waning lowered her head shyly, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean for it to turn out like this. Just now, the other person was really kind. Su Waning pouted. She had just seen Zhang Milan show her how to do it, so why did it turn out like this when she did it? Even now, she didn't know what went wrong in the middle. Not only did Su Waning not know, even Zhang Milan next to her was also dumbfounded. This was the first time she had encountered this situation, and she had to say that Su Waning really didn't have any talent in cooking. Seeing Su Waning's aggrieved expression, Linny petted her little head and said affectionately, It's fine, the roof is just a bit darker, it has quite an artistic atmosphere. But don't go into the kitchen, okay? Oh. Su Waning nodded. Honestly, even if she was allowed into the kitchen, she would still have a mental block. She had wanted to put on a show, but she had unexpectedly messed up. Looking at the messy kitchen, Linny looked at young Mylan a little embarrassed. Mylan, thank you for breakfast. Brother Lin, it's not hard. Young Mylan waved her hands repeatedly. After Linny left, she looked in the pot and saw that it had burned to a cinder. While she was surprised, Zhang Mylan couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Ching is amazing. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Tang Tang sniffed her nose and slowly opened her eyes. Her round, big eyes looked at the ceiling in a daze. Ah-oh. Ha. Aha. Immediately afterwards, Linny and Su Wanqing entered the bedroom and saw Tang Tang playing with herself. The little one wasn't crying because her parents weren't around. Linny said incredulously, Wife, our daughter woke up and didn't cry? Well, that's how Tang Tang is sometimes. But just as Linny finished praising her, Tang Tang rolled her eyes, opened her mouth wide, and started crying. Even Yuan Yuan, who was sound asleep, was awakened by her sister's voice. Linny and Su Wanqing picked up the two little ones and, with their experience of the past 2 days, Linny quickly said, Honey, Tang Tang is probably hungry, so you should feed her. Yuan Yuan probably needs to go to the bathroom. After checking, it turned out to be just as Linny had said. Su Wanqing's eyes shone with admiration as she asked Linny, Honey, how did you know? That's amazing. Want to know? Give me a kiss and I'll tell you. Lin Yi's mouth corners twitched, and he began to tease Su Wanqing again. There was nothing he could do, his wife was too shy, so Linny could only do this to benefit himself. Although a forced kiss is not sweet, it quenches thirst. Subsequently, Linny closed his eyes and brought his face close to Su Wanqing's, his face full of enjoyment. However, Su Wanqing did not play by the rules. She bit into Lin Yi's cheek. Stupid husband, are you going to tell me or not? I'll tell you. Linny grinned and said quickly, Actually, it was in the morning when I fed Yuan Yuan and changed Tong Tong's diapers. Oh, I see. Su Wanqing nodded. She hadn't gotten up last night after she lay down, and Linny had been taking care of the little ones during that time. So Linny knew a lot about the situation of the two little babies. However, after listening to Lin Yi's words, Su Wanqing felt a little ashamed. She had clearly set the alarm, but it never went off. If she had woken up, Linny would have been a little more relaxed. Honey, did you hear my alarm go off tonight? Yes, I turned it off. Why did you turn it off? I'll take care of the baby tonight, otherwise you'll be too tired. Linny had been watching the little one at night for the past 2 days, and Su Wanqing was afraid that he couldn't handle it. Because she sleeps heavily, she sets an alarm to remind her every time. As the baby's mother, she wants to do her part. I'm not tired at all, on the contrary, I'm very happy. As Linny finished speaking, a mechanical prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host is sleep deprived due to taking care of the baby, and has issued golden sleep. Reward has been issued. Reward description, golden sleep, just 3 hours of sleep a day, and you'll be full of energy and vitality. After listening to the description, Linny couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. The rewards the system has given this time really hit the spot. With this ability, Linny can't bear to let Su Wanqing babysit the baby at night. He then said to Su Wanqing in a serious and overbearing manner, Don't worry, honey, your husband's body is quite healthy. Don't believe me? Try it. Put. Big lie. Su Wanqing turned her head shyly after hearing this, and Linny actually. Although the two of them now have children, Su Wanqing is still embarrassed to hear such words. Linny couldn't help but tease his wife when he saw her blushing shyly. Honey, I was just trying to show you my abs. Why are you blushing? No, it's just that it's too hot in our room. I'll go out and see if Mylan's breakfast is ready. Chapter 32 Wife, I need that function too. After breakfast, Linny and his entourage set off for the #1 maternity hospital in the Demon City. They didn't go to their own hospital because the birth information of the two little ones was registered at this hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, under Su Wanqing's leadership, they went to the vaccination area. They thought they had come early, but they were shocked to see so many people with babies on the first floor. Honey, there are so many babies here for vaccinations today. Well, we're in no hurry, so let's wait. Although there were seats in the hospital corridor, there were simply no vacant seats due to the large number of parents. They thought that the 3 of them would be enough to bring the baby for vaccinations, but when they saw a family of 4 generations in front of them, Linny felt that this was nothing. Luckily, they brought the stroller with them today, otherwise they wouldn't know how long they would have to wait. The two little ones have not slept since they woke up in the morning. As the little ones get bigger, they sleep less and less, and they may even start crawling after a while. Wow. Ooh. Hey. Tauntaun's dark eyes rolled back and forth, as if she had noticed a new environment. She happily waved her small, white hands. If Tang Tang knew that she was here to get a shot, she wouldn't know whether to be happy or not. Rounding, who was next to her, was a bit more docile than Tang Tang, but he kept his small eyes moving back and forth as he looked at the various people in the hallway. It seems that lying down is not enough to see, the little guy said in a wavering voice. Wow. Ha. Phew. Su Waning couldn't help but smile when she saw how lively Rounding was. Rounding, do you want your mommy to hug you? Phew. Round said, wah wah wah, and his little hand kept reaching up, as if he wanted to get into his mother's arms. Su Waning saw this and smiled, bending down. Here, let mommy hold you. Wow. Seeing the outside world, Round was very happy. He seemed to really like going out and playing. His little eyes kept turning back and forth, and whenever someone passed by in the hallway, Round's gaze was always attracted to them. Looking at the baby in front of her, who was surrounded by 4 generations of family and crying loudly, Linny felt very gratified to see that her own son was so well behaved. Their child had come to collect a debt, while Linny's child had come to repay a favor. In the stroller, Tan Tan, without Rong at her side, was dancing around, probably because her brother had just been there and she had been unable to show off. The line moved quickly, and before long, Linny was followed by a long queue of other parents. The closer you get to the front, the more you can hear the cries of babies, probably because they are having their shots. Su Waning's baby, Yuan, became nervous. He seemed to sense a hint of danger and began to become restless. Wow 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 wow. As Yuan is a boy and has a loud voice, he led the way and the other babies in the ward began to cry. The parents looked at their crying children and felt a little helpless. Tang Tang, who was lying in the pram, was very observant. Seeing that all the other babies were crying, she felt that she would be out of place if she didn't cry too. Giggling. Yuan looked quite gloating, while Tang Tang was consoled after a few fake cries. Even Linny felt that his daughter was playing a joke on him. Zhang Milan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but love the lively brother and sister. Having taken care of so many babies, she felt that the 2 little ones seemed smarter than the others. The line moved quickly, and every baby that came out would cry. Seeing that it was her turn, Su Waning began to worry about Yuan. After all, children are afraid of pain. Linny saw the worried look on Su Waning's face and began to comfort her. Honey, don't worry, the injection will be quick. At worst, I'll give your son a little extra reward. Linny's mouth curled up, but Su Waning rolled her eyes at him. Humph, your son is mine too, so why should I reward him and not you? Honey, I need that function too. Linny grinned, it's not that he doesn't want it. Hearing Linny's reply, Su Waning smiled happily, and her worries on her face disappeared. At worst, it's just like Linny said, reward Yuan a few more mouthfuls of milk. Tang Tang is a little person, and she seems to sense that her mother is going to reward her brother, and she feels a bit unbalanced. Her little hand flapped towards Su Waning, and Linny next to her was a bit overwhelmed. My dear daughter, are you going to mommy? Wow. Daddy will be sad. Ha? Tang Tang didn't pay any attention to Linny at all, and her little hand still reached out towards Su Waning. The simple little guy thought that if she was hugged by Su Waning, she would get some milk, so she worked even harder. Su Waning was especially happy to see this, as Tang Tang had even come to her on her own initiative. As a parent, you care a lot about who your child prefers. Su Waning was very pleased, and she said with a smile, did you see, honey? My daughter and son like me more. Tao, you're leaving, and daddy's very sad. Linny looked sad, but you can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep, and you can't keep someone who wants to go. There was nothing they could do about it, so Su Waning and Linny switched places with each other. Tang Tang finally got into Su Waning's arms as he wished, and it seemed that he could get a few more mouthfuls tonight. The little guy was very happy, but Linny was not happy at all. His little cotton padded jacket was leaking air. Who? 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 Even Linny, who was already in a bad mood, was blown a few breaths by the round baby in his arms. His clothes were already leaking air, and Yuan made the situation worse. He felt a sudden panic in his heart, while Su Waning was overjoyed. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not connected. At the same time, a voice came from the vaccination department, number 66, enter the hepatitis B vaccination room. Hearing the number called, Su Waning took Tang Tang and went in. Linny was also very anxious, so he stuck his neck out at the door and looked around. He thought that only one baby would enter at a time. The little nurse looked at Linny Dong's furtive manner and said, "Baby daddy, you'll be next in a while, so don't crowd the other babies when they get their shots." Linny Dong frowned, unable to laugh or cry, and said, "That's my daughter." The little nurse looked embarrassed. It turned out that there were 2 babies, which was embarrassing. Immediately, she smiled and said, "Then you can come in together." Chapter 33, Mangpo's soup doesn't have this effect even if you don't drink it. Su Waning sat in the chair. Although the injection wasn't for her, she was more nervous than Tang Tang at the moment. The nurse was a middle-aged woman. The hospital had made thoughtful arrangements, and no intern had been assigned to the department where the babies were getting vaccinated. Modern babies are very precious. If the first injection is a success, it's fine, but if several injections fail, the parents will definitely be verbally abused. We are all parents, and no one wants their child to get hurt. Wow. Ooh. Hey. Tan is not aware of the danger at the moment, and is mesmerized by the syringe in the nurse's hand. The born calf is not afraid of the tiger, and Tan even wants to reach for the syringe. The nurse looks at Tan and says gently, "Little one, don't touch this." The nurses also liked the soft and plump little baby, but they were sure that the baby would hate the work they had to do. When they saw that Sugar was unafraid and that she was very cute, they couldn't help loving her. But happy times are always short-lived, and the nurse had already sucked the vaccine into the syringe and then instructed, "Raise your sleeve." Su Waning was very nervous, and she raised her sleeve. The nurse couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. She was rolling up her baby's sleeve. Oh. Su Waning nodded, then revealed Tang's white, tender little arm. Fearing that Tang would flail about in pain the moment the needle went in, Su Waning restrained Tang's little hand, then comforted her, "Be a good girl, Tang, it'll be over soon." Tang's little head bobbed, and she couldn't understand what Su Waning was saying. Her small, round eyes looked at the syringe until she saw it stuck into her arm. Just as Su Waning and Linny held their breath, they didn't hear Tang cry. Even the nurse was puzzled, as Tang was the first baby she had ever seen who didn't cry during an injection. Little did they know that Tang was so mesmerized by the syringe that she had already forgotten to cry. The syringe was pushed in quickly, and the injection was over in just a few seconds. The little one looked a little overwhelmed by the puzzled looks of the nurse, Su Waning, and Linny. Then, the next second, Tang actually giggled. Giggle. Su Waning was a little worried. While other babies cry when they get an injection, my baby laughs. This is not something that would happen if you didn't drink the medicine. Nurse, why isn't my baby crying? Maybe the little one isn't afraid of pain. The nurse said with a smile, and that should be the only reason. Su Waning nodded, and then asked Linny to sit on the bench. Compared to Tang, the two were more worried about Yuan. Although he wasn't crying now, he was very restless. His chubby little hands kept flapping, as if the little one thought that if he did so, he wouldn't need to get a shot. The nurse looked at the two little ones' diametrically opposed attitudes and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, most are still afraid of pain, like the one in the story, which is only 1 in 10,000. Linny protected Yuan's arm in advance, and the nurse found the right moment to stick the needle into Yuan's arm. Immediately afterwards, Yuan's strong cry spread from the vaccination room to the corridor, and it was no surprise that the baby outside had already started crying. At this point, Linny felt that the injection took such a long time, even though it was only a few seconds, but it still felt like it had taken centuries. Seeing the nurse pull the needle out, Linny hurriedly picked him up and comforted him, Yuan, be a good boy. Your sister didn't cry when she got her injection, so you have to be a good example for her. Linny said his own words, and Yuan cried about his own words, each not disturbing the other. In the end, Linny used his trump card. If Yuan was naughty, he couldn't drink milk. Sure enough, when Linny said this, Yuan's crying became a little weaker. Linny understood that, when dealing with small babies, you have to threaten them with food. After Yuan Yuan had his injection, he couldn't wait to escape, and kept pointing outside with his little hand. The vaccination room was a sad place for Yuan Yuan. However, the opposite was true for Tang Tang. Her eyes kept fixed on the syringe, and she giggled when the nurse slowly drew the liquid into the syringe. Even when it was time to leave, Tang Tang babbled as if trying to attract the nurse's attention. A. E. O. Later, Tang Tang even patted her little arm, as if trying to say to the nurse, "Give me another shot." After the vaccination, Linny and his party returned home. When they arrived home, the baby was already asleep. Perhaps it was because he hadn't slept all morning, the little guy was fast asleep. After putting the two babies to bed, Linny remembered what Zhang Milan had taught him earlier about adjusting the sleeping position of the little ones. To get the baby to sleep with the perfect head shape, it is essential to change the sleeping position. The little one was sleeping soundly, so Linny adjusted the little one to sleep on his side, and then placed a small pillow behind them to fix the baby's sleeping position. Su Waning sat by the side and saw that Linny knew more than she did. She couldn't help but praise, "Hubby, you're amazing. I've got something even better for you to try." Sure enough, after the babies fell asleep, Linny started acting impish. Chapter 34 Son, you and your daughter-in-law should get married quickly, or else the baby will be an illegal resident. The baby grew quickly day by day. After strengthening its constitution through the system, coupled with the care it received during this period of time, the baby's constitution was much better than that of babies of the same age. That night, Linny was at home folding the baby's clothes. Rounding suddenly rolled over in bed, his big round eyes staring at Linny. "Wow. Rong, Daddy folded your little clothes for you. Be good." When Linny looked up to speak to Rong, he saw that Rong was lying on his stomach on the bed. He was first taken aback, and then he was surprised to discover that the baby had actually rolled over. In order to share this joy with his wife, he quickly called out to Su Waning, "Honey, come quickly." Su Waning, who was drying clothes on the balcony, hurried over when she heard Linny's urgent call. She asked anxiously, "What is it, honey?" Seeing that the two little ones were safely in bed, Su Waning didn't notice that Yuan had rolled over. Then she pouted, "Aren't the little ones being good? Honey, why did you call me?" Realizing that his wife had not noticed the change in Yuan, Lingy's mouth curled up and he said, "Wife, haven't you noticed any changes in Yuan? Huh? What other changes could there be?" She reacted with surprise as soon as he said that. That's not right, how could my good boy have rolled over?" She now understood that her husband had hurriedly called her over to witness this moment. Seeing how well Yuan had done, Su Waning gave a big smile and pinched his chubby little cheeks, praising him. Yuan is so good. You have to keep up the good work, and try to make your mother's voice sound like it comes from your mouth tomorrow, and you'll be running around the day after that." Linny couldn't help but laugh when he heard Su Waning's encouragement. "Honey, you're being a bit too impatient. Do you really think our son is some kind of miracle child? Hey, I just want my baby to say mama." Su Waning smiles, as if she can't wait for her babies to grow up. Although Linny said that Su Waning is too impatient, he and his wife share the same idea. He thinks that he will ask Zhang Milan how to make his baby speak quickly. Yuan can roll over now, and she is very happy to receive praise from her parents. Tang Tang, who is lying on the bed next to her, looks especially lost. She also seemed to want to show her parents that she could roll over, and her little body twisted and turned, but she couldn't manage it. Linny, who was standing nearby, was very satisfied when he saw how hard Tang Tang was trying, and he encouraged her, saying, "Come on, Tang Tang, come on." Su Waning's heart was warmed when she saw how hard her daughter was trying. Perhaps it was because Tang Tang was a girl and her body was a little more flexible, so she could never manage to roll over. Su Waning saw her obedient daughter keep failing and wanted to help her, but Linny refused. "Honey, you can't do that." "Oh." She pouted, nodded, and then called Zhang Milan into the room. She believed that Zhang Milan, who had taken care of many babies, must know how to help Tang Tang. As a pregnancy and infant care specialist, Zhang Milan is particularly sensitive to changes in babies. After entering the room, she was surprised to find that Yuan was actually lying on the bed. "Lin Gu, Jing Xingjie, did Yuan roll over by himself, or did you put him there?" "He rolled over by himself." Linny Yang said proudly. He was a witness to Yuan's rollover. Zhang Milan was shocked to hear this news. Other children don't roll over until the age of 3 or 4 months, but Yuan rolled over at such a young age, so he must have a great constitution. Then Su Waning pointed at the bed, where the hard-working Tang Tang was, and said with a mixture of tears and laughter, Tang Tang seems to have seen that his brother can roll over, and is secretly practicing on his own. Mylan, is there any way to help the baby roll over? Yes. Zhang Mylan smiled, then came over to Tang Tang. She first felt the little one's little arms and legs, and then said, feeling the baby's strength. Lin, Qing, let's get the little one to lie down first, then turn him on his side, with his little hand raised on the side of the bed closest to the bed, and his little leg resting on the bed, pressing on his bottom. After Zhang Mylan had finished demonstrating, the next second, with the help of her arm, Tang Tang actually rolled over. Wow! Ooh! Giggle! Tang Tang was very happy, and his beautiful eyes blinked. Linny and Su Waning couldn't help but give Zhang Mylan a thumbs up when they saw this. Mylan, you're amazing. No, it's true. Wanqing, you guys can help the little one practice more, which will improve the strength of his neck. Also, you can support the baby's little hands up, so that the baby's head is raised, and he won't have to stare at the ceiling every day. Su Waning and Linny nodded, looking at the round and sweet faces of their children lying on the bed, their hearts full of contentment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji were sitting on the sofa watching the news on Unicom. Then a piece of news caught their attention. The TV said, Wang Mao, 36 years old, has never had a household registration, and has been living off illegal work for many years. Because he has no ID card, Wang Mao cannot be hospitalized when he is sick, and can only do the most difficult and tiring work. Because he has no ID card, Wang Mao cannot take public transportation. After hearing the news, Zhang Yuehua felt great sympathy for the man in the news. However, Lin Hongji, who was by her side, began to think about it. He then asked Zhang Yuehua, has our Xiaoyi and our daughter-in-law not yet obtained a marriage certificate? After hearing Lin Hongji's words, Zhang Yuehua suddenly woke up. Oh, I have a daughter-in-law and grandchildren, and I was so happy that I forgot that they haven't obtained a marriage certificate yet. Without a marriage certificate, the baby cannot be registered, so I need to talk to my son about this matter quickly. Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji were a bit worried, but fortunately they had watched the news. They then turned off the TV and Zhang Yuehua quickly made a video call to Linny. A moment later, Linny answered, and he was just about to tell them that the baby could roll over, but was interrupted. Zhang Yuehua said anxiously and seriously, son, you and my daughter-in-law need to get a marriage certificate quickly, otherwise the baby will be an illegal resident. In the future, you won't be able to take the bus or the train. Although our family owns a private jet, you won't be able to get married without an ID card. I'm still looking forward to holding my great-grandchildren. Lin Hongji saw that Zhang Yuehua was getting further and further away, so he quickly interrupted, son, your mother is right. Hurry up and get your ID card, or should we go now? Linny saw the anxious faces of the two elderly people and looked out the window again. It was dark outside, and even if they went to get the ID card, the family would have already gone home from work. And Su Waning didn't say anything about going to the registry office. To appease the two elderly people, Linny could only agree. I know, Mom, we'll go as soon as possible. If we can't get the certificate, don't come home. Then Zhang Yuehua hung up the phone with a threat. In the bedroom, Linny listened to the beep 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 sound and looked at Su Waning with a wry smile. Honey, why don't we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow? Linny? Chapter 35 Linny, who did I offend? Linny was still thinking about how to convince Su Waning, but she unexpectedly agreed directly, which made Linny both surprised and happy. Wife, are you serious? Well, do you want to go back on your word? Su Waning nodded shyly. During this time, Linny had not only taken meticulous care of the baby, but had also been 100 times more considerate to her. And without realizing it, she had slowly become accustomed to Linny's presence. And after hearing Zhang Yuehua's description of black households, she was inexplicably touched. She knew that Tang Tang and Yuan could not be from a black household. So before Linny could ask, Su Waning agreed to marry him. When he saw Linny's uncertain expression, his face suddenly changed. Did Linny not feel the same way? Linny saw the way Su Waning was constantly looking at him, and hurriedly said what he was thinking, I'm so happy, how could I possibly regret it? I'm mainly worried that we're rushing into getting married and that you'll be unhappy. Linny really did think this way. Su Waning was the woman he was going to spend the rest of his life with, and of course he wanted to give her the best. And the most important moment in a woman's life is getting married, so Linny wanted Su Waning to think about it more clearly. But Su Waning shook her head and said with a smile, I don't feel aggrieved. As long as the four of us can be together, that's fine. If you feel aggrieved, then you have to be nice to me in the future. Of course. Linny smiled confidently, spoiling his wife and doting on his children. He was serious. The two of them had just said this scene, which was clearly seen by the little ones. Indeed, there is a lot you can see when you are lying on the bed. Wow. Yeah. MMM. Hoo hoo. Tan and Yuan were just like that, one after the other, saying things, and they seemed to be happy because their parents were getting a marriage certificate tomorrow. Outside the window, the night sky was full of stars, and tomorrow was sure to be a sunny day. The next morning, the two had discussed getting a marriage certificate that day last night, so Su Waning got up early to pack. As a girl, of course she wanted her marriage certificate to be beautiful. However, she couldn't find many of the bottles and jars of makeup in her bag. Linny had stayed up late last night to soothe the baby, and didn't go to bed until the early hours of the morning. He heard a clattering sound from inside the house and woke up. Then he saw Su Waning sitting on the floor, rummaging through her large bags. Honey, what are you looking for? My makeup bag, the blue one. Have you seen it? I thought it was useless and threw it away. Linny smiled awkwardly. There was a pen in it, which he had thrown away as a writing pen. Seeing Su Waning's disappointed look, Linny thought about how to remedy the situation. What do you need the blue bag for? I want to put on some makeup, because it's a wedding photo, of course I want to look beautiful. Oh. Linny nodded and said quickly, before we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, let me take you to get your makeup done. I guarantee that I will make you look extraordinary. No, my wife is beautiful. In fact, without makeup, she would beat all the top actresses. Spit. You're really good at talking, go wash up. Su Waning pouted, but she was actually very happy, and women are naturally happy when they are praised. Linny responded with a smile, then got up quickly. Jean Milan was used to getting up early, and by the time Linny and Su Waning came out of the bedroom, breakfast was ready. After a simple meal, Linny went to the garage and chose a top-of-the-line minivan so that Su Waning and the babies could ride in comfort. As Linny gently pressed the accelerator, the car slowly drove out of the community. In the car, Su Waning was holding Yuan, who seemed to know that they were going out and was very happy. Wow. Seeing that Yuan is so happy, Su Waning is also introducing the scenery outside the window to Yuan. Tang is the opposite of Yuan. The little guy is a bit groggy and is acting listless, closing and opening his eyelids for a while. He is really cute. Finally, unable to bear the sleepiness, Tang fell asleep. Linny was sitting in the driver's seat, and from the rearview mirror he could see the two well-behaved babies, which he loved more than anything. Now Linny is more and more fond of life as a dad. After a while, the destination of the first stop was reached. Su Waning looked at the sign above, Beauty Square, and was stunned. The shop in front of her was decorated in an antique style, and it didn't look like a place for makeup at all. Honey, are you sure this is the place? Well, let's go in. Linny nodded, then put his arm around Su Waning and walked into the store. As soon as they entered, a young girl in a white uniform came up to them. Hello, do you have a reservation? Linny shook his head and said, tell your manager that Linny is looking for her. The young girl looked at the handsome man in front of her, and judging from his attire, she knew that he was someone important, so she quickly ran up to the manager. The manager of the beauty parlor is a woman in her 30s, Jiang Xian, the makeup artist that all the celebrities are after. The young girl knocked on the door of Jiang Xian's workroom. Manager Jiang, there is a Mr. Linny here to see you. When Jiang Xian heard the waitress say Linny's name, she immediately opened the door. Where is he? Take me to see him. She was very happy, but she was puzzled as to why Linny had come to her place. When he saw Linny holding a child in his arms and accompanied by two women, he paused for a moment, and his heart became even more puzzled. Why is Xiaoyi holding a child in his arms? Could it be that the child is? And he is embracing the woman beside him, could it be his girlfriend? Seeing this, her footsteps quickened, and then she stood demurely in front of Su Waning. Are you Xiaoyi's girlfriend? You're really pretty, and your skin is really fair. This kid Xiaoyi must have done good deeds in his past life, to have such. Cough cough. Linny was afraid that Jiang Xian would expose his embarrassing secret, so he hurriedly interrupted her. But these family members of his are really something, abandoning him as soon as they have a new member? Seeing that Su Waning was a little overwhelmed by Jiang Xian's enthusiasm, Linny quickly came to his wife's rescue. Sister Xian, don't scare Waning. Oh, you're calling her so intimately, but whose baby is in your arms? Could it be? Huang Lu's eyes narrowed, revealing an intriguing smile. Linny had no intention of hiding it, so he introduced them generously. The one in my arms is Tang Tang, and the one in Wanqing's arms is Yuan Yuan. They are both my children. As for Wanqing, of course she is my wife. After introducing Jiang Xian, Linny introduced Su Wanqing. Jiang Xian, my uncle's daughter, is my cousin. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded with a smile. Hello, cousin. This was the first time she had met Lin Yi's relatives, and Su Wanqing was a little nervous. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, was outgoing and friendly, and affectionately put her arm around Su Wanqing's shoulders. Hello. Wanqing, if Xiaoyi bullies you, I will join forces with my sister-in-law to fix her. Linny, who did I offend? Chapter 36. There was a long line in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. What day is it? Su Wanqing was shocked by Jiang Xian's enthusiasm, but she was quite happy in her heart, and her mood relaxed from the initial nervousness. The lobby is not the place for idle chatter. She led Linny and his party to the VIP reception room before looking at the baby in her arms. The baby was white and tender, plump and adorable. Even though she didn't want to get married, she had no resistance to such a baby. Tang Tang was sleeping in her arms, but her big eyes were wide open as she looked around. Jiang Xian saw the cute little baby and her face was full of anticipation as she looked at Su Wanqing. Wanqing, can I hold Yuan Yuan? Sure. Su Wanqing nodded and then handed Yuan Yuan to Jiang Xian, teaching her how to hold the baby in the process. Jiang Xian quickly got the hang of it, and Yuan Yuan didn't cry when she was in a strange person's arms, but instead carefully examined her. Yuan Yuan, I'm your auntie, call me auntie. Wow. MMM. Hooah. Giggle. Yuan Yuan babbled and giggled, and this scene melted Jiang Xian. She really wanted to hold Yuan Yuan and never let go. At this moment, Jiang Xian suddenly remembered that Linny must have something to tell her, so she teased Yuan Yuan while saying, Xiaoyi, what did you want to see me about today? You didn't just want me to see your precious child, did you? Well, I can't escape from Xian's discerning eyes. Linny first said a load of nonsense, then grinned and said, in a while, Wanqing and I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and I want you to help me with my makeup. After saying this, Lin Yi's face was beaming with happiness, while Su Wanqing's face flushed with a hint of red, and although it was the truth, she couldn't help feeling shy. Hearing Lin Yi's reply, Jiang Xian suddenly froze, and she looked at the two of them doubtfully. You already have a child, and you two haven't even gotten a marriage certificate yet? Realizing that the two might be a little embarrassed, she quickly said, no problem, I promise to make Wanqing look beautiful today. Then Jiang Xian reluctantly handed Yuan Yuan to Zhang Milan and then started to apply makeup on Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing had a good base, and even a light makeup looked amazing. Even Jiang Xian, who had seen countless celebrity faces, secretly praised it. Perhaps because Su Wanqing was naturally beautiful, Jiang Xian applied the makeup quickly, and it was done in no time. Today is the wedding photo shoot, so I'm doing a light makeup for Su Wanqing. Jiang Xian took Su Wanqing's arm and led her to Linny, smiling and saying, Xiaoyi, what do you think? Has my sister's skills not deteriorated? Linny nodded, his gaze fixed entirely on Su Wanqing. Even Zhang Milan next to him couldn't take her eyes off Su Wanqing after seeing her. Su Wanqing was stunning normally, but after the makeup, she absolutely dazzled. Facing Lin Yi's burning gaze, Su Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. She then turned her head and shyly said to Jiang Xian, Xian Jia, thank you. You're welcome, we're family. Jiang Xian said with a smile, then patted Linny on the shoulder. Xiaoyi, Wanqing is a good girl, so you have to treat her well. Okay, you guys go ahead. Lin Mo responded softly, then led the few of them away. The Civil Affairs Bureau is located not far from the Beauty Square, just a 10-minute drive away. After getting out of the car, Linny was shocked to see a long line of people. Why are there so many people getting their marriage certificates today? I don't know. We're here already, so let's hurry up and get in line. Su Wanqing took the lead and went up, determined to get her marriage certificate with Lin Yi today so that her two babies would not be unregistered. Since his wife didn't say anything, Lin Yi followed suit. Having learned yesterday that they would be taking their marriage photos today, Su Wanqing had spent the night looking for a plain white sleeveless shirt. Not only that, he had also found one for Lin Yi. Arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Yi realized that Su Wanqing's decision had been the right one, because all the would-be couples here were wearing white on top, and some of the girls were even wearing white veils on their heads. At that time, Su Wanqing glanced at the queue behind her, and in no time, there were many people in line. Looking at the veils on the girls' heads, she casually praised, "The veils are quite beautiful." Although the voice was very small, Linny heard it. The certificate was issued in a hurry, and he also hoped to give the best to Su Waning. Although some people may be willing to buy a veil at a high price from someone else, Linny did not want to do this. He took out his mobile phone and checked, and there was no wedding dress shop nearby. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Hu Hailin, and was relieved when he received a reply. Fortunately, the Civil Affairs Bureau was surrounded by trees, otherwise the sun would have baked everyone to death. Tang Tang fell asleep in the stroller, and Yuan didn't want to go back to the stroller after seeing the outside world. Wow. Hey. Su Waning and Linny used to think that Yuan was a quiet and handsome baby, but it seems that the scene is not right, and when they are outside, he is a lively and playful baby. Since there are willows around them, there are many willow branches hanging down. Yuan's dark eyes become bright. Although he is in Lin Yi's arms, he is always restless. His little body is always flapping, and when Yuan does this, it seems that he is trying to reach the willow leaves above. Wow. Ooh. Rong chirped, stretching out his little hand to reach up, but there was still some way to go, and he could never quite reach it. From being patient at first, Rong gradually became impatient. Ooh. The little guy's lips curled up, his brows knitted, and his big, crystal-clear eyes glistened with tears, looking very heartbreaking. Hearing the sobbing sound, Zhang Milan and Su Waning's attention was drawn to it. Yuan, what's wrong? Be good. Yuan has just been fed, could it be that he has to pee? Zhang Milan wondered, and Lin Yi then checked the little guy's diaper, which was still dry. At this time, Yuan realized that everyone's attention was on him, and even though there were tears on his eyelashes, the little guy still looked up. Fearing that the others did not understand, the chubby little hands of Yuan reached up to touch the willow tree. After doing all this, the little one looked at the others with hopeful eyes, as if to say, I've made it so obvious, you should know what I mean. Zhang Milan and Su Waning were still a little confused. They could not tell what the little one intended. Lin Yi, however, looked up and said with a mixture of laughter and tears, my dear son, do you want a leaf? Wow. It seems that Yuan understood, and her gloomy little face finally broke into a smile. Giggle. Ahem. Seeing her obedient son so happy, Su Waning, half believing, plucked a clean leaf from the willow tree and placed it in front of Yuan. Sure enough, when the little guy saw the leaf, he flapped his little hands and grabbed it, afraid that Su Waning was just teasing him. Wow. Pooh. Yuan was very happy holding the leaf, her little hand tightly clutching it, as if she was afraid it would be snatched away. Her brother was having so much fun outside, and her sister was sleeping comfortably in the stroller. Linny looked at the two very different babies and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Chapter 37 Congratulations, you are the lucky one. Chenmei Building 28F, Hu Hailin sat on the sofa, leisurely picked up the teacup and sipped. Drip, drip. The mobile phone placed on the tea table suddenly rang, and he took it up and looked at it in a bad mood. He had just been leisurely for a little while when something came to the door, and Hu Hailin was full of impatience. When he saw that it was Lin Yi who had sent him a message, the curse he was about to swear was swallowed back down. After reading the message, Hu Hailin quickly replied. However, looking at the message, he was a little confused. Lin Yi actually asked him to deliver a veil to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Could it be that he was getting a marriage license? Without thinking too much, Hu Hailin searched for a wedding dress shop near the company. Fortunately, there was one near a kilometer away. After reading the address, he went there without delay. Hu Hailin never dreamed that he would become an errand boy. Although the weather in Shanghai was hot today, it could not melt the couple's hearts as they held hands. Seeing more and more young couples getting their marriage licenses, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, what day is it? Is it a once-in-a-century good day? While several people were wondering, a prospective couple ahead of them turned around and explained, little brother, today is the 20th of May. Ha? What's so special about the 20th of May? Lin Yi was a little puzzled. It's just an ordinary day, so what's the big deal? The bespectacled guy in front of him saw that Lin Yi didn't know, so he spoke boastfully, the 20th of May sounds like I love you. What a wonderful day. My girlfriend and I specifically chose today to apply for our marriage license. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, looking like a man with little knowledge, as if he knew very little. Seeing that Lin Yi was like an oaf, the older man whispered in his ear, brother, I've been there, man. Women like romance and want to be surprised. MMHM. Lin Yi responded softly. He and Su Waning had not experienced love and had gone straight from babies. The older brother with the glasses was right. What girl doesn't like romance? The older brother was a chatterbox. He dragged Linny along and told him about romance, while his fiancée noticed the baby in the stroller. The little one was lying quietly in the stroller, small and just like Sleeping Beauty. The baby is really pretty. Is it a girl? Yes, the one in my husband's arms is a boy. So it's twins, that's great. The woman was full of envy after hearing Su Waning's reply. Seeing the woman gently stroking her own belly, Su Waning looked at her slightly bulging tummy again and deduced that she was pregnant. Congratulations, you're going to be a mother too. Ha! Thanks. The woman was a little curious, as she hadn't said anything, so how did she know? Afraid that the other person might misunderstand, Su Waning quickly explained, seeing you gently stroking your belly, I must be a mother-to-be. Well, it's only been 3 months, and my husband doesn't know yet. I plan to tell him the good news after we get the certificate. I'm sure the father of the child will be very happy to hear the news. Su Waning said with a smile, and she was also happy for the expectant mother. The Civil Affairs Bureau seemed to know that there would be a lot of people registering to get married these 2 days, so there was staff at every window. The long queue moved quickly, and as Linny watched the window getting closer and closer, he was a little worried that Hu Hailin wouldn't be able to deliver in time. Just as he was worrying, Hu Hailin came running over, beaming with joy when he saw Linny. Lin, this is the veil you wanted. Thanks for running all the way here, Hu. Linny took the veil and looked at him contentedly. He had to admit that it was a very timely gift. No problem, as long as it didn't delay Lin's big event. Then I'll congratulate you and Vice President Su on your new positions. I hope we received it. Go back. Hu Hailin nodded and then excused himself. Is this what they mean by being on stage for 3 minutes and preparing for an hour? After Hu Hailin left, Linny put the veil on Su Waning's head and looked at her tenderly. Honey, you look really good in a veil. I'm looking forward to the day we hold the wedding. Husband, you actually heard me? Well, I thought you would like it, so I asked Hu to come. If I didn't want you to worry, I would have gone myself. Linny was telling the truth. He was afraid that Su Waning would think that he had been away for a long time because he wanted to escape the wedding, and that he would be unable to explain himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. So he chose Hu Hailin as the lucky one. Su Waning listened to everything Linny had done for her and her eyes filled with tears as she was moved. Linny saw this and comforted her. Honey, today is your big day, it wouldn't look good if you cry. Yes, you're right, honey, thank you. Su Waning nodded in agreement, then tilted her little head up so that the tears in her eyes wouldn't fall out. Looking at his silly wife in front of him, Linny petted her head lovingly. Thinking about how happy getting married was, Linny couldn't understand why Jiang Xian was so against it. Everyone had their own thoughts, so Linny didn't think about it anymore. Just now, Linny's older brother, who was wearing glasses, saw Hu Hailin call him Linzone when he gave him the veil. The older brother instantly understood why Linny didn't understand romance, because other people's wealth could instantly kill everything. Chapter 38, Legitimate Husband and Wife, Certified to Work. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau were very efficient, and it wasn't long before Linny and Su Waning's turn came. The young girl who processed their documents smiled and said, "Please show your ID cards and household registration books." Su Waning nodded and handed over both sets of documents, after which the staff gave them the materials they needed to fill out. To be honest, this was the first time they were getting married, and Su Waning's small hands were shaking, and she was so nervous. And the words she wrote were all crooked. Linny saw this and comforted her carefully. Wife, don't be nervous, relax. Husband, your hands are shaking even more than mine. Su Waning saw that the two of them were in the same boat, and she burst out laughing. She thought to herself that her husband was so cute, but her heart was still warm. Linny also laughed awkwardly when he saw his own hands. He thought back to the beginning, when he had signed contracts worth billions without his hands shaking. In no time at all, the two had finished filling out the forms. Okay, you go to the back to take the photos. Okay. The two nodded, and Linny quickly told Zhang Milan, you wait for us outside in the shade. Okay, Lin big brother. After giving her instructions, Linny and Su Waning went to have their photo taken. They opened the door and sat down in the chairs. When the photographer said cheese, they put on their best expressions. Once the photo was taken, they took the photo to the back to get their marriage certificate. Linny took the photo and Su Waning was a little afraid to look at it, afraid that it would look terrible. Girls really care about these kind of ID photos. Although she was afraid of looking ugly, Su Waning still asked, "Honey, do I look good?" "You look great, especially my beautiful wife." "Really?" While Su Waning was asking, she couldn't help but grab the photo and look at the two people on it. It seemed quite good. Little did she know that as long as the two of them sat there, any photo would look good. Soon, they reached the final step, pasting the ID photo on top of the marriage certificate. With the seal of the government falling, Su Waning and Linny became legal husband and wife. Holding the little red book in her hands, Su Waning felt like she was dreaming, and Linny also had a special feeling. He took Su Waning's shoulders and said seriously, "Mrs. Lin, now you can't escape. Mr. Lin, please advise me for the rest of my life." Su Waning responded warmly, saying that now she would hate to escape. Now the two were a legal couple, and they were certified to work together. At the same time, a system prompt came to Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Lin Yi. System detects that the host is certified to work, so it is rewarding golden pupils, which are valid for 3 hours. Can distinguish the authenticity of antiques, and can be exchanged if needed. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yi was speechless. Golden pupils? And an expiration date? The system is really stingy. Anyway, he doesn't need them now, so Lin Yi didn't think about it. When they got home, both Yuan and Tang were fast asleep, so Lin Yi and Su Waning put them to bed. While the babies slept soundly, Su Waning, who still had her makeup on, pulled Lin Yi over to her. Lin Yi was a little confused when he saw Su Waning pounce on him, but at the same time he was a little excited. Was his wife going to confront him? She'd just gotten their marriage certificate, and she was already impatient? At least close the curtains. Put. What are you thinking? I want to take a photo of you and announce it to the world in your circle of friends. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, a little disappointed inside. He thought. There wasn't enough time to think about it, but Su Waning forced Lin Yi to do business. Hubby, smile. Well, that's more like it. She's. Su Waning took many photos before she gave up. After selecting the 3 most attractive ones from the dozens of photos, she had to retouch them. Lin Yi was stunned as he watched Su Waning's actions. It's such a hassle to post to Moments. Little did he know that this was the same process every girl went through when posting to Moments. Some even spent hours taking photos just to get the perfect shot, only to end up not being satisfied with any of them. Honey, you're already beautiful as you are, there's no need to retouch the photos. No way, I want to make them look their best. Su Waning's full attention was on her phone, and after half an hour, she finally finished retouching the 3 photos. Hubby, I've sent you the photos, and you have to send them too. Sure. He. The two edited the messages and sent them at the same time. In no time, their phones were like a bomb going off, basically shocking their roommates. Lin Yi's phone kept ringing non-stop. All the messages were sent from the group chat Lazy Pig Breeding Base. All his roommates came out to comment on Lin Yi. At Lin Yi, brothery, is this certificate real or fake? You're not trying to trick us, are you? At Lin Yi, you clearly didn't even have a girlfriend a few days ago, so how come you're suddenly married? At Lin Yi, brothery, if you're being coerced, blink once. Your wife is so pretty, why does it feel like I've seen her before? Lin Yi looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but laugh, as if this whole thing was too shocking for them. Even Lin Yi himself at the time found it hard to believe, and he completely understood his roommate's doubts. The marriage certificate was real, and he had just picked it up that day. And it was true that he had been busy raising the baby. After Lin Yi's official denial, his roommates were even more shocked. It was really Lin Yi's news that was so explosive, and the things he said were like an atomic bomb going off in their heads. I don't know what to say anymore. You're awesome. You're doing great things without making a fuss, that's not fair. Exactly, we're still single. Let's see the baby. Lin Yi felt quite happy as he watched his roommates sulk, and then he took a photo of Tang and Yuan sleeping and sent it over. On the left is his younger sister Tang, and on the right is his older brother Yuan. My goodness, you're killing us with these twins. We're so jealous. What if I suddenly want to get married? On Lin Yi's side, there was nothing but envy and jealousy, while on Su Waning's side, there were only congratulations. Her roommates knew that she was pregnant and that it was hard for her to take care of the baby, and they were genuinely happy to see Su Wanqing find happiness. In the Sailor Moon group, her roommates kept saying, "Wanqing, you must invite us to the wedding." "Yes, we'll be your bridesmaids. We'll support you as your family." Su Wanqing looked at the messages sent by her roommates and felt warm in her heart. "Well, I'll definitely tell you." After a long time, Su Wanchang and Ling Yi's phones finally stopped. However, an invisible bomb was brewing and about to explode. Chapter 39. When will you bring my son-in-law home? In the afternoon, Lin Yi looked at the time and was about to tell his parents about getting the certificate. Then he took out his phone and made a video call to Jiang Yuehua. After a few rings, a voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Yuehua thought something good must have happened when Lin Yi took the initiative to call her, otherwise Lin Yi would not have done so, for fear of being scolded. "Son, is there any good news?" "Well, your daughter-in-law and I have got our marriage certificate," Lin Yi said proudly, then showed the two of them their marriage certificate. Jiang Yuehua nodded with satisfaction when she saw the official seal on it. "You little rascal, well done. Give me the phone." "Oh." Lin Yi nodded, his family status had seriously declined. Then he covered the receiver and said to Su Wanqing, "Honey, my mother wants to talk to you." "Huh?" "I didn't say anything." Hearing Jiang Yuehua want to talk to her, Su Wanqing started to get nervous. This was the first time she had met Lin Yi's parents in such a long time, and it was still in this way. She didn't know what to say. Should she call her auntie or should she call her mom? Thinking that ugly daughters-in-law always have to meet their in-laws, she gritted her teeth and continued. In their customs, it is only after the wedding that the name is changed, so she thought of calling her auntie. But when she said it, a sudden mom came out. Su Wanqing's face flushed when she heard it. How did she say it? It's not what she thought. Jiang Yuehua, on the other hand, was very happy when she heard it and agreed. "Hey, my good daughter-in-law, has Xiaoyi been treating you well? If he bullied you, I'll help you get rid of this brat. Wanqing, big or small matters, just tell Xiaoyi to help you, don't tire yourself out." Jiang Yuehua rattled on, saying a lot of things, all of them directed at her precious daughter-in-law. She could tell that Su Wanqing was a good kid, and she wasn't the kind of evil mother-in-law either. On the contrary, she would treat her like a daughter. And Su Wanqing also relaxed from her initial nervousness, feeling Jiang Yuehua's goodwill towards her. After a long chat, Su Wanqing handed her mobile phone to Lin Yi with a smile. "Honey, our mother wants to talk to you." "Okay." Lin Yi nodded and took the phone. On the screen, Jiang Yuehua said very seriously, "Son, I'll start helping you to plan the wedding tomorrow, and I promise to make Wanqing's wedding into a grand occasion. You and Wanqing discuss when we should go to her house. We can't miss any of the 3 documents and 6 gifts." "Okay." Lin Yi responded softly, relieved that his mother had considered everything. After hanging up the phone, he came over to Su Wanqing and said tenderly, "Honey, when are we going to your house? Even an ugly son-in-law needs to meet his in-laws." Maybe we should wait." Su Wanqing lowered her head and pondered. Her parents didn't know she was pregnant, and she had given birth to the child, which she had kept secret from them. If she rashly took Lin Yi and the child back home, her father would probably punish Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't know what Su Wanqing was thinking. However, he could tell that Su Wanqing had concerns. Now that they were husband and wife, he also wanted to help his wife shoulder the burden. "Honey, let's discuss any concerns you have together." After listening to Lin Yi's thoughts, Su Wanqing hesitated for a while, but finally spoke up. "Actually, my parents don't know that I'm pregnant or had a baby. I haven't gone home for a year. Honey, I'm sorry for making you shoulder all this alone." Lin Yi didn't know about this reason, and he hugged Su Wanqing tenderly in his arms, gently comforting her. "It's okay, they'll find out sooner or later, so it's better to tell them sooner. I'll make them happy." Su Wanqing nodded, then wrapped her arms around Lin Yi. With Lin Yi by her side, she was not afraid of anything. On the other side, in a residential building in Fengtian, Su Yoji leaned back on the sofa after dinner and played with his phone. He giggled as he read the posts and the moments feed from his friends. "Just now, Master Zhang downstairs posted, someone threw a banana peel downstairs, I almost tripped over it. If it hurts my hip bone, I'll sue you." He was still smiling, but when he saw the circle of friends post by Su Wanqing, he couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. The steel seal on it was very conspicuous, and it was obviously real. Su Wanqing never dreamed that her father would start browsing the circle of friends, and if he knew, he would definitely block it in advance. Su Yoji realized that Xiaomi and Ao had really gotten married, and hurriedly called Fang Yan out. Daughter-in-law, come out quickly. Something big has happened. Fang Yan, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen, hurriedly came out after hearing the cry. She rolled her eyes. What's the fuss about? Su Jidong was afraid that Fang Yan wouldn't believe what he said, so he quickly handed her the phone. Daughter, our daughter is getting married. She's just messing around. Northeast dialect, messing around. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Seeing that Fang Yan didn't believe him, he let her take a look at the screen. She was shocked when she saw it. She couldn't believe that our daughter got married without telling us, and we're not those unenlightened parents. This child is really. Hey, daughter-in-law, don't say it, our daughter's partner is quite good looking. Fang Yan rolled her eyes at Su Yongji. Is this the time to be concerned about those things? Hurry up and call our daughter to ask what's going on. Mum, the daughter-in-law is right. Su Jidong grinned, then quickly made a video call to Su Wancheng. Su Wanqing, who was in Lin Yi's arms, saw that it was her father calling on the video, so she hurriedly got up and signaled her husband not to speak. After the call was connected, she said softly, Dad, I miss you so much. Lin Yi didn't expect that Su Wanqing would speak in a heavy northeastern accent as soon as she opened her mouth. It was still quite interesting to hear. Well, Dad misses his big girl too. Fang Yan saw that Su Jidong was hesitating to say something, so she snatched the phone away from him. Qingqing, are you tired from work lately? No, Mom, don't worry. Qingqing, don't you have anything to say to Dad and Mom? Fang Yan said tactfully. Su Wanqing didn't know that her parents already knew about her marriage. Although Lin Yi had just said that they should tell them as soon as possible, she was afraid that her parents would not be able to accept it at once, and thought that it would be better to tell them slowly. No, is there something you want to tell us? Su Wanqing saw that the two were stammering, so they must have something important to say. So, did you get married? Your father found out by browsing your moments at night. My dear, it's not that I'm saying this to you, but your father and I are not closed-minded parents. Why didn't you tell us? Mom, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Actually. Seeing that Su Wanqing wanted to say something but couldn't, Fang Yan quickly said, When are you bringing my son-in-law home? Chapter 40, As a parent, the greatest hope is that your child is happy. Right? Mom? Su Wanqing thought Fang Yan would blame her for taking matters into her own hands, but she was not angry, and even asked to bring her son-in-law home. Seeing that her parents were so open-minded, Su Wanqing felt relieved, and then said with a smile, Okay, Mom. She had wanted to tell them about the baby at the same time, but after thinking about it, she decided not to, and just surprise them. I'll bring your son-in-law home in a few days. Okay, you go ahead and get things ready. Fang Yan said with a smile, then hung up the phone. Although she hadn't given much thought to her daughter's marriage, she felt relieved when she saw Su Wanqing's face full of smiles. As parents, the greatest hope is for their children to be happy. Su Yoji saw Fang Yan put down the phone and hurried over. Daughter-in-law, hung up? I was wondering when we could meet your son-in-law. What son-in-law? He will only become a Su family son-in-law after he passes our test. Well, we should test him for our daughter. Parents always think about their children's well-being. Fang Yan and Su Yoji, as Su Wanqing's parents, also want to keep an eye on her. When Su Yoji learned that Xiaomi Aneo had settled down, he felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. It was like the feeling of having raised a cabbage all your life and then having it trampled on by a pig. After a moment's thought, he pondered, Daughter-in-law, tomorrow you go out and buy some spare ribs, large bones, pork belly, and so on. Our daughter loves them. Okay, our daughter hasn't been back for a year, so she must be allowed to eat well. It's not easy being away from home alone, and from the videos, Qingqing has lost weight. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing danced happily, finally feeling relieved to be able to bring Lin Yi back home. She was confident that Fang Yan and Su Yoji would be very happy with Lin Yi. It had been a year since she had last been home, and Su Wanqing missed her family very much. She missed her parents, and was very happy to think that she would soon be able to see them again. Seeing Su Wanqing hang up the phone, Lin Yi came over and asked her what was so happy. Honey, what are you so happy about? My mother said she wants to meet you. Huh? My mother-in-law wants to meet me? How? Why don't you call her back on video chat? Idiot, she wants to take you home to meet my family. Lin Yi froze for a moment after hearing Su Wanqing's reply. When he came to his senses, he said happily, So when are we going back? How about tomorrow? Tomorrow won't work, there won't be time to buy gifts. How about a couple of days from now? Let's go pick out a gift first. What do our parents like? Lenny rattled on and on, already planning his visit to Su Waning's house. It was obvious that Lenny was very concerned about impressing his in-laws. In that instant, he had already thought of many questions. Su Waning looked at Lenny talking to himself and hurriedly stopped him. Honey, my parents are very easygoing. Well, what do our parents like? We can't go empty-handed. A gemstone necklace? A Patek Philippe watch? A Maybach? Do they like those? Hearing what Lenny said, Su Waning felt that they were all very expensive, so she quickly shook her head. Well, my dad likes to watch treasure appraisal shows and play with birds. My mother likes necklaces, heh. Okay, tomorrow we'll go pick out the gifts. Lenny nodded. These are the preferences of the father-in-law and mother-in-law, and he must remember them clearly. While the two were discussing, Tang Tang in the bed rolled over. Without any outside help, she rolled over by herself. After the little one rolled over, she woke up, without crying or making a fuss. In front of her was the marriage certificate that Su Waning had casually placed. Tang Tang's chubby little hands flapped vigorously, flapping to her chin, and she couldn't reach it. Wow. Hey. Phew. The little one babbled and babbled to attract the attention of Lenny and Su Waning. After hearing the sound, the two looked back and saw Tang Tang lying on the bed with drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. Because of the way he was lying, the little guy's drool landed on the marriage certificate. When the two of them noticed, the marriage certificate was damp. Su Waning picked it up and pretended to be angry. Stinky, this is mommy and daddy's marriage certificate. You little rascal. Giggle. Giggle. Tang Tang thought her mother was teasing her and giggled out loud. Her dark little eyes were curved like crescents. Su Waning couldn't bear to say anything when she saw Tang Tang smiling so cutely, and she then put away the two marriage certificates. Perhaps because they had been out during the day, the two little ones fell asleep peacefully. Pop. In the middle of the night, Lenny felt a chubby little hand rubbing against his face, and suddenly a loud slap resounded in his ears. He opened his eyes and found that Yuan was lying in front of him. Good boy, that slap really hurt. Why aren't you sleeping? Here, let daddy check to see if you've peed. Lenny undid Yuan's diaper and sure enough, it was wet. He took a new diaper from the bedside table and changed the baby. After the change, Yuan became much more settled. Looking at the little guy in his arms, Lenny can't help but smile. Yuan is really smart. He knows to come to daddy when he needs a diaper change, and even when he's hungry, because mommy might not be able to wake up. If Su Waning knew, she would definitely give Yuan a big thumbs up. Her son is really smart, he goes to daddy for everything. At first, when they first started out, Su Waning felt bad that Lenny always had to be the one to watch the babies at night. Now, after spending so many days together, she has long since put her misgivings behind her. After a while, Lenny hears Su Waning murmur in his ear. Honey, hee. That was great, I love you. Kisses. These are the kinds of things that Su Waning only says in her dreams, and she is a little embarrassed during the day. Maybe you can say anything in your dreams, but she didn't realize that Lenny could hear everything. Lenny was very happy to hear Su Waning's romantic words. Seeing her writing on the quilt, Lenny thoughtfully took the quilt down and covered her with it. Unexpectedly, when Su Waning rolled over, she hit Lenny's face again with a pop. That night, he was really a bit aggrieved. Seeing that Su Waning was still sleeping soundly after hitting him, Lenny could only comfort himself in his heart. It's my wife, it's my wife. Returned to her side. Yuan was having a great time and showed no signs of wanting to go to sleep. Wow. The little one babbled, and from time to time she rolled over. Yuan had completely mastered the skill of rolling over. Ah. In order to attract Lenny's attention, Yuan did her best, as if to say, Dad, look at me roll over. Lenny clapped his hands softly in response to the little one. Yuan is great, Yuan is great. After a long time, the little one still wouldn't go to sleep, so Lenny had to use his trump card. He wrapped Yuan in his arms and whispered, Yuan, how about I tell you a story? Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and in the mountain there was a temple, and in the temple there was an old monk telling stories. Chapter 41, Husband and wife perform together, telling lies with their eyes open. The next day, at first light, Lenny felt his fingers were wet and his whole body was filled with the smell of milk. Ha! He looked around in confusion and saw Sugar sucking his fingers. Then, Lenny gently pinched Sugar's chubby little face. Sugar, does it smell good? Wow. MMM. He just asked casually, but the little one actually answered. Feeling that Tang Tang must be hungry, Linny withdrew his finger. Daddy will give you some milk, okay? Stay here, okay? With that, Linny got out of bed to prepare Tong Tong's milk. After preparing the milk, he put a few drops on the back of his hand to make sure it wasn't too hot before putting it in Tong Tong's mouth. Gulu gelu. Gulu gelu. Wah! Tang Tang sucked hard, clearly really hungry. Next to him, Yuan seemed to smell the milk and his chubby little lips moved. Yuan moved his lips for a long time, but couldn't suckle, so the little guy cried out in distress. Linny saw that Yuan was also crying because he was hungry, so he quickly made a cup of formula milk for him too. Yuan had a big appetite, so Linny put in 2 extra scoops of formula milk. Yuan, here comes the milk. Oh, don't cry. After putting the nipple to Yuan's mouth and getting the milk, she stopped crying. On the other side, hearing Yuan's crying, Su Waning anxiously ran out of the bathroom with her hands covering her stomach. Honey, what's wrong with Yuan? The little one is fine, she's just hungry. Linny said, glancing at the soundly sucking Yuan. The 2 little ones were both starving, and in no time at all they had drunk their fill and spat out their pacifiers. Linny gathered up the bottles and saw Su Waning covering her stomach, as if she was in pain. Afraid that Su Waning had been holding back her pain and not saying anything, he anxiously asked, Honey, what's wrong? Is your stomach in pain? Maybe you caught a cold last night and have been having diarrhea. Linny shook his head and smiled wryly after hearing this. His wife is so dishonest when she sleeps. Every time I change the baby's diaper or feed it, I have to help her cover up. Having diarrhea is understandable. You often sleep with the quilt, so you must have caught a cold. I'll go get you a warm baby. Well, I'm going to the bathroom first. After saying this, Su Waning covered her stomach and quickly fled. She knew that she was dishonest when she slept, but she didn't know anything after falling asleep. As she watched Su Waning's flustered retreating figure, Linny thoughtfully filled a warm baby bottle with boiled water, ready to give it to her in a moment. Meanwhile, a system prompt sounded in Linny's head. Ding! Daddy system starting up. Host, Linny. System detects that host has accompanied baby for the required amount of time, awarding 5 million funds for raising the baby. Funds have been distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, Linny received a text message from the bank on his phone. However, Linny didn't care about the money at all. Immediately afterwards, Linny called the system with a displeased face. System, can you not send money, but something useful? Money is not useful? The system spirit inquired, which made Linny unable to refute, and he continued, you can send some pills to improve the body. It would be best if it could cure postpartum illness and boost immunity and resistance. It was a reasonable request, and the exchange was successful. As soon as the system finished speaking, Linny received a message that the bank had deducted 5 million, and then a colorful pill appeared in front of him. Linny really wanted to give the system a big thumbs up for its humanized service. This pill looked different from the immunity pill, probably because the effects were different. After a while, Su Waning dragged her weak body back to the bedroom, and Linny quickly handed her the warm baby in his hand. Wife, holding the warm baby, it will feel better when it's warm. Well, thank you, husband. You're welcome, this is a candy bean, you'll feel better after eating it. Su Waning had no doubt about it. She thought that Linny would be happy if she let her eat something sweet, so she swallowed the candy bean. After the candy beans were in her stomach, the medicine quickly took effect. Su Waning's forehead was covered in fine sweat, and she and Linny both thought it was because they were holding a warm baby. Little did they know, it was the effect of the candy beans. After a while, Su Waning's pale face slowly turned red, and her complexion gradually improved. After a while, when she felt that the medicine had been absorbed, Linny asked, Wife, do you feel better now? Well, I feel much better, and my stomach doesn't hurt as much. This heating pad really works. As long as you don't feel bad, that's fine. Linny patted Su Waning's little head and said with concern. Su Waning's postpartum sickness had finally disappeared, so Linny no longer had to worry about it acting up when it was humid and rainy. After a while, the sound of Zhang Milan knocking on the door came from the doorway. Knock, knock. Lin brother, Ching sister, breakfast is ready. Zhang Milan had just heard a noise and came to call the two to dinner. Linny responded, and then he carried his daughters into the stroller. Honey, let's go eat. Her stomach wasn't upset anymore, and Su Waning suddenly had an appetite. She felt like eating more this morning. When she arrived in the dining room, Su Waning smelled the aroma of meat and saw the big bone soup on the table. She swallowed. Zhang Milan's cooking is good, and every dish is delicious and beautifully presented. Wow! Hey! Hey! When Yuan and Tan smelled the aroma, they babbled and babbled, which also confirmed that Zhang Milan's cooking really did smell delicious. Even the two little ones couldn't help but want to have a bite. Of course, these dishes are only liked by adults. Even if Tan and Yuan were drooling with hunger, they couldn't have a bite. The reason is that the little ones are still too young. Su Waning decided to eat more for the two little ones, as she felt sorry for them not being able to enjoy the food. After all, what they eat will be digested into breast milk, and maybe the breast milk the little ones suck will taste like chicken soup. Facing the little one's saliva attack, Su Waning said against her will. Yuan and Tang, this is not delicious, so I will eat it for you. Look, this bone is so big, it's not easy to chew. Oh dear, this spinach is so green, it's not healthy. This egg pudding is too tender, it's not cooked through. After listening to Su Waning, Linny and Zhang Milan shook their heads and laughed bitterly. This is just plain nonsense. In order to make the little one stop for a while, Linny quickly said. Your mother is right, and your father will help you get rid of them too. Who are Tang and Yuan? The two little ones are so cunning. From the way Su Waning and Linny gobbled up their food, it's obvious that it wasn't because it wasn't tasty. It was clearly too delicious. Seeing the way the two were eating, Tang helplessly rolled his eyes, as if his little eyes were saying, Dad, Mom, do you think I believe you? Yuan also pouted her little mouth, as if to say, we're smart. Chapter 42, The Little Cotton Padded Jacket is Leaking. After breakfast, the group set off for Tianbao Garden. Su Waning said yesterday that her father liked treasure appraisal programs, and Linny thought that he should like antiques. It so happened that the system had previously given a limited-time golden pupil. Tianbao Garden in the Magic City is equivalent to Panjiayuan in the Imperial City. It is full of antiques, some real and some fake, depending on whether you can tell the difference. Before long, they arrived at Tianbao Garden, which was full of people looking to pick up a bargain. Well. Phew. Eh? It was another unfamiliar environment, and Tang's round, beady eyes darted back and forth. She was happy to see so many people outside. She liked the hustle and bustle, and if she hadn't overslept that morning, her eyes would have been as big as a brass bell. In contrast to Tang, Yuan was quiet, as if he wasn't interested in this kind of place. Once they arrived, the group went into idle mode. Su Waning and Zhang Milan were visiting such a place for the first time, and their small, curious eyes were wide. As they walked by, they heard the vendors asking for exorbitant prices, and Su Waning was shocked. She shook Lin Yi's arm and whispered, Honey, the vendors here are asking for hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars. It's so expensive. The most expensive piece of porcelain my father bought cost less than 2,000, so we can just spend 5,000 on a bottle for him. Anyway, my father can't tell the difference, hee. Su Waning pouted, and if Su Yoji had heard these words, he would have been heartbroken. The little cotton-padded jacket he had raised since childhood had suddenly let the wind in. Not to mention, Su Yoji, who was thousands of miles away, did feel a wicked wind, and suddenly shivered. In fact, he just thought the treasure appraisal program was interesting, and gradually thought he had mastered the art, which is why he spent 2,000 yuan on a big jar. Later, Su Yoji wanted to sell the jar to get rich, so he specifically asked an expert to verify the authenticity of the bottle. Afterwards, this became a laughingstock between Fang Yan and Su Waning. Hearing Su Waning's careful planning for herself, Linny couldn't help but squeeze her nose. Little fool, don't worry, we'll definitely buy a good value for money one. He said with a smile, and then activated the golden pupil given by the system. Once the external device was turned on, the antiques could be seen clearly, although the real antiques had not yet been seen. Tianbao Garden was very large, and Linny was in no hurry. He accompanied Su Waning as she looked around. However, when Su Waning squatted down at a roadside stall and picked up a piece of porcelain, the prompt sent by the system almost deafened Linny. Ding! 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 Yuan King was successfully identified. Value, extremely high. After hearing the system prompt, Linny couldn't help but swear, damn, it almost caused a concussion. The stall owner was wearing black and was leisurely lying in a rocking chair. He looked up when he saw a customer coming. Honey, what do you think of this jar? It has the best pattern. Su Waning squatted there, happily showing Linny the contents of the jar. However, when she asked the price, she immediately lost her composure. Boss, how much is this jar? Little girl, you really have good taste. The jar you're holding is a large Yuan Dynasty blue and white figure jar depicting Gaguzi going down the mountain. If you really want it, you can have it for 500,000. After hearing the price, Su Waning immediately put the pot down and said mockingly, Boss, you're busy, I won't bother you. The stall owner saw that the customer was leaving and immediately came forward to stop her. Hey, young lady, the price is negotiable. This pot is Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. How much are you willing to pay? Su Waning held up 5 fingers, and the stall owner thought she was willing to pay 50,000 yuan. He was filled with joy. The large jar in Su Waning's hands was the one he had just recovered that morning for only 300 yuan. If he could really sell it for 50,000 yuan, he would be making a fortune. 50,000? 50,000 is fine. I'm only reluctantly selling it because I see that you like it. It's not 50,000, it's 500. Little girl, you can't bargain like that. Can you raise the price a bit more? Su Waning shook her head. She felt that 500 yuan was too much, and that she could buy 7 or 8 large pots at the ceramics market. Seeing that the stall owner was hesitant, Su Waning was about to drag Lin Yi to look at another stall. However, before they had taken 2 steps, the stall owner shouted, 500 yuan it is, and the pot is yours. Here, you pay, honey. Su Waning instructed. Lin Yi had bought the big pot, and she wanted him to give it to Su Yoji. Perfect, she had a gift and didn't have to spend so much money. After paying, Su Waning left with a smile, holding onto Lin Yi's arm. Honey, you give this big pot to my dad. It's too expensive for my dad to appreciate, he likes down-to-earth things. Lin Yi didn't expect Su Waning to buy this cheap pot so that she could give it to her future father-in-law. It seems that his wife was afraid that he would buy something too expensive, so she took matters into her own hands. Looking at his wife, who was thinking of him, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Wife, this pot is actually real. Huh? What? Really? Su Waning was shocked and covered her mouth, afraid that the pot she had just bought would be coveted by bad people. Having lived for so many years, Su Waning had never had such good luck. Even if she had found a real one, she probably wouldn't have been able to tell, but fortunately Lin Yi had golden pupils. Realizing that she had bought a treasure, Su Waning blinked her big eyes and asked Lin Yi in a low voice, Honey, since this jar is real, how much can it sell for? Well, tens of millions, I think. Oh my, then let's buy another jar for my father. It's not good to give him something so cheap. A jar that costs 500 yuan can sell for tens of millions of yuan. Su Waning thought that if her father couldn't tell it was a fake, it would be a waste, so she suggested buying another jar for Su Yoji. Lin Yi knew that his wife now understood the value of the large jar and was reluctant to give it to her father-in-law. Seeing how Su Waning was looking at the Yuan Dynasty blue and white large jar like it was a treasure, Lin Yi nodded. With golden pixels, it was impossible to buy a fake. Okay, let's pick some more. Su Waning had experience from the beginning and specifically looked at the Yuan Dynasty blue and white large jars. She didn't know how she chose, but when she walked to another shop, the large jar she picked up was also a genuine piece. Just as Su Waning picked up the large jar, the system rang in Lin Yi's head. Ding! 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 Yuan blue and white porcelain identification successful. Value, extremely high. The previous jar was sold for 500, and this one only cost 400 yuan. This time, Lin Yi did not first tell Su Waning the value of the jar. He was afraid that if his wife knew the price, she would not want to give it away. The antique had been found, and Lin Yi and the others left Tianbao Garden. Sitting in the car, after driving for a while, Lin Yi told Su Waning the truth. Wife, the big Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar you bought later is also real. What? It's real again? Hubby, let's go back and pick another one. How could you buy my dad such a cheap big jar? If Su Jidong knew what happened today, he would definitely say, Daughter, thank you. Chapter 43 Mom, if you're going to lie to me, you can't lie to my face. Seeing Su Waning's distressed expression, Lin Yi reassured her, Honey, if you can't bear to part with them, we still have a lot of antiques worth hundreds of millions in our home, you can pick whatever you like. And you're right, these 2 Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vases are too cheap, so why don't we give the bronzeware in our home to my father-in-law, and let him try his luck in another field? No, my father still prefers porcelain more, so forget the bronzeware. Su Waning pondered, the bronzeware is even more ancient. If I tell my parents how valuable it is, they will be so worried that they won't want to go out every day. Lin Yi was relieved to see that his wife had come to her senses. As for the two Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain pots she had just bought, Su Waning was afraid that they would break, so she placed one at her feet and the other in the back seat. In Su Waning's arms, Yuan looked curiously at the large jar next to him. Since he had never seen it before, the little guy thought it was edible. Fluttering his chubby little hands, he drooled as he reached for the large jar. Seeing that her son was about to touch the antique, Su Waning gave her son some general knowledge. Son, that is an antique, not something to eat. Let me tell you, Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain is also called Yuan blue and white, which refers to blue and white porcelain produced during the Yuan dynasty. Blue and white porcelain was produced during the Tang dynasty and flourished during the Yuan dynasty. We must protect antiques and not touch them carelessly. Rong, isn't what mommy explained awesome? Su Waning waited with a smile for Rong to praise her, but her son seemed to have become a demon. He pointed at the mobile phone in her hand, as if to say, Mommy, if you want to lie to me, you can't do it so obviously. Seeing that Yuan couldn't fool her, Su Waning asked Tang, do you think your mom is amazing? Well. Who? Ahem. Tang didn't know what to say, so she just replied casually, but Su Waning was very happy to hear it. Well, Yuan will definitely get a little less dinner than Tang tonight. Zhang Milan, who didn't know anything about antiques, just heard Su Waning's explanation and realized how expensive the two pots were. She guessed that it would take several generations to save up that kind of money. Now she finally understood why so many people dreamed of finding a bargain, because that was money that would last for many lifetimes, provided that they didn't squander it. 30 minutes later, Lin Yi and the others arrived at the Pure Love Jewelry store. Pure Love Jewelry is the largest jewelry store in the Magic City. It has a wide variety of products, including many new and rare items. As soon as they entered the store, several staff members at the entrance bowed and greeted them. Su Waning was shocked by the enthusiasm of the staff. If Lin Yi wasn't there, she would have turned around and left. After all, such a warm reception, it would feel bad if she didn't buy anything. After entering the store, a salesperson in a black uniform came up to them and greeted them warmly. Sir, madam, what can I do for you? We're just browsing. Su Waning said politely, not liking the feeling of being watched as someone followed her around. The salesperson immediately understood, as many customers like to browse on their own and only call them over when they find something they like, so they are used to it. Lin Yi didn't really know much about jewelry, and he just knew that expensive things were good things, so he just followed along. But as they passed by a counter, a pair of sparkling earrings caught Lin Yi's attention. Thinking that he hadn't given Su Waning a decent gift in so many days, Lin Yi said, Honey, what do you think of these earrings? Do you like them? Su Waning followed his gaze and was instantly captivated by the earrings' exquisite design. But after looking at the price, she shook her head. She couldn't believe that a pair of earrings that small could cost 23,800 yuan. She could buy dozens of cans of milk powder with that money. Lin Yi could tell that Su Waning really liked them, but she probably didn't want to spend that much money on them because she had been struggling to make a living with the babies. In order to make his wife accept them, he told the salesperson after the fact, Help me wrap up these earrings. Forget it, wrap up all the newest earrings for me. Lin Yi thought that you can't just give your wife a pair of earrings as a gift, so he waved his hand and bought a few more. Seeing Lin Yi come over and whisper, the salesperson who quickly came over was stunned after hearing Lin Yi's last words. The man in front of him was actually going to buy all the latest earrings. There are more than 300 types of the latest styles. The salesperson then asked again, not convinced, Sir, are you sure? Well. Lin Yi nodded, not joking about this kind of thing. The salesperson, having received a positive response, was very happy and went to pick out the new products, while the interns at the front of the store were all called to pack. Seeing Lin Yi come back, Su Waning pulled him and wanted to leave. Honey, let's go to another store, this place is too expensive. The cheapest sterling silver necklace costs several thousand. Honey, I'm afraid we can't leave. Huh? Can they still force us to buy? Su Waning's temper flared up. There were still such domineering merchants these days, and she was determined to seek justice. Seeing that his wife wanted to go and argue with the people, Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her, and couldn't help but wonder, is this still the same gentle and weak wife from the beginning? Could it be that the bloodline of Fengtian Northeast people has awakened? Little did he know that Su Waning's transformation was all his doing. Having broken away from Jiang Lan's workplace Pua and with less of the burden of raising a child, she had become much livelier. Afraid that Su Waning might act impulsively, Linny quickly said, I just bought you earrings, and the person is packing them. I've already paid for them, so you can't return them. If you don't take them, I'll throw them away. Linny spoke imperiously, seeing that Su Waning was not taking his soft approach. Sure enough, Lin Yi's words successfully convinced Su Waning, but when she saw the shopping bag the salesperson took out, she was stunned. The bag was huge, with 7 or 8 pairs of earrings in it. How many earrings did she have to buy? While Su Waning was puzzled, the salesperson came over and said with a smile, Sir, 358 pairs of earrings have been packed. Do you need to count them? No need. Lin Yi trusted the Pure Love jewelry store and dared not act hypocritically. They didn't know that their conversation had come as a bolt of thunder to Su Waning and the surrounding customers. Honey, why did you buy so many earrings? I only have 2 ears, how can I wear them all? If you wear 1 pair a day, there are 365 pairs in a year. How many pairs are missing? Shall I make it up for you? Forget it, you just like to spend money. Su Waning pouted, but her heart was pounding like a fawn's. She was overjoyed to receive so many earrings. This was also the first time Linny had given her a gift, even if it was a bit much. Zhang Meilan, who was standing next to them, felt a little redundant as she watched the affectionate interaction between the two. She was like a bright and large light bulb, but she couldn't help but envy the two of them. In the stroller, Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang were like spectators, staring at Linny and Su Waning. The 2 little ones were babbling, just waiting to say, Daddy, Mommy, give us a kiss. Chapter 44, Boosting Sales at Her Own Store. Su Waning was afraid that Linny would buy her a bunch of jewelry again, so she dragged him to the necklace section. Honey, let's hurry up and pick out some necklaces. This pearl necklace is pretty good, what do you think? Well, it's okay. Linny nodded and promptly said to the salesperson, Please take this necklace out for us to look at. Sir, this necklace is a store treasure. Only the manager has the key, and it is expensive. Are you sure you want to see it? The salesperson was not being rude, she was just being cautious, as the necklace had been in the store for a long time. Well, let's see. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the manager. Seeing that Linny agreed, the salesperson trotted to the office, knocked on the door, and then entered after hearing an answer from inside. Manager, a customer wants to see the pearl and ruby necklace. Ha? Okay. Manager, paused for a moment. Since she had arrived at the store, no customer had ever expressed an interest in buying the pearl and ruby necklace. It wasn't because it wasn't beautiful, but precisely because it was so beautiful and expensive that it put other customers off. While pondering this, she quickened her pace, and when she came to the lobby, she froze upon seeing Linny, because she knew that person. Seeing the person coming, she hurriedly went up to greet him. Manager Lin, why didn't you say you were coming so I could serve you personally? The store manager was called He Lian. She was wearing a black uniform with the words store manager written on the upper right corner of her clothes. Everyone was curious about Ling Yi's identity when they saw her bowing and scraping to a young man like this. The crucial point was that the store manager also called the person Manager Lin. Could it be that the Pure Love jewelry store belonged to someone else? He Lian saw that Linny didn't recognize her and awkwardly explained, Manager Lin, I met you at the year-end party and you even gave me an award. Oh. Linny nodded, and a picture came to mind. It was when he was a freshman and he was giving an award to an employee on behalf of Lin Hongji. He thought that since he was from the store, he wouldn't be recognized, but it seems that he was careless. Manager Lin, you want to see the pearl and ruby necklace, right? I'll get it for you right away. After saying this, He Lian went to the counter, opened it with a key, and put the necklace in front of the couple. What do you think, honey? Not bad, is it expensive? Su Waning nodded, thinking that the necklace must not be cheap as it could only be taken out with the shop manager's key. And from the conversation they just heard, is this really Lin Yi's family store? Just as Su Waning was wondering, Linny said with a smile, it's fine, this is considered boosting sales for our own store. Linny thought about it and said that he was right. It is better to buy it from your own store than from someone else's. Without waiting for Su Waning to think, Linny directly ordered, wrap up this necklace and also wrap up a few other pure gemstone necklaces over there. The pearl and ruby necklace is suitable for middle-aged women to wear, so buy it for Fang Yan, and Su Waning is very young and more suitable for the pure gemstone necklace, which looks more luxurious. Since Su Waning had discovered his identity, Linny didn't bother pretending anymore and simply swept the treasures of his own shop clean. Seeing Linny wave his hand again, Su Waning hurriedly stopped him. Hubby, what's the point of buying so many necklaces? One is enough. I bought the rest for you, for your mother-in-law, and for your wife too. You suffered before, and I'll spoil you after. After saying this, Linny fondly pinched Su Wanching's blushing little face. If she had refused, he would have come up with the same old excuses. Fortunately, Su Wanching didn't say anything, because she knew it was useless to say anything, and she didn't want to let Linny down. Lian hurriedly went to pack up after hearing Lin Yi's orders, and also to prevent herself from becoming a third wheel. Everyone in the store who was watching the fun dispersed, and there was nothing to see as they were just picking things up from their own store. In no time at all, everything had been packed, and Lian instructed the shop assistant to load the jewelry into the car. Although it was her own stuff, in order to keep the account straight, Linny handed over his black card. Don't charge it to the shop's account, charge it to my card. Okay, Mr. Lin. Since the whole shop belonged to someone else, Lian naturally had no objection. After charging the card, she respectfully handed it over. Mr. Lin, your card. Since the items had been purchased, Lin Yi and his entourage retreated. Back in the car, Su Wanching suddenly realized a problem and said to Lin Yi, "Honey, do you consider this transferring money from your left hand to your right hand?" "Well, you could say that." Lin Yi gave a slight smile, who let their own industry more. After buying the things, the few people were ready to go home. They had been out for quite some time today, and both Tang Tang and Tian Tian were sleepy and asleep. 30 minutes later, they arrived at their home. Su Wanching and Zheng Milan carried Tang Tang and Tian Tian back to the bedroom, while Linny carried the groceries back. When they opened the trunk, they saw that it was already full, so people who didn't know would think that the two of them had gone to restock. Su Wanching didn't see the antique and asked, "Honey, where did you put the large Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar?" "It's under your feet." "Oh, this is an antique, we have to keep it up." After hearing Su Wanching's words, Linny regretted going to San Bao Yuan. This is a treasure that has brought back two ancestors. Chapter 45, Damn Intergenerational Love. In the independent courtyard house by the seaside in the imperial capital, a family of 3 is having dinner. The one in the middle, who is full of energy and in good health, is Lin Zhengtai, Lin Yi's grandfather, and the 2 next to him are Lin Yi's parents. Thinking about his grandson, whom he has not contacted for a long time, Lin Zhengtai asks the 2 about his recent situation. What is Xiaoyi busy with these days? Is he about to graduate? When he graduates, he can come to the company and gain some experience. He can't always be busy with work. When will he bring me a granddaughter? You 2 keep pushing him. I was thinking that I would hold a great-grandchild before I die, but I don't know if that will come true. Dad, don't say that. You will definitely be able to hold one. Seeing Lin Zhengtai sigh, Jiang Yuehua hurriedly comforted him. She gave Lin Hongji a wink, meaning, why don't we tell him about Xiaoyi now? Lin Zhengtai saw the 2 of them exchanging glances, so he put down his chopsticks and said with a serious expression, "If there's something to say, just say it, I'm not that senile." Seeing that even the father-in-law had spoken, Jiang Yuehua tentatively asked, "Dad, what kind of daughter-in-law do you want?" "As long as Xiaoyi likes me, I'll like her too." "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Lin Zhengtai was a man who had seen it all, and when he heard his daughter-in-law ask this question, he sensed that something was wrong. The 2 were definitely hiding something from him. It seemed that it wasn't a trivial matter. What happened to Xiaoyi? What happened to him? Dad, don't worry, Xiaoyi is fine. Lin Zhengtai has doted on Linny since childhood, and this is the charm of cross-generational affection. Feeling that something was wrong with what the 2 had said, he became worried about his grandson. Afraid of worrying Lin Zhengtai, Lin Hongji quickly reassured him. After all, the old man was getting on in years and couldn't afford to be startled. Actually, Xiaoyi has a girlfriend. Really? That's great news, hurry up and let the 2 get married. After hearing what Jiang Yuehua had said, Lin Zhengtai's brows creased with joy. This was great news, so why were the 2 of them always keeping it to themselves? He hurriedly urged them to get married so that he could have a grandchild. Although he was old, he didn't discriminate against girls, and it would be even better if they could have a granddaughter. Girls are more precious, wrong, I feel offended. Seeing that Lin Zhengtai is so happy, Jiang Yuehua first gives Lin Zhengtai a heads up. Dad, Xiaoyi has already completed the task ahead of schedule. What do you mean? Don't get excited when I tell you. Jiang Yuehua warns, for fear that Lin Zhengtai will pass out from happiness, which would be a problem. Congratulations, Dad, you have a great-grandson and a great-granddaughter. What? You're not lying to me. Lin Hongji had already prepared quick-acting heart pills next to him, but the old man was more resilient than they had thought. Lin Zhengtai was overjoyed to hear that he had a great-granddaughter and a great-grandson. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Even if he were to pass away now, he would have no regrets. But the thought that he hadn't even held his two great-grandchildren made him change his mind. He still wanted to see the little ones grow up. He was afraid that his daughter-in-law had heard what he had just said and had made it up to make him happy, so he asked again, "Yuehua, are you sure about what you just said?" "Yes, we can call Yue to prove it." "Okay, go ahead, and I'll go see my daughter-in-law and my grandchildren." Lin Zhengtai readily agreed. Usually a very serious person, his face was full of a smile. A good meal was interrupted like this, but now no one had time to eat, especially Lin Zhengtai. Then Jiang Yuehua took out her phone and dialed Lin Yi's WeChat video number. The call was quickly connected. "Hello? Mom. Son, we're at your grandfather's place right now. He knows everything about you, and he wants to say a few words to you." Before Lin Yi could react, the phone was handed to Lin Zhengtai. Just now, he heard what his mother meant, and now his grandfather knows that he got married and had a child? Seeing that Lin Zhengtai was acting as if nothing had happened, Lin Yi felt relieved and greeted him, "Grandpa." Where's my granddaughter-in-law? Let me see her." Su Waning was standing nearby and had heard everything they had said. She had just been wondering if she would be asked to answer the phone, and now it had happened. The old man had asked, so Su Waning didn't want to refuse, and she took the phone. Lin Yi, on the other hand, always felt like he had fallen out of favor. Lin Zhengtai was the one who had always doted on him the most. Since he had a wife and child, his status in the family had plummeted. Su Waning looked at the kind old man on the other end of the phone and said hello politely. "Hello, Grandpa, this is Waning." "Oh, good, you're such a good girl. If that brat Lin Yi bullies you, tell Grandpa and I'll fix him for you." Su Waning nodded with a smile. All these elders in Lin Yi's family have told her so, and it seems that they really consider her a member of the family, which made her heart feel warm. It was Lin Yi who felt bad after hearing this. His own wife was spoiled, of course, so he just gave a little snort to these words. After all, he didn't have much say. "Grandpa, Xiaoyi treats me very well, he takes good care of me." Su Waning said from the bottom of her heart, and these days Lin Yi's care for her was obvious to her. And today he also gave her many expensive gifts, so she knows that Lin Yi cares about her. That's why in front of his family, Su Waning is so protective of Lin Yi. "Well, then I'm relieved. Waning, can Grandpa take a look at the little ones?" Of course. The Lin family knows how to behave. Although Lin Zhengtai is the head of the Lin family, he cares about the wishes of the younger generation. Facing Lin Zhengtai's request, Su Waning readily agreed. She knew that elderly people like babies very much, so she switched the camera around, and the screen showed Tang Tang and Yuan. The little ones had just woken up and were flapping their little legs to play. Lin Zhengtai was overjoyed at the sight of the little ones on the video, and seeing the two little babies on top of him, he finally had no more doubts. At that moment, he wanted to jump in and hug the two little ones. Seeing that Lin Zhengtai really liked Tang Tang and Tian, Su Waning introduced them politely. "Grandpa, the one on the left is your brother Yuan, and the one on the right is your sister Tang Tang. Nice names. Tang Tang, Yuan, I'm your great-grandpa. Hey. Giggle." The two little ones babbled, and Lin Zhengtai thought they were responding to him. When he saw the little one smile, Lin Zhengtai's heart melted. Even Lin Yi had never seen Lin Zhengtai smile so contentedly. Although Grandpa was good to him, he didn't smile often. Today, it seemed that he was really happy. If they had known that Lin Zhengtai could bear so much, they should have told him earlier. The last time Jiang Yuehua called, the little ones were asleep, so they didn't disturb them in order not to wake them up. This time, Tang Tang and Yuan were not asleep, and Lin Hongji and Jiang Yuehua were also looking on with their heads tilted. Seeing that the two were blocking his view, Lin Zhengtai said discontentedly, "Don't block my view of my great-grandchildren." "Lin Hongji, it's true that love will fade away. Lin Yi, this damned cross-generational affection." Chapter 46, Tang Tang and Yuan, my heart is broken. Gulyolu. Lin Zhengtai looked at the screen of his phone, where Yuan was rolling over, and couldn't believe it as he rubbed his eyes. What was this? Hongji, did you just see Yuan roll over? Dad, you just sent us away, don't you remember? Lin Hongji had a wry smile on his face. He had also wanted to see his grandson and granddaughter, but he had been chased away by his father because he was blocking the light. After listening to his son complain, Lin Zhengtai grinned. "Who told you to block the sun?" Linny over there saw the image of his father being embarrassed and laughed secretly. It seems that no one matters in front of the great-grandchildren. Now his heart is finally a little more balanced. Linny saw Lin Jingtai doting on the little ones and said to him, "Grandpa, you weren't blind just now. Yuan can roll over. Tan Tan can too. I told you I was right. Tan Tan and Yuan are really good." Lin Zhengtai was beaming with pride, happier than if he had earned a few 100 million more. Seeing how cute the two little ones were, he pondered for a moment and then said, "If you and Wanqing are done with school, come and stay in the imperial capital for a few days. Your mother and father miss you." Okay. Linny readily agreed, knowing that Grandpa just wanted to hug the little ones, which is why he brought up Lin Hongji and Jiang Yuehua. Seeing how stubborn Lin Zhengtai looked, Linny didn't expose the truth. On the other hand, Jiang Yuehua and Lin Hongji couldn't help but laugh and cry after hearing this. The old man was very good at passing the buck. After chatting for a while, Lin Zhengtai reluctantly hung up the phone. He was already looking forward to the arrival of his great-grandchildren. "You two must be full, so go home quickly. I'm going back inside." Lin Zhengtai handed the phone to Jiang Yuehua and said. You have to know that they had just taken a few bites of their dinner when they got a call from Linny. Was this not like tearing down a bridge after crossing it? Since they had been given the order to leave, they also left. Before leaving, Jiang Yuehua saw that Lin Zhengtai was a little sad, and his brows were knitted together. He said, "Our father probably wants to talk to our mother. Well, now that Xiaoyi has a child, he also wants to share it with our mother." Back inside, Lin Zhengtai picked up the black and white photo frame on the table and wiped it off. He said, "Wife, today I saw our granddaughter. The little girl is very pretty, and she and our grandson are a perfect match. And they both have children, twins. The two little ones are so soft and cuddly, they're really cute. I'll introduce you to them when they come to visit. Ihai Villa." Linny hangs up the phone, and seeing that Lin Zhengtai really likes Tang Tang and Yuan, he discusses it with Su Wanqing. "Honey, why don't we go to the imperial capital first, and then go to your place?" "Sure, it's on the way. What do your aunt and uncle and grandparents like? Let's get them gifts. I think you and Tang Tang and Yuan are the best gifts." Linny wasn't joking, but serious. His parents and grandparents were serious about how much Su Wanqing and the babies were loved. Although Su Wanqing thought her husband was right, she sternly refused to go empty-handed. "Hubby, we can't go to our relatives in Fengtian without gifts, it's embarrassing." Okay, we'll get ready in the next 2 days." Seeing that Su Wanqing had used her native dialect to refuse, Linny quickly agreed. He had to admit that this Fengtian dialect was really charming. Linny had grown up in the imperial capital and knew a little about the northeastern dialect. He then said sweetly, "So where should we go to buy a gift?" Hearing Linny's question, Su Wanqing realized that she had just accidentally spoken in her native dialect. Seeing that Linny was imitating her, she pouted and said, "Hubby, you're not allowed to imitate me." "Okay, I won't say it in Gagata." "Nonsense, why are you still saying it?" In bed, Tang Tang and Yuan were embarrassed to get up when they saw Linny and Su Wanqing flirting. Yuan's white, delicate hands shook her chubby little arms, as if that would make her parents invisible. Unfortunately, the little guy's arms were a bit short, so he couldn't cover his eyes at all. Tang Tang, on the other hand, had not covered his eyes. He used his two little hands to cover his ears, as if that way he would not hear. After flirting for a long time, Linny finally noticed the strange behavior of the two little ones. "Hey, honey, look at what Yuan and Tang Tang are doing. Could it be that Yuan is playing hide and seek?" Su Wanqing shook her head. She didn't think so, but she couldn't explain the behavior of the little ones. However, she understood what was going on with Tang Tang. It seemed that the little one just didn't want to hear anything. Linking the two children's actions, Su Wanqing shyly covered her face and said coyly, "Do the babies think that the two of us are making love?" Linny laughed after hearing this. He was very satisfied with the awareness of the two little ones. "It seems that our daughter and son have known since childhood that this is not suitable for children." "Put. Nonsense, where is it not suitable for children?" "Humph. It's just that you imitate other people's speech." Su Wanqing rolled her eyes impatiently. If it weren't for Linny, the two little ones wouldn't have disliked him. What she didn't know was that what Tang Tang and Yuan had just done was not to dislike Linny. They were afraid that their little light bulb was too bright, and it would affect their parents from having younger siblings. "Tang Tang and Yuan, my heart is broken. Chapter 47. Dad, you're forcing me to buy something I don't want. Ooh. SSH. In the middle of the night, Su Waning suddenly woke up because of her distending abdomen. Ever since she had started complaining about her scant breast milk, Zhang Milan had been making soup every meal, and perhaps because it was well absorbed, she had started producing a lot of milk, which was now an oversupply. Seeing that both Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan were fast asleep, Su Waning didn't want to disturb them, otherwise she would have to let them drink their fill. There was no other way, so she quietly got up and went over to Linny, shaking his body. Honey, honey. I'm so uncomfortable. Under the assault of the shaking in her voice, Linny slowly opened his eyes and saw Su Waning sitting pitifully in front of him. Seeing his wife not sleeping in the middle of the night and running over to him, Linny hurriedly asked, Honey, what's wrong, can't sleep? Su Waning shook her head and said quickly, No, I'm bloated. After that, her little face turned red, but it wasn't obvious in the dim light. Although she was a little embarrassed about these things, Linny had long been her pillar, and she would come to him when she encountered problems. Let me think about what to do. Well, it seems like we don't have a breast pump. Be good, don't worry, I'll think of something. Linny pondered. He had previously bought things for the baby at the maternity store, but he hadn't bought any maternity supplies at that time because he hadn't found a mother for the baby yet. Linny really felt bad and wanted to help his daughter-in-law feel better. So he said, Why don't I give you a massage? Massages can effectively relieve pain. Although Linny had proposed a solution, Su Waning became embarrassed when she heard the word massage. Her head was also shaken like a rattle. No, forget it, I'll just bear with it. Hiss. When the little ones wake up, I'll feed them. How can I bear with it? Seeing her frown because of the swelling, Linny felt a pang of pain. Su Waning, on the other hand, was thinking that she could bear with it for a while and it would soon pass. However, after a while had passed, the couple still didn't see the two little ones waking up. Later, unable to bear the pain anymore, Su Waning tugged at Linny's clothes and whispered, Honey, shall we do what you say? Just so you know, I'm saying this because I'm in pain, so don't get any ideas. Don't you dare think anything impure? Yes, my wife is right, I didn't say anything else, did I? Linny couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, as if he was the one who had gained an advantage. Later, Su Waning lay on the bed, her heart pounding, and she was also nervous inside. The system had previously given a divine massage, and Linny knew how to relieve the bloating pain, so going out to open a shop was not a problem. After Su Waning lay on the bed, Linny began. It has to be said that massage really requires strength. Wife, how is it now, does it feel better? Much better. Su Waning replied in a soft voice, but thinking that they were both married, she no longer felt shy. Even the blush on her face gradually faded, and her furrowed brows eased up. It had to be said, Linny's massage techniques were really quite impressive, and Su Waning fully approved. Honey, I never thought you were so good, so skilled. Of course. Keep going. No problem. Linny nodded with a bitter smile, thinking to himself that he really was just a laborer. But then he thought, if his wife doesn't feel unwell, he'll be relieved. After a while, Su Waning fell asleep, and Linny had some time to rest. Massage is a physically demanding job, and he was sweating profusely. Linny decisively took a cold shower. He thought that starting tomorrow, he would stop letting his wife drink the soup, because supply exceeding demand did not necessarily mean that the quality could keep up. The next morning, Linny heard some noise in the kitchen and hurriedly got up. When he went outside, he saw Zhang Milan preparing breakfast. She looked up and was startled to see Linny. Lin, you're up early. Is there anything you want to eat? No, don't make soup from now on. Linny yawned and said, he really didn't expect that the soup was so effective, so he continued to add. Your sister-in-law is bloated. Ha? Oh, okay, I understand, I'll change it. Zhang Milan nodded. Even though she had never given birth, she still knew how uncomfortable swollen breasts could be. She then said, Brother Lin, pregnant women can use a hot water bottle to apply heat to the area to promote blood circulation and relieve the pain of swollen breasts. You can also take a hot bath to promote blood circulation. But the most effective way is to let Sugar and Rounder eat more, or you, Brother Lin, cough, that's all. Okay, I understand, Milan, you go ahead. Linny finished speaking and returned to the bedroom, where the two little ones and one big one were sleeping soundly. Just about to get into bed, Rounder suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Linny with his dark little eyes. Wow. Eh? Phew. My dear son, you're awake? Do you want some milk? Without waiting for a response, Linny picked up the little guy and put him next to Su Waning, then gently woke her up. Honey, wake up and feed the baby. Honey? Su Waning frowned upon hearing this, but she didn't want to open her eyes. She muttered, Honey, you do it yourself, I'm so sleepy. I had a hard time last night and couldn't sleep for a long time. Su Waning was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. Linny looked at his lazy wife and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Wife, you were the one who wanted to raise the baby on your own, don't you know yourself well enough? While shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Linny had to take matters into his own hands and hold the little one close to him. But then again, this operation is quite tiring. If it weren't for the worry that Su Waning would feel bloated, Linny would have just chosen to feed her powdered milk. He is not the type of man who has to breastfeed, and as long as Su Waning doesn't want to, he won't say anything even if it's all formula. Su Waning, on the other hand, feels that as the baby's mother, breastfeeding is a particularly happy thing to do, provided she wakes up. After Yuan had eaten and drunk his fill, Linny carried him over to play nearby. Just as he was about to cover Su Waning's clothes, Tang Tang seemed to wake up when he smelled the milk. Is Tang Tang hungry too? Daddy will feed you with breast milk. Eh? Tongtong's big, intelligent eyes sparkled. Before the little one could react, he was already being held. If the little one could speak, he would definitely say, Daddy, you're forcing me to take it. Fortunately, Tang Tang was also hungry, and as long as he had something to eat, he would eat it. Seeing how happy his sons and daughters were to be breastfed, Linny was also curious about what breast milk tasted like. Could it be that there are no babies who don't like breast milk? He thought about it and decided that a baby would never choose the wrong way. So the two little ones were fed and cuddled by Linny. Belch. Belch. Tang Tang even burped. Linny saw this and quickly picked up the little one and patted his back gently. It was an ordinary morning, and Linny was both father and mother. When Su Waning woke up, Linny was playing with the two little ones. Honey, you've worked hard. What's hard? It's what I should be doing. Seeing the little ones happily playing nearby, Su Waning's eyes lit up. Tang Tang and Yuan, let mommy feed you breast milk. Tang Tang and Yuan, hiccups? Chapter 48, Tang Tang, if you don't buy me a toy, I'll cry. Thinking that she would be going to the imperial capital in a few days, and that it was essential to bring gifts for the elders, Su Waning asked Linny, Honey, what do uncles, aunts, and grandpas like? As long as you buy it, they'll like it. Oh. Su Waning nodded, but in her head she was already calculating what gifts to buy. After thinking for a moment, she then said, Honey, why don't we go shopping for gifts? Sure, just let me know if you get tired. Okay. Su Waning agreed with a smile. Every girl likes to go shopping, and she was no exception. She could even go from dawn to dusk without getting tired, which was probably a unique skill for girls. 20 minutes later, Linny led the group to a nearby department store, which had everything. Tang Tang was dazzled by the wide range of goods. She babbled on, as if she wanted to take everything she saw back home with her. Compared to Tang Tang, Yuan was much quieter. The little one kept looking around. Although Linny said that they would like whatever gifts they bought for their elders, Su Waning had no idea what to buy. Looking at the huge mall, she didn't know which store to go to. Linny looked at his worried wife and thought that it was probably because of the gifts. After a moment's thought, he said, Honey, how about a pen for my father? A silk scarf for my mother. And a shirt for my grandfather. When they first left the house, Linny saw Su Waning quietly take a bank card out of her wallet. He knew that his wife wanted to pay for the gifts herself, so he chose some inexpensive items. Su Waning, who had been torn between two options, suddenly felt enlightened when she heard Lin Yi's suggestion. She took Lin Yi's hand and walked towards the pen store across the street. Zhang Milan followed behind them, pushing the baby carriage. When they entered the store, Su Waning walked around and finally her eyes fell on a black pen. She smiled and said to the salesperson, Can I take this pen out and have a look? Yes, ma'am. The salesperson took the pen out of the display while explaining, This pen has a copper barrel and a gold-plated nib. It feels very good in the hand. Madam, you can try it. MMHM. Su Waning nodded, then wrote and drew on a piece of paper. The pen produced a smooth flow of ink and she was very satisfied with the writing. She then asked, How much is this pen? 238. Su Waning was prepared for the pen to be expensive, and her jaw dropped when she heard the price. It was too cheap for such a good pen to only cost 238 yuan. Without hesitation, she placed an order, "Wrap it up for me." The salesperson smiled and responded, looking at Su Waning with envy in her eyes. Little did she know that the pen was sold so cheap because Linny had already made a deal with the salesperson. When they entered the store, Linny told the salesperson that no matter which pen Su Waning bought, he would sell it to her at a 90% discount, and he would make up the rest of the money himself. Thinking that as long as he didn't lose money, the salesperson readily agreed. In a short while, the salesperson had wrapped up the gift box. When they came out of the store, Su Waning showed Linny the gift box in her hand, looking happy as if she had picked up a great bargain. "Honey, this pen is really cheap, and the gift box the store gave us is also very exquisite. And they even gave us a bottle of ink. Well, good quality at a low price." Linny nodded with a smile, relieved to see that Su Waning hadn't noticed anything suspicious. Next, they went to a scarf store and a clothing store, and when they came out, Linny's hands were full of bags. As they passed the corner, Tan in the stroller looked at the various toys hanging on the glass and was instantly attracted. Seeing them getting further and further away, the little one cried out in desperation. "Oh oh oh." Hearing the cry, Su Waning quickly took Tan out of the stroller and comforted him carefully. "Tan, be good, don't cry." The little one went into Su Waning's arms, and her tear-filled eyes still looked at the doll shop around the corner. Wow. She stretched out her little hand and flapped it, and her little body flapped in Su Waning's arms as if she wanted to grab the doll on the glass. Seeing that Tang was being unruly, Su Waning pretended to be angry. Tang, don't move around, shall we go home?" "Ooh wah wah wah." However, when Tang heard the word home, she burst into tears and her little tears fell patter. The little one seemed to know that if she went home, she would no longer be able to see the doll, and she became sad. She also didn't want Su Waning to leave. Seeing Tang crying so pitifully, Su Waning didn't know what was wrong with her baby, so she could only try her best to comfort her. "Honey, look at what's wrong with Tang. Why is she crying all the time?" Does the little one not want to go home?" Linny asked doubtfully. Tang seemed to see hope, and her little head nodded gently. Then Tang attracted Linny's attention and pointed her little finger at the doll shop. Seeing the little one's behavior, Linny couldn't help but laugh and cry, saying, Tang, that's because you don't want to go when you see the dolls." Su Waning heard this and saw that Tang's chubby little hand had been guiding her the whole time, and she immediately laughed out loud. Tang, so you want the dolls?" "Well. The little one babbled, and she immediately beamed with joy. Seeing that her daughter liked it, and there weren't many toys at home, Su Waning took Tang into the doll shop. The shop had all kinds of dolls, basically some anime characters, and some small animals. Tang was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, curious about everything. Hey! The little one was so happy to touch the fluffy animals with her chubby little hands. But Tang is also a baby with principles. She only likes the cute ones, like Spider-Man, she doesn't like. Tang was picking out the fluffy toys, and Yuan was curious in the stroller. He also wanted to go out and have a look. Phew! Plop! Wow! Linny saw that Rong was a little upset because Tang was choosing toys, so he took him out and asked him patiently what kind of animals he liked. "Dad will show you." Rong nodded his head, as if to agree. Compared to Tang, Rong didn't like fluffy animals, he liked excavators, tanks, and airplanes more. Linny was relieved to see the toys the siblings had chosen. At least they wouldn't fight over the toys. In no time, the siblings' small baskets were full of toys, and the two of them were finally satisfied. After paying the bill, Linny and Su Waning walked out with their bags of toys, unable to laugh or cry, and asked the two of them, Tang and Yuan, shall we go home? Wow! Tan and Yuan readily agreed. Now that they had bought the toys, the two little ones couldn't wait to go home. That way, they could play with the toys sooner. Chapter 49, Lin's Private Jet. After returning home, Linny and Su Waning put Yuan and Tang to bed. Yuan rolled over, and Tang was not far behind. Their eyes were fixed on the toys. They were afraid that the toys would be lost or secretly hidden by their parents. On the other side, Su Waning packed up the gifts she had bought for her elders. When she turned her head, she saw the two little ones staring at the toys on the bed. Looking at the children's burning eyes for the toys, Su Waning couldn't help but laugh and cry, Tan and Yuan, Mommy will get you the toys right away. Ha! Aha! Wow! The two little ones responded enthusiastically, and in no time Su Waning placed a pink piggy in a plane in front of the two little ones. When Tantan and Yuan Yuan saw their beloved toys, they flapped their legs and feet, each with their necks craned out looking around. Su Waning had heard Zhang Milan say that lying on one's stomach is good for practicing headlifting, and that it will make the baby's spine stronger, so she deliberately placed the toys a little higher. The little ones didn't know this, and each one blinked their big eyes, and from time to time they would poke their little hands out just to touch them. Seeing the happy expressions on the two little ones' faces, Su Waning was very satisfied. After a while, she saw that the little ones were tired of looking up and fell asleep directly on the bed. They fell asleep without being coaxed, and Su Waning couldn't help but marvel at how understanding Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan were. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the day to go to the imperial capital. In order to make a good impression on her in-laws and grandfather, Su Waning got up early in the morning to clean up. Although she is naturally beautiful, who would not like their own beauty? Linny slept lightly and was awakened in the morning by the noise of bottles and jars. When he got up, he found Su Waning sitting in front of the dressing table sulking. "What's wrong, honey? These eyebrows are so hard to draw, they're not symmetrical." "I'll help you." Su Waning couldn't believe it when she heard Lin Yi's reply. He could draw eyebrows? In desperation, Su Waning handed over the eyebrow pencil she was holding. Unexpectedly, Linny finished drawing the eyebrows with just a few strokes, and they looked great. Su Waning was very satisfied with the finished eyebrows, but she asked doubtfully, "Honey, how come you know how to draw eyebrows? Could it be that?" "Don't think about it. Since I was little, Xian has used me as a model, so I just looked at it and learned." "Oomph, I think you're implying that I'm stupid, because I can't do it just by looking at it." "You're not stupid, you just have uncoordinated hands." Linny explained with a smile, but Su Waning was still doubtful. "Well, it seems that your hands are indeed not very coordinated." After tidying up, they loaded all the gifts into the car and the Lin family of 4, plus Zhang Milan, set off for the airport. While they were going to the imperial capital in Fengtian, Linny had wanted to give Zhang Milan a vacation, but Zhang Milan refused. She grew up in an orphanage and her job requires her to live in the homes of her clients, so she doesn't have her own place to live. Even if she were given time off, she wouldn't know where to go. After Linny found out, he simply decided to keep her by his side, just in case the little one needed anything and there wasn't a professional nearby. Su Waning felt very sympathetic after hearing about Zhang Milan's situation. Not having parents around must be very lonely. "Milan, just think of us as your family. If there's anything, just tell us." "Well, thank you, Brother Lin, and Sister Qing, you are really good people." Zhang Milan was very moved after hearing this, and from this moment on, she had a family. Unconsciously, tears filled her eyes. Before long, they arrived at the airport, and instead of taking a passenger plane, they boarded Lin Yi's private jet. Zhang Yuehua knew that they were going to the imperial capital today, so she had the plane waiting at the airport in the magical capital early. After loading all the gifts onto the plane, Su Waning entered the plane first, holding onto Tang Tang. Once inside, Su Waning wondered if she had entered a plane, as there were several leather sofa seats. Further inside was a dining table with many seats. Seeing this, Su Waning momentarily wondered if she was in a 7-star hotel. Not only was Su Waning shocked, even Zhang Milan was seeing it for the first time, and realized that the inside of a plane could be designed like this. When Linny entered, the two women's gazes fell on him, because he was the one who had caused all the confusion. Stared at by the two, Linny felt like he was on pins and needles. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Su Waning couldn't help but ask, "Honey, was this plane ticket expensive? I've never flown in a plane like this before, and I've really learned a lot today. At the moment, I feel like I'm in a hotel." Just as Linny was about to answer Su Waning, the captain walked over. "Hello, Mr. Lin, when are we taking off?" "Now." "Okay." The captain bowed slightly and then walked towards the cockpit. Seeing that they were the only people on the plane, Zhang Milan said doubtfully, "Brother Lin, don't we need to wait for the other passengers?" Linny smiled and shook his head. "No, this is the Lin family's private jet." "Su Waning? Zhang Milan?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, the two were shocked and unable to speak. Indeed, they did not understand the world of the rich. If they had this kind of time, they might as well take some pictures and post them on social media. The crew of this private jet included a captain, a first officer, and 2 professional flight attendants. After a while, the flight attendant, wearing a red uniform, came over with a cart. "Mr. Lin, ladies, what can I get you?" "Orange juice." Orange juice. Su Waning and Jiang Milan both ordered orange juice, but Linny didn't order any as he wasn't thirsty. There was Wi-Fi on the private jet, so Linny looked at his watch and saw that the plane had already connected to the satellite in the sky, so he immediately opened the data link. Linny casually opened a web page to test it, and found that there was already an internet connection. The plane still had to fly for nearly 2 hours, so Linny was afraid that the two would get bored and told them about the Wi-Fi. Then, he took out his phone and called his mother on WeChat. After a few rings, Zhang Yuehua answered the phone. She could see at a glance that Linny was on a plane. "Son, how long will it take to get here?" "An hour and a half." "Okay, take good care of Wanqing and my grandchildren. I'll send someone to pick you up." Zhang Yuehua couldn't help but smile at the thought of seeing her daughter-in-law and grandchildren soon. Linny, on the other hand, had become used to being ignored by his mother. Hearing voices outside, Lin Zhengtai walked out of the house. "Xiao Yi, they're almost here? They'll be here in an hour and a half. Once they get off the plane, tell the chef to start cooking." "Dad, I know. You go and get some rest first," Zhang Yuehua said, and helped Lin Zhengtai back into the house. Everything was ready here, just waiting for Linny and the others to arrive. Zhang Yuehua had put a lot of thought into welcoming Su Wanqing and the two babies. After all, this was the first time she was meeting her daughter-in-law, so it had to be a bit special. Chapter 50, bringing Su Wanqing home to meet her parents. Wow. Well. On the plane, Yuan had just woken up and was surveying her surroundings with her round, sleepy eyes. The little guy only relaxed after seeing Linny, looking so smart as if he was afraid he was going to be sold. Yuan, you're awake? We're on a plane. Dad will show you the clouds outside." Linny then picked the little guy up vertically so that he could see the outside scenery. The plane had just passed through the clouds, and the big mass looked like cotton. When boarding, Yuan fell asleep and didn't get a good look at the outside of the plane. You have to know that the little one's favorite toy is an airplane. In order to keep the little one entertained, Su Wanqing deliberately put Yuan's airplane model and sugar pig doll in the suitcase. Yuan looked out the window at the moving scenery and happily bounced in Lingy's arms. An hour and a half passed in a flash, and the plane had landed safely. The flight crew on the plane bid farewell to Linny and his party. After they got off the plane, there were 7 or 8 Maybach S-Class business vehicles parked in front of them. Except for the one in the middle, which was empty, all the other cars were filled with bodyguards. Seeing Linny get off the plane, the bodyguard stood next to the cars with headphones on and expressionless faces. Su Wanqing was stunned by the scene in front of her. She had only seen this kind of scene in TV dramas, and never thought it existed in real life. Looking around, it seemed like they were the only people there. "Honey, are they here to pick us up? Could it be that you're a gang leader?" "Silly, what are you thinking? They're all from our security company." "Oh." Su Wanqing nodded and followed Linny. Immediately afterwards, a burly man with a fierce expression walked across the street and respectfully said to Linny, "Young master, the young mistress is asking you to get in the car. The master and mistress are waiting for you at the old house." "Okay." After saying that, the several people got into the car. The helipad in the imperial capital was only 10 minutes away from Hohai, and it didn't take long to arrive at the gate of the courtyard. Upon hearing the whistle, Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji supported Lin Zhengtai as they walked out. When they reached the door, they saw Linny and the others getting out of the car. Linny happily went up to greet them. "Grandpa." Unexpectedly, Lin Zhengtai walked straight past Linny and headed straight for Su Wanqing. Seeing Lin Hongji behind him, Linny smiled and waved, "Dad." Lin Hongji softly responded, and also walked back. Finally seeing Zhang Yuehua, Linny called out in desperation, "Mum." He thought his mother's face was full of smiles because she saw him, but she didn't even stop next to him before running over to his wife. After this exchange, Linny was left out in the cold for more than 1,000,000,000 points. When he turned his head, his parents and grandfather gathered around Su Wanqing to ask after her health. "Qingqing, were you tired on the way here? Have a good rest for a while. What do you want to eat for lunch? Mom will tell the chef to make it for you. Do you want to rest for a while before eating?" Facing the enthusiasm of the elders, Su Wanqing responded with a smile. Subsequently, Su Wanqing was led into the house surrounded by the 3 of them. Linny could only follow in a dispirited manner, and could only say that his daughter-in-law is close, and his son is out of favor. It is very happy to think about 4 generations sitting in one room. Lin Zhengtai, Jiang Yuehua, and Lin Hongji were very satisfied with Su Waning. Tang Tang had already fallen asleep, so Linny laid her on the bed, while Yuan Yuan was still jumping around in Su Wanqing's arms. Seeing the two little ones, Lin Zhengtai rubbed his clothes excitedly and asked with a kind smile, "Qingqing, can Grandpa hold the little one?" "Of course you can." Su Wanqing walked over with grace and put Yuan Yuan in Lin Zhengtai's arms. Rounding was not shy, and he blinked his big eyes as he looked at the old man in front of him. "Rounding, I am your great-grandfather." Ah. Giggle. The little guy moved his lips, and then he giggled. Lin Zhengtai was very happy to see that Rounding was not afraid of him, but instead giggled. He then instructed, "Go to my room and bring me the rattle." No one wanted to leave when they saw the soft and plump baby. Seeing that no one was moving, Lin Zhengtai's brows tightened. "Hurry up and go." Jiang Yuehua saw that Lin Zhengtai was about to get angry, so she instructed Lin Hongji, "Go to Dad's room and bring the rattle over." Facing his wife, Lin Hongji naturally didn't dare to refuse, but he hadn't seen the little one long enough, so he instructed Linny, "Son, go to your grandfather's room and bring the rattle over." Linny didn't expect that in the end, the task of fetching the rattle would fall to him. He also wanted to instruct someone else, but when he looked back, he found that there was no one available. In this way, Linny became the lowest end of the food chain, and subsequently had to obediently fetch the rattle. When he arrived in Lin Jingtai's room, Linny saw 2 rattle toys on the cabinet, one for each of Rong Rong and Tang Tang. He picked up the rattle toys and saw that they were made of Hainanese yellow rosewood. Linny couldn't help but marvel at how much his grandfather really liked the 2 little ones. Back in the main hall, Linny handed the rattle toys over. "Grandpa, here are the rattle toys." "Well, Linny, quickly help Qingqing sit down, she must be tired from standing for so long." "Grandpa, I'm not tired." Su Wanqing said with a smile, her body wasn't that weak. Lin Zhengtai nodded with a smile, and his eyes were very satisfied with Su Wanqing, his granddaughter-in-law. Seeing the gifts that her grandfather had given the 2 little ones, Su Wanqing suddenly remembered the gifts for the elders. She was about to go out and get them when she was stopped by Jiang Yuehua. "Qingqing, if you need anything, just tell Linny to do it, you just rest." "MMHM." Su Wanqing nodded, then whispered to Linny, "Honey, could you bring in the gifts for me?" "Okay." Linny said without complaint, because he was at the bottom of the food chain. In a moment, Linny came in carrying a gift bag, and Su Wanqing took the gifts one by one. She said with grace, "Grandpa, this is the tang suit I bought for you, I hope you like it." Su Wanqing handed over the clothes after saying that. Seeing that his granddaughter had prepared a gift for him, Lin Zhengtai was very happy to accept it. Since the younger generation had all given gifts, he, as an elder, had to show his appreciation as well. Lin Zhengtai then instructed, "Xiaoyi, bring the pair of bangles that your grandmother liked the most and give them to Qingqing." Su Wanqing knew that what Lin Zhengtai was giving her must be very valuable, so she quickly declined, "Grandpa, I can't accept this. I gave you clothes as a token of my affection as a younger generation member, how can I take something from you?" After hearing this, Lin Zhengtai pretended to be angry and said, "Qingqing, if you don't accept it, Grandpa won't be happy." The old man was already quite old, and Su Wanqing didn't want to make him unhappy, so she stopped protesting. Then she handed Lin Hongji the gift box with the fountain pen. "Uncle, this is a fountain pen for you." "For me too?" "Yes." Su Wanqing nodded, and then promptly handed Jiang Yuehua the silk scarf. "Mom, this is a scarf for you." "Oh, Qingqing is so thoughtful, Mom really likes it." While Lin Hongji was happily surprised, he muttered, "Eh? Why did you call me uncle?" Linny, on the other hand, patted him on the shoulder and grinned, "Dad, Qingqing was so nervous, it'll be fine in a couple of days." "Yes." Lin Hongji nodded. He also didn't prepare a gift for Su Wanqing today, so he said apologetically, "Qingqing, you didn't bring your gift over today, but I'll make it up to you in a couple of days." Jiang Yuehua smiled and took out the black card in her hand and placed it in Su Wanqing's hands. "Qingqing, this black card is for you." Seeing that both of them had given gifts, Lin Hongji scratched his head, feeling a little displeased. "So you two are giving gifts, but you're not going to tell me?" Chapter 51, Sugar, Sugar, Round and Round, a Sweet Treat. Su Wanqing could not refuse the gifts from her elders, so she accepted them one by one. This was the official meeting with her parents, and she was a little nervous at first, but the elders' enthusiasm made her feel much more relaxed. After chatting for a while, the butler, Lao Zhao, walked into the main hall. "Master, the family dinner is ready." Lin Zhengtai responded softly, then leaned over and asked, "Qingqing, do you want to rest for a bit longer?" "Grandpa, I'm not tired." Okay, then let's go eat. As the Lin family's granddaughter-in-law, Su Waning naturally received the love of the elders. After saying this, Lin Zhengtai carried Yuan towards the dining table, while Tang Tang was put in the baby carriage to sleep, so that the little one would not wake up and find no one around. Everyone had already taken their seats, and Lin Zhengtai was busy entertaining Yuan. As the head of the Lin family, if he did not move his chopsticks, no one else dared to either. After sitting for a while, Zhang Yuehua reminded him, "Dad." Lin Zhengtai looked up and glanced at him, and immediately understood his daughter-in-law's intention. "You guys eat, I'll hold the little one and play with him first." Qing, eat more. As the younger generation, how can they let the elders watch the children and go to dinner alone? After much persuasion, Lin Zhengtai still refused with a serious expression on his face, which shows that the elderly really like their great-grandchildren. Seeing that Lin Zhengtai could not be persuaded, everyone picked up their chopsticks. Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji were even more enthusiastic, saying, "Qing, eat more. Don't be shy." Su Waning nodded with a smile, but looking at the dishes on the table, most of them were not ordinary dishes, and many of them were things she had never seen before. However, the black truffles and caviar on the table, Su Waning had seen online, but there was not as much of it as there was here. Not sure if it was good or not, she first picked it up to taste it, and put it in her mouth, and it was indeed not bad. Linny was afraid that Su Waning would feel embarrassed, so he picked up a lot of food and put it in her bowl. Zhang Yuehua saw her son's considerate behavior and nodded with satisfaction, thinking to herself, "This boy Linny is really good." If Linny knew, he would definitely be unable to help but say, "Mom, you finally remembered you have a son?" The dining table was large and there were a lot of dishes. Afraid that Su Waning couldn't reach the dishes in the distance, Zhang Yuehua occasionally picked food up and put it in her bowl. "Qing, eat more." "Thanks, Mom." Seeing her mother-in-law taking such good care of her, Su Waning smiled gratefully, and was also deeply moved. They say that getting married is like being born again. If you marry well, you will be happy. If you don't, you will have a hard time for the rest of your life. Su Waning was glad that she had chosen the right person, and was also glad that her judgment had been correct. Wow. Amidst the laughter, the sound of Tongtong's crying came from the baby carriage. The little one had been awake for a while, but seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he cried out in distress. As soon as Tang Tang started crying, everyone swarmed around, afraid that something had happened to the little one. The stroller was right next to Linny, and he was the first to pick up Tang Tang and comfort him. Oh, Tang, be good. My dear granddaughter, are you hungry? Did Tang Tang wet himself? Linny looked at the concerned expressions of the people around him and couldn't help but laugh and cry. It really is a close relationship between generations. Giggle. Seeing so many people looking so worried, the little guy couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he were teasing you. Wow. Aha. Seeing how cute Tang Tang is, Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji have already forgotten about eating. Even Lin Zhengtai, who is holding Yuan in his arms, is a little unsatisfied and wishes he could hold one in each hand. You can eat whenever you want, but you can't always hold your little one. After all, both Tang Tang and Yuan are very popular. I'll take Tang Tang, you go and eat, don't let me keep you hungry. No, I'll take her, your father is so clumsy. Son, if you don't eat, it'll get cold. With that, Zhang Yuehua took Tang Tang from Linny's arms. Linny looked at his parents, who were fighting over Tang Tang and were concerned about him. He felt a little bitter in his heart, so I'm just a spare tire. After dinner, the family gathered in the house. Tang Tang and Yuan were lying in bed, surrounded by Lin Zhengtai, Zhang Yuehua, and Lin Hongji. Now that Linny and Su Waning had become full-time freelancers, they were a little uncomfortable, but Zhang Milan was the most idle of all. She felt that she was the most useless person because she had no place to display her expertise. In the afternoon, except for feeding the babies, Tang Tang and Yuan were surrounded by people. In the evening, Lin Zhengtai reluctantly handed the two little ones over to Linny and Su Waning. The Lin family ancestral home was very large, with many empty rooms inside, and everyone stayed the night in the ancestral home. In the room, Tang Tang and Yuan had already fallen asleep. Su Waning leaned over the bed and looked at the two little ones, occasionally sighing with emotion. My dear, I feel bad that I haven't played with the two little ones for half a day. But the two little ones don't feel the same way. They are quite happy. Linny couldn't help laughing and crying. The elders were worried that the two of them were too tired from the flight and asked them to go rest. The three of them kept playing with the little ones, and from time to time came the laughter of Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. You could tell from afar that the two little ones didn't miss their parents at all. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Su Waning nodded in agreement, and then scolded the two sleeping people, Stinky Tang Tang and Stinky Yuan Yuan, when you grow up, you won't let your father and mother breathe, will you? Well. Giggle. As soon as she finished speaking, an untimely laugh came from Tang Tang. Su Waning saw this and pursed her eyebrows, pouted her lips, and then pulled Lin Yi and said, "Hubby, look, Tang Tang is laughing." Oh, my heart is sinking. Chapter 52. Son, please restrain yourself a little. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. The sound of the door resonated, and Lin Yi and Su Waning, who were lying in bed in the room, coincidentally fell silent. Su Waning looked up at Lin Yi and asked in a small voice, "Who is it?" Before Lin Yi could answer, Zhang Yue's voice sounded outside the door. "Xiaoyi? Are you asleep?" "No." Lin Yi answered, then hurriedly ran to open the door, looking at Zhang Yue with a puzzled expression. "Mom, what's wrong?" "I was afraid Qingqing didn't bring her pajamas, so I brought them to you." "I hope I'm not interrupting you too." Zhang Yue looked at Su Waning and Lin Yi's white shirt on the bed and said with a smile, "No, thank you, Mom." Su Waning answered coyly as she was stared at by Zhang Yue. After delivering the things, Zhang Yue left, and before she left, she looked at Su Waning on the bed and whispered in Lin Yi's ear, "Son, restrain yourself a little. I won't disturb you too." After Zhang Yue left, Lin Yi closed the door with a dazed look on his face. It wasn't until he saw Su Waning pick up the black lace pajamas and look at them that he understood Zhang Yue's good intentions. Not only Lin Yi, but even Su Waning blushed when she saw the pajamas. "This is too low cut, sexy, isn't it? Honey, it's a bit cold to wear this at night." Lin Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly at Zhang Yue's actions. How can he restrain himself? It's now June, and the capital is already starting to heat up. Su Waning is even sweating through her shirt. Afraid that the two little ones would catch a cold, Su Waning would rather be hot herself than turn on the air conditioning. Seeing this, Su Waning blushed as she answered, "I can't let down our mother's good intentions. Although it is sexy, it covers what should be covered." Then, with a blushing face, she said, "Hubby, turn around, I'll change." "I've seen it and touched it, wife, don't bother." Spit. Big durian. Su Waning pouted, then thought to herself, that seemed to be the case. Immediately afterwards, she pretended not to care about Lin Yi and started to change her clothes. Lin Yi also had no idea that he had just said something off the cuff and had a feast for the eyes. He regretted a little that he had not looked longer. After changing her clothes, Su Waning lay on the bed, feeling a little panicked. She had to admit that the pajamas that Zhang Yue had brought over were indeed much cooler. Looking at the blushing Su Waning, Lin Yi couldn't help but come up to her and tease her a little. "Honey, you look pretty in these pajamas." Honey, I'm sleepy, turn off the light and go to sleep," Su Waning responded softly before hastily changing the subject, afraid that Lin Yi might be up to no good. But Lin Yi turned off the light and then lay down next to Su Waning. Feeling his body temperature, Su Waning suddenly nudged forward like a frightened little rabbit, and then said tremblingly, "Honey, what are you doing? Go to your side and sleep." "No, I want to sleep next to you tonight." Lin Yi directly put his arm around Su Waning's willowy waist and said imperiously. For so many days, he had been sleeping on either side of the bed with Su Waning, but today he suddenly felt like hugging her. Lin Yi wanted to be overbearing for once. You let go." "No, I want to hug my wife to sleep. If you don't let me hug you, I'll." After saying that, Lin Yi rolled over and directly pressed Su Waning under him. He thought that way, Su Waning would succumb under his lustful power. Unexpectedly, Su Waning was like a switch that had been touched, and she kissed Lin Yi directly on the lips. This kiss directly confused Lin Yi. "What is this about, wife? Trying to seduce me? Or just giving up?" Chapter 53, I'll report it, Mom and Dad are cheating on each other. Gulyolu. Gulyolu. Su Waning's pretty face turned slightly red, and she covered her stomach with her hands. "Honey, listen to me, I really didn't mean to. I really couldn't hold back. But I'm really hungry." Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, stroked her shoulder and said, "I'll go out and find you something to eat." Su Waning nodded heavily, shook Lin Yi's arm vigorously, and said with a smile, "Hubby, you're the best. Hubby, you're so great. Hubby, I love you most." Lin Yi's arm was numb from Su Waning's shaking, so he immediately rolled over and got out of bed, saying, "Wait here for me, I'll be right back." At noon, Su Wanqing was full, and at night, she was full with just a few bites. When Linny arrived in the kitchen, there was still a cook inside. Young master. Ha? You're still here? It's late, and the other cooks have already gone home, Linny asked, puzzled. My wife was afraid that the young mistress would be hungry at night, so she asked me to stay. At dinner that night, Zhang Yuehua saw that Su Wanqing hadn't eaten much and was worried that she would be hungry at night, so she decided to keep a chef on duty. After hearing this, Linny couldn't help but sigh, thinking that his mother was very considerate. It was already late at night, so Linny wanted to let the chef go home early, so he asked him to make a bowl of noodles. The noodles were cooked quickly and were ready in no time. Linny carried the steaming noodles back to the room. When he went in, he found Su Wanqing already sitting at the table, ready to eat. Honey, you're home. I can smell the aroma from a long way away. Honey, thank you. Tummy. Su Wanqing gave Linny a kiss on the cheek, picked up the chopsticks, picked up the noodles, and put them in her mouth. Maybe she was so hungry that she ate in a hurry, and she burned her tongue. Oh, it's hot. Silly, slow down, don't rush. Linny couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Wanqing sticking out her tongue from the heat. His wife was really impatient. But she was also kind of cute when she did that. Slurp, slurp. Tang Tang woke up suddenly when she heard a harsh sound around her. Sniffing, she noticed that the room was full of a sweet smell. In order to find out where the smell and the sound came from, the little one's plump body swayed back and forth. Unable to see while lying down, Tang Tang rolled over and then saw Linny and Su Wanqing sitting at the table. Seeing Su Wanqing picking up the noodles and putting them in her mouth, Tang Tang drooled with hunger. MMM. Who? Ah. In order to get a bite for herself, Tang Tang tried to attract Su Wanqing's attention by babbling. However, Su Wanqing was concentrating on eating the noodles and didn't hear it. In the end, Linny noticed that Tang Tang had woken up. Tang Tang, why are you awake? Aren't you sleepy? Wow. MMM. The little one frowned and looked at Su Wanqing, as if the expression on her face was saying, it's not like you weren't slurping too loudly. Despite her grumbling, Tang Tang still hoped to get a share. Her big eyes fixed unwaveringly on the noodles in Su Wanqing's bowl, and her pleading expression made Linny feel a little sad. Honey, our daughter is drooling over your noodles. Ha? Tauntaun's awake? Su Wanqing froze for a moment, then looked at the bed, and sure enough, Tang Tang was awake. Seeing that Su Wanqing had been eating noodles for half a day before noticing her daughter, Linny muttered to himself, wife, you have maternal love, but not much of it. Then, Su Wanqing came over, holding the bowl and with noodles squirming in her mouth. Tan Tan, this noodle is white and doesn't taste good at all. Mommy will eat it all for you. Eh? Hey? Tan Tan was a little person, and she didn't believe a word Su Wanqing said. Instead, she waved her little hands, as if she wanted to snatch the bowl away. But it was useless to grab it, as Su Wanqing sucked the last mouthful of noodles into her mouth, then held the bowl and drank the soup inside. Su Wanqing finished the entire bowl of noodles, and it was only after she finished that she remembered Linny. Subsequently, Su Wanqing blinked her big eyes and handed the bowl to Linny, smiling and saying, Honey, this noodle soup is delicious, try it. Try it. Linny was completely helpless against his wife's coquetry. He tasted it and it did taste good. But he always felt that his wife was treating him unfairly. Tang Tang saw her parents lovingly sharing the noodles, not giving her any. Her big, dark eyes blinked, as if to say, I'm reporting you. Mom and Dad are cheating on me. Chapter 54, Yesterday, when you were hugging me, you didn't look like this. In the morning, Linny opened his eyes and saw a patch of snow white on Su Wanqing's chest. A faint ravine, which made people think of many things. I have to say, the clothes my mom gave me are really amazing. Well, she is a veteran. The black lace pajamas feel very smooth when touched, and of course it's even better if you don't wear them. Feeling watched, Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was Linny's tall and straight nose, long and slender facial features, and overall, a very charming face. Seeing Linny's fixed gaze staring down, mesmerized, she wondered in her heart, what is my husband looking at, what is there to look at down there? With curiosity, she looked down and saw her own plump cleavage. This time, she finally knew why Linny was so fascinated. After yesterday, Su Wanqing had nothing to be shy about. She had already been seen naked by someone. She just blinked her big eyes and asked sweetly, Hubby, is it big? It is. Do you like it? I like it. Ha! Feeling something in his heart, Lenny blurted it out without any defense. After a moment, he realized that Su Waning had been the one speaking to him, and that her sharp eyes were fixed on him. Although he didn't want to take his eyes off her, Lenny still brought them back to her face and then grinned and said with a smile, "Wife, you're awake." "I didn't mean to look, I just opened my eyes and my eyeballs went downwards. And then I couldn't move." "Ha, you rascal, get up." Su Waning puffed up her cheeks, rolled her eyes and pouted. However, after listening to this, Lenny said with a wry smile, "You're hugging me, and your legs are on top of me, so I can't move at all." "Ha?" Su Waning looked up in confusion, and sure enough, it was just as Lenny had said. Seeing that she had been so proactive, she blushed and took her arms and legs off, and the two of them separated. Lenny looked at his wife's coy appearance and thought to himself, "Wife, that wasn't how it was when you were hugging me yesterday." Outside the room, Jiang Yuehua heard movement in Linyi's room and knew that the two of them had already woken up. She knocked on the door and then shouted, "Xiaoyi, Qingqing, get up for breakfast." "Got it, Mom," Linyi said. Then turned to Su Waning and teased, "Wife, if you're still shy, we're going to go hungry." However, after listening to this, Su Waning's blushes only became more intense. Breakfast was already ready, and after Linyi and Su Waning came to the dining room and took their seats, the dishes were served one after the other. During this time, Lin Zhengtai looked at Su Waning kindly and said with concern, "Qingqing, if you haven't slept enough, go take a nap after you finish eating." "Grandpa, I rested well, and if I sleep some more, I'll turn into a little piglet." Su Waning said playfully, "I don't know why, but she always subconsciously feels close to her grandfather, which is why she replies so lively." "Ha, that's good, as long as you get enough rest." Lin Zhengtai laughed heartily on hearing this. This granddaughter-in-law really does have an interesting way of speaking, not bad at all. "Qingqing, come here for a moment." Zhang Yuehua's kind voice came over before she even showed up. As someone who has been there, she knows that after a woman gives birth by cesarean section, her body needs to be nourished for a period of time, so she specifically instructed the chef to make bird's nest soup for Su Waning to help her recover. Later, she brought the finished bird's nest soup to Su Waning, her face full of concern. "Qingqing, this is the bird's nest soup I made for you. You must nourish your body well, understand?" "Yes, I understand, thank you, Mom." Su Waning hurriedly thanked her. She had watched a lot of family drama, and in order to highlight the heroine's misery, many bad and evil mothers-in-law were portrayed. At first she was a little worried, but obviously her worries were unnecessary, and she was very grateful to have such a good mother-in-law who loved her. Jiang Yuehua nodded with satisfaction when she saw Su Waning drink the bird's nest. Now she treats her daughter-in-law better than her own son. Linyi deeply felt this. Jiang Yuehua's eyes were filled with a smile, and she suddenly remembered that the person in charge of love wedding gowns had called her in the morning, saying that the wedding gowns were ready and could be tried on. Jiang Yuehua immediately looked at Linyi and Su Waning and asked, "Xiaoyi, Qingqing, what are your plans for today?" The two glanced at each other, and Linyi shook his head. "Nothing planned, Mom, is there something?" He thought that since they had already obtained their marriage certificate, there shouldn't be anything that required his mother to rush them. However, he underestimated his mother's meticulousness. "That's good to hear. I do have something here that I want to discuss with you." Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law didn't seem to have anything urgent to do, Jiang Yuehua also wanted to get Su Waning married off as soon as possible, so she continued, "The bridal shop called to say that you should go try on wedding dresses. Why don't you go today? Send me a copy of the photos you take when you try them on, I want to see them too." "Well, Grandpa wants to see them too. Seeing you two so lively and young makes me feel a lot younger." After Jiang Yuehua finished speaking, Lin Zhengtai, who was standing nearby, smiled and interrupted with a pat on his beard. On the contrary, Su Waning's pretty face flushed, and she became a little embarrassed. But she was still quite looking forward to trying on the wedding dress. Chapter 55, Su Waning was charmed by Dozier. After the wedding company opened for business, Linyi took Su Waning out of the house. Oh, and there was also Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. Jiang Yuehua had originally planned for the two little ones to stay at home. After all, when trying on wedding photos, Linyi and Su Waning might not have the energy to take care of them. But unexpectedly, the two little ones seemed to know that their parents were going out. Usually, the siblings can be fed, coaxed to sleep after eating, and then fall asleep. But today was a bit unusual. They wouldn't fall asleep. And whenever their mother, Su Waning, left them out of sight for even a moment, they would cry. They cried in all kinds of tones and pitches. There was no choice but to bring them along. In the stroller, the siblings looked out at the scenery, and a trace of happiness appeared on their young faces. As expected, the Lin children are no ordinary kids. They want to be the first to see their mother's wedding photos. Honey, which kind of wedding photos do you think I would look good in? What would I look good in? Su Waning chattered away. Although she had just said that she would blush when trying on wedding photos, deep down she was looking forward to wearing them. It is only natural. For a girl, wearing a wedding dress is a very solemn event. Su Waning is no exception, but she is even more looking forward to it. Yes. I am looking forward to it. While she was looking forward to it, the car drove through an alley, and suddenly a special smell drifted over. Su Waning was instantly attracted. So, she hurriedly shouted to stop the car. Honey, stop. Stop. Linny is also a skilled driver. After hearing his wife shout to stop, he immediately braked. He turned his head in confusion. What's wrong, honey? Did you forget to bring something? Linny was wondering, but Su Waning directly opened the car door and sprinted out. Then she directly plunged into front of the food stall by the alley. Did she not eat enough this morning? When he thought about Su Waning eating bird's nest spoonful by spoonful, and then 2 buns and a bowl of congee, he became worried. Would she have indigestion? Now, not only did she not have indigestion, she went to a food stall. Her appetite seemed to have improved after returning home. Linny took his son and daughter and followed behind in the stroller. He saw Su Waning standing in front of a container, unable to move. Is this Doji? Linny recognized it. As someone who grew up in the imperial capital, he naturally knew what doji was. What he didn't expect was that Su Waning was actually interested in this doji. Daughter-in-law, you want to drink doji? After Linny asked, Su Waning nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation. Then he heard Su Waning mumble. When I was pregnant with Tang Tang and Yuan, I once came across a video of Beijing doji. At the time, it made me so hungry. Today, I finally got to see it, but I'm not sure if it's authentic. When she heard this, the first person who wasn't happy was the stall owner. All he could hear was the boss correcting him in a tone full of Beijing flavor. My doji is so authentic that people from all over the surrounding area know about it. Some people are even willing to take an extra half-hour bus ride to come here and drink a bowl. Girl, how dare you say it's not authentic? The boss folded his arms and looked full of pride. Su Waning nodded as if she believed him, but then she burst out. But boss, you haven't sold much of the soy milk in this container, have you? And there are still so many donuts left, are they not selling? The stall owner couldn't hold back anymore, and his face turned a little ugly. But he still coughed softly in self-defense, arguing, I just opened. And didn't expect Su Waning to turn her head and leave. Just open for business? Well, it's almost noon, and you're just opening for business, so you definitely won't sell. Boss, you don't have confidence in your soy milk. Hearing Su Waning's analysis, the boss's eyes suddenly widened. This beauty, she doesn't play by the rules at all. Chapter 56, Let me smell the soybean milk, even if I'm not a real man. Ahem. Hey. Seeing Su Waning and Linny stop, the baby in the stroller, Yuan, looked around. He knew very well that there must be a reason for the stop. Then, the little guy tilted his head, his round eyes surveying the surroundings, and then he saw the green soybean milk sitting on the vendor's table. Knowing that it was delicious, Yuan shrugged his nose, trying to inhale the immortal air. Unexpectedly, after smelling the Beijing-style doji, the little guy vomited dryly with disgust. Ugh! Ugh! Yuan's eyebrows were knitted tightly, his eyes brimming with tears, and his little tongue kept sticking out. His face was full of disgust for the doji. Even the always greedy Tang Tang couldn't help but wiggle his little arms when he smelled the bean juice, as if to keep it away. But the little guy's arms were too short to reach his little nose, and in the end, Tang Tang smelled the rancid smell and cried out of smoke. Ooh ah wah ah. Oh. The little one's voice was choked with sobs. Yuan looked at Tang Tang crying and couldn't help crying herself. I just hope that mommy and daddy can stay away from doji. Next, Linny and Su Waning heard the crying in the stroller and couldn't help but become nervous. Seeing the babies with their cherries lips wide open, crying loudly, they hurriedly comforted them. Oh, Tang Tang, don't cry. Rounding is a man, don't cry either. After saying that, the sound of Rounded's crying became even louder. If Rounded could speak, he would definitely say, if I have to smell the soy milk, I don't want to be a man. Linny and Su Waning comforted Tang Tang and Rounded for a long time, but the little one showed no signs of stopping crying. Seeing this, Su Waning anxiously looked at Linny. Honey, no matter what we do, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan just won't stop crying. Are the little ones sick? He felt the temperature of the little ones and answered with certainty. No, they're not sick. Looking at the little ones crying in the stroller, he felt a pang of worry and couldn't help but wonder, it's strange, they usually stop crying after a little coaxing, what's wrong today? Even Zhang Milan next to him felt a little helpless. Diapers and formula had been ruled out, so there was no obvious reason for the crying. When he saw the disgusted looks on the babies' faces, he finally understood. Linny then said to Su Waning with a mixture of laughter and tears, Honey, the babies are crying because they're being smothered by the smell of doji. Ha? Then let's hurry and go. Although it was a bit unexpected, Su Waning was worried that the babies' voices were going to get hoarse, so she said anxiously. She didn't want to make the little ones suffer just because she wanted to eat. So Linny quickly pushed the stroller away, and Loudy Doji could only bring Su Waning to drink it later. Sure enough, the two little ones stopped crying as they got farther away from the smell of doji. Wow. Eh? Giggle. Tang Tang flapped his little legs, his face full of joy, as if celebrating not having to smell doji anymore. It seems that Tang Tang has a deep grudge against doji. Yu Yuan is even worse. After not being able to smell the stench, the little guy shrugged his nose, as if he felt that the air outside was sweet. Su Waning saw the two little babies change from heavy rain to clear skies, and frowned in doubt, asking, Is soy milk that bad? Ahem. Ahem. Aha. Without waiting for Linny to answer, the two little ones responded vaguely, almost as if they were saying, Just strangle me. Chapter 57, An Invitation to Enter a Wedding Dress Shop? 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Ailian wedding dress shop. Su Waning got out of the car and looked at the single-family villa in front of her, wondering, is this a wedding dress shop? If it weren't for the sign saying Ailian wedding dress at the entrance, she would have really thought Linny had led her to the wrong place. She had seen many wedding dress shops along the road, but this was the first time she had seen the shop in front of her. At the entrance, there is a barred door with a red bow stuck to the wall on the right. Going up to the first floor, a staff member in black overalls asks with a smile. Hello, sir, invitation. Love Wedding Gown is not an ordinary wedding dress shop. Each wedding dress here is expensive, and only those with an invitation can enter. However, Linny doesn't know anything about invitations. He frowned and said quickly, No invitation. Tell Luing that I am Linny. The staff looked at the man in front of him, who did not look like an ordinary person, and he also knew the boss's name, so he nodded respectfully, Sir, please wait a moment. After saying this, the staff trotted all the way. Linny was in no hurry. Each store had its own rules, and even if he was the majority shareholder, he should abide by them. Several people were waiting for an announcement, and a sweet voice came from behind. Honey, you are amazing, you were able to get an invitation here. How are you going to thank me? Well, I'll be at your disposal tonight. The woman said with a smile, although the man next to her was a bit old, but who let him have money? Just about to go in, the woman saw a familiar figure from afar. That was the class flower of their class, and also the school flower, Su Waning. Seeing her waiting outside the door, with a stroller and a man by her side, the woman walked up to her, her face somewhat scornful. Su Waning, long time no see, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Zhang Lanlan greeted Su Waning with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. But in her heart, she was thinking, what's the use of having a pretty face, unlike me, who can find a boyfriend and have an easier life? Thinking about this, she looked up at her boyfriend by her side. She kept reassuring herself that when he's gone, all his assets will be mine. Well, what a coincidence. Su Waning politely replied, Zhang Lanlan is from the dormitory next door, and they don't usually interact much. In college, she is only familiar with the people in her dormitory, and she is lucky to know the names of the others. Zhang Lanlan saw Su Waning waiting outside the door and knew that she didn't have an invitation. She quickly said, Waning, this invitation can only be used by a couple. If possible, I would like to bring you in together. Zhang Lanlan had also made up the rules for using the invitation. She didn't want Su Waning to go in. If anything, it was her fault for having a pretty face but not finding a rich boyfriend. It's okay, you guys can go in. Su Waning didn't plan on letting Zhang Lanlan bring her in either. If they really couldn't go in, they wouldn't. Besides, it didn't look cheap. If it weren't because Zhang Yuehua had already made contact, she would have wanted to drag Lin Yi away long ago. Her idea might have left Lin Yi helpless. After all, what did the family lack that could be used to open a milk powder factory? Subsequently, Zhang Lanlan dragged her old boyfriend in and walked in. Just a few steps away, a large group of people walked over. She thought they were here to greet her. After all, they had purchased the 1.88 million wedding dress package. Unexpectedly, the group of people walked straight past without even looking. Zhang Lanlan looked back and saw that the group of people had stopped in front of Linny and Su Waning. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 58. Where did all these people come from? Even the pheasants want to compare themselves to the phoenixes. Sorry, Mr. Lin, for keeping you and Miss waiting. The short-haired, delicate woman leading the group was none other than Lu Ying, whom Lin Yi had mentioned. At this moment, she wore an apologetic expression, hoping only that Lin Yi would not blame them. After all, they knew Lin Yi's identity. It's okay, we're here to try on wedding dresses today, thank you. Mr. Lin, don't worry, we will provide the most attentive service to you and your lady. Lu Ying said with a determined expression, then stepped aside to welcome Lin Yi and Su Waning in. The people behind them also spontaneously formed two rows, standing on either side. Seeing that Su Waning and Lin Yi were led directly upstairs, Zhang Lanlan, who was not far away, immediately became anxious. She impatiently grabbed a staff member who loved weddings and wedding planning and questioned him. Hey! We ordered in 1.88 million wedding package, and this is the kind of service you provide? The staff member was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness when he heard this, obviously encountering yet another presumptuous customer. Luckily, he was already used to it. Madam, our love wedding has always been known for its exquisite service at home and abroad. Don't worry, we have all the services you need. No. Can't you understand what people are saying or what? Zhang Lanlan directly raised her hand and pointed at Lin Yi and Su Waning, who had just left upstairs. What's wrong with them? Why are they getting such warm service? Although Zhang Lanlan seemed incredibly arrogant and domineering, she was too embarrassed to say, I want that too. Even she could sense that it was too cheap to talk like that. Are you referring to Mr. Lin Yi and Ms. Su Waning? So it's Lin Yi. Yes, it's Su Waning in them. Why is the service not as good as theirs even though we bought the 1.88 million package? Upon hearing this, the staff member let out a cold snort. It's true that every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to compare themselves to a phoenix. Ms. Zhang, no matter how much you spend on the package, we at Love Wedding will provide you with the same service. But Mr. Lin Yi, as you know, is a shareholder of our company, Love and Romance, and is also our boss. We get paid by our boss, so do you think we should be so enthusiastic? After saying this, the staff member turned around and left, leaving Zhang Lanlan and the old man beside her looking at each other. Old boss? Honey, dear, what did he mean by that? At this point, Zhang Lanlan's speech had already become stammering. There was no way around it, she really couldn't help but feel a burst of surprise in her heart. In fact, not only her, but even her boyfriend next to her was also extremely shocked. What kind of occasion is the Love Wedding Studio? Some well-known celebrities also choose to have their wedding photos taken here. This shows the extraordinary status of the studio. But I never expected that the young man I met today is actually a shareholder of this Love Wedding Studio. After all, in the vast capital city, there are countless people worth millions or tens of millions of dollars, and getting married for $2 million is nothing rare at all. But some owners and shareholders of venues are truly rare people. The old man couldn't help but feel a little scared when he thought about how his little girlfriend had just mocked those two people. But then he felt relieved. The more important and respectable a person is, the less they care about little people like us. Lan, you should be more humble in the future and stop being so arrogant. We are really nothing in the imperial capital. Whether it was from decades of experience or because Zhang Lanlan was his girlfriend, the older man gave her a friendly reminder. Zhang Lanlan was a little resentful at first, but then calmed down. After all, the person speaking was her long-term meal ticket, and even the source of her happiness for the rest of her life, so she must not disobey. I know, dear. Zhang Lanlan responded in a sweet voice, but at this moment her state of mind had already changed. Why was Su Waning able to meet such a man of status? Why was she forced to let an old man breathe heavily on her? It's unfair, it's not fair. But as Pai Daxing said, life is unreasonable, so get used to it. On the other side, Su Waning and Lin Yi were taken to a place that could only be entered by the VIPs. As soon as they arrived, they were asked about their health and well-being, and they were served tea and water. There was even a specially assigned nanny to take care of the baby. This week's service was truly exceptional. Su Waning felt very uncomfortable, and it took a while for her to get used to it. But even though she was about to become the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, she couldn't help but feel that the world of the rich was really hard to understand. "Mr. Lin, Miss Su, can we go and choose the wedding dress and tuxedo now?" Luing came over with a nervous look, afraid that she had not served Linny well in any way and made him angry. Fortunately, neither Linny nor Su Waning were the kind of difficult people, and not only did they not make things difficult, they were very friendly. "Good, thank you, you've worked hard." Su Waning's words showed her quality and temperament, and the team members led by Luing let out a long sigh of relief. "Husband, you go and choose a tuxedo too, I'll take the kids." Su Waning looked at Linny. After all, both nannies were women, and it would be more convenient for her to take care of Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. Linny had also thought of this, and nodded immediately. "Okay, go." The couple went in two different directions. The further she went in, the more Su Waning realized that there was a lot of space in here, and there were several rooms full of all kinds of wedding dresses. And there were a lot of wedding dresses that Su Waning found beautiful, which made her feel content. Unexpectedly, the staff member who followed her said that these ordinary wedding dresses were not good enough for Su Waning. "You have to know that the price tag on each of those wedding dresses is in 6 digits, and they're not good enough for her?" This remark made Su Waning disagree. After all, she didn't feel like she had anything extra compared to anyone else, everyone was the same. "Well, I just don't know how Zhang Lanlan downstairs would feel if she heard this." "Sigh, why is this happening? It's killing me. Keep looking, why can't I find a suitable candidate?" Suddenly, a sighing sound could be heard not far away. Then a photography team made up entirely of girls appeared before her eyes. When the person in charge turned the corner and saw Su Waning, he couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. "Ha? You? Ha? Me?" Su Waning blinked her eyes, not knowing what was going on. The next second, she was being pulled forward by the girl who looked playful and lively. "What? My baby! My baby!" Su Waning hurriedly looked back, her mind on Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, and didn't think about whether she would be okay. Chapter 59, The Star Love Series is not something you can try on just because you have money. Zhang Milan was pushing the stroller when she suddenly saw this scene, and she was flabbergasted. When she reacted, Su Waning had already been dragged away. She panicked and hurriedly shouted to the staff member following her, "Sister Qing, where are they taking me?" Zhang Milan was shocked when she saw Su Waning disappear around the corner, and she became even more anxious. "Who are they and where are they taking Qing?" "Miss, don't worry, they are the staff of the film crew next to us, and judging by the direction, they should be going to the studio." "Really? That's good, then let's hurry and follow them." After saying this, Zhang Milan hurriedly pushed the stroller over there. However, what Zhang Milan didn't expect was that when she arrived at the studio, she saw Su Waning sitting in front of the dressing table. "What's going on?" So, Zhang Milan walked up, confused. "What are you doing, Qing?" "Don't worry, Milan, I'm fine. I'm just helping them film a promotional video. Please keep an eye on Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan for me." Su Waning smiled gently, then looked straight at the dressing table in front of her. In fact, when she was first dragged away by Song Jiro, she was also very panicked and worried about Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. Until she heard Song Jiro's explanation. "Beautiful lady, we are filming the cultural program Zhao Jun Crossing the Frontier for Nanha Satellite TV, but we can't find a suitable candidate. Can you help us? From the moment I saw you, I felt that you had a sense of having come out of an inkwash painting. People nowadays don't value traditional Chinese culture enough, alas." Upon hearing this, Su Waning nodded for the first time, perhaps because she herself also felt that Song Jiro was right. "Milan, wait for me for a moment, I think it will be quick." "Oh, okay." Zhang Milan nodded in shock, immediately saying that it was no problem, but she was wondering in her heart, isn't Qing's sister taking wedding photos with brother Lin, why is she taking a promotional video again? However, her doubts were dispelled after a moment. The reason was none other than because Su Waning in front of the dressing table was just too beautiful. Su Waning is a beautiful woman with a pleasant appearance. After giving birth, she has gained a gentle and beautiful charm. Now, with the help of a makeup artist, Su Waning has applied a light makeup look that is stunning just by looking at it. Later, after changing into a Western Han Dynasty style dress, Wang Zhaojun was completely brought to life by Su Waning. Sun Yang, I now understand why Wang Zhaojun was able to make the geese flying south forget to flap their wings. Because she was so beautiful. Sun Yang, thank you for your support. Song Jiro, holding a camera, bowed deeply to Su Waning to express her gratitude. It was clear that she truly loved traditional Chinese culture. Su Waning just smiled slightly and nodded. The reason she was willing to help was that she wanted to help promote traditional Chinese culture, but she was also impressed by the seriousness of this young girl. Just imagine, if there were more people like her in China, would the world still attach less and less importance to traditional culture? Sister Su, did you come here to take wedding photos? Well, yes, to be precise, I came to try on wedding dresses. Upon hearing this, Song Jiro immediately said with conviction. Sister Su, don't worry, whether you want to try on a wedding dress or take wedding photos, you can always come to me. I'm pretty good at taking pictures. As she spoke, Song Jiro's face took on an air of arrogance, clearly very pleased with her abilities. Then she asked Su Waning which series of wedding dresses she wanted to try on, and she could use her authority to give a price discount. However, when she heard the answer from the staff member who accompanied her, that the wedding dress Su Waning wanted to try on was the Star Love series, Song Jiro froze. Because the Star Love series is not something that just anyone can try on if they have money. Chapter 60, Promotional Photos for the Public? No. In this way, Su Waning's noble identity is obvious. Song Jiro looked at Su Waning, whom she called a fairy sister, in shock, and then bowed respectfully. Sister Su, I'm presumptuous. Su Waning waved his hand nonchalantly, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, don't apologize. In a little while, I'll try on the wedding dress, and you can take 2 pictures of me as compensation. Okay. Song Jiro knew that Su Waning's identity was absolutely noble. She was just suffering from a lack of suitable candidates and had lost her head, which is why she dragged her over to take pictures. In retrospect, she really was too rude. Fortunately, Sister Su has a good temper and is gentle, otherwise it would be a small matter to lose her job, but the indirect economic losses caused by the wedding would be a lawsuit. Let's take the pictures quickly, or my husband will be worried. Oh, okay. With Song Jiro joining the command, the entire photography team began to operate. With flashes of light, the beautiful chapter of Zhao Jun crossing the frontier reappeared. Jiro, delete the front-facing photos, or give me the base map. You can use the side profile photos. After the shoot, Su Waning suddenly said that she didn't want to be so exposed. Song Jiro also chose to keep only a few side profile photos out of respect for Su Waning's privacy. But even the side profile photos are beautiful enough to be used to promote Nanha Satellite TV's programs. Sister Su, don't worry, I'll call you about the payment as soon as possible. Song Jiro was amazed by the photos, but she did not forget to promise Su Waning the reward she deserved, which shows how nice she is. However, Su Waning waved her hands and said no. It was a small favor. Besides, you also let me experience what it feels like to dream back to ancient times. But let's go, follow me to try on wedding dresses. Without waiting for Song Jiro to say anything else, Su Waning interrupted her and turned to take the stroller that Zhang Milan was pushing, ready to leave. Song Jiro also took over Su Waning's position after communicating with the cameraman originally assigned to Su Waning, and became Su Waning's dedicated photographer before and after the wedding. Although she continued her task for Nanha Satellite TV, she was confident that the several sets of footage featuring Su Waning today were sufficient. Next, in order to express her gratitude to Su Waning, she felt it necessary to follow the whole process. If Song Jiro's feelings towards Su Waning were gratitude, then when she learned the true identity of her sister-in-law Su and her husband, she was shocked beyond words. Su's sister-in-law's husband was actually a shareholder of Love Wedding? Just this identity alone made it necessary for her to call Su Waning boss. But even with such a status, she didn't say no to taking pictures of herself. This generosity is truly admirable. Song Jiro was shocked again and again. Su Waning, on the other hand, didn't care. After all, she preferred the identity of Lin Yi's wife to Lin family's young wife. On the other side, Lin Yi was indeed impatient. Just as he was about to go look for them himself, a staff member, listening to Su Waning, brought Lin Yi the set of Zhao Jun crossing the frontier base images. At the first glance of the set of base images, Lin Yi was amazed by the appearance of his wife. When he learned that these photos were promotional images that would be shown to the public, Lin Yi frowned slightly. He was very stingy, and wanted his wife's beauty to be reserved for his own appreciation, showing it to the public? No way. But he is not unreasonable, so he selected a few profile pictures from the base image and handed them to the staff. He also said that these could be used for publicity, but not the others, and that all the remaining base images should be handed over to him. The staff left on his orders. But when she left, she was full of admiration. She was surprised that Linny and Su Waning had made the same decision. She admired the fact that Linny and Su Waning knew and loved each other and were soulmates.